The story begins somewhere on a green planet where someone once said that no death is beautiful or gentle. In that beautiful city, a supercar was speeding incredibly fast. And the terrible thing that happened was that a young fast food delivery guy was unfortunately hit head-on by it. This collision sent the delivery guy and his own motorbike skidding along the roadside. Drops of blood splattered everywhere, and along with them, the necklace he wore flew off. The motorcycle was shattered, and the car driver, perhaps out of fear, immediately fled without even calling for an ambulance. Under the night sky, the twinkling stars usually inspire thoughts of the future when people look at them, but that was meaningless for this unlucky delivery guy. He lay flattened on the road surface, blood flowing like rain from his head and limbs. His hand desperately gripped the road. Thoughts constantly raced through the delivery guy's mind. Am I going to die like this? Was my life normal? No, not at all. I followed others to university in some rural backwater town. I prepared for the 9-level civil service exam for 7 years. Now I'm 33 years old and working as a fast food delivery guy. Damn it! My mother did everything imaginable to take care of me, selling insurance, caring for the sick, running a diner, a flower shop. After Dad passed away from my high school graduation until I got into university, my mother handled everything all by herself. All Dad left Mum were debts. Last year, Mum also passed away from cancer. If I die like this and go see Mum, I wonder if she'd be proud of me. After all, this ugly son was her everything. As the memories of his mother gradually faded, just as the delivery guy realized he was about to be released, suddenly a strange light emanated from the darkness. The delivery guy discovered it was the necklace his father had put on him when he was just a child. Seeing the last memento his father left behind, the delivery guy relentlessly dragged his paralyzed body forward. Because his injuries were so severe, the agonizing pain made him grimace. It seemed determined to take this small life. But what did the delivery guy have left now? His life had nothing, only this one thing left by his father. Even facing immediate death, he risked everything to grab it. His eyes slowly closed, his hand trembled, and finally as he died, the delivery guy managed to grasp that jade necklace. An extremely strange phenomenon occurred. The jade bead emitted a light that enveloped the entire area. And then the delivery guy's soul suddenly entered a fragment of time. The delivery guy's soul entered the body of a young man lying in a hospital bed. The process of merging body and soul lasted only a fleeting few seconds. The delivery guy suddenly woke up. He observed this body, somewhat disbelieving his eyes, and asked, how am I still alive? According to his old memories, the delivery guy thought he was dead, so how the hell could he be alive? Before he could feel relieved for even a few seconds, the memories of the previous owner of this body flooded the delivery guy's mind, making him feel dizzy. The owner of this body is named Joe Hui. This world is completely different from Earth. Before he could process the surprise, 2 people suddenly entered Joe Hui's room. A tall, well-built man who was Joe Hui's father, followed by a beautiful woman with long hair and slightly rosy cheeks, who was Joe Hui's mother. Seeing her beloved son awake, Joe Hui's mother happily told her husband, "My dear Joe Hui is awake." Joe Hui's father came closer and asked Joe Hui, "How are you feeling now?" Joe Hui knew he couldn't reveal his identity as a transmigrator to the 2 people before him, so he had to pretend and reply, "Just my head hurts a little, otherwise I'm fine." Joe Hui's father said, "You've been unconscious for 4 whole days. Luckily you're okay." Just then Joe Hui's body suddenly made a strange noise. Joe Hui's mother looked slightly worried and said, "He must be hungry. If his energy has recovered, we should give him something to eat, right?" Joe Hui's father's face also furrowed, wondering what was wrong. Joe Hui's mother turned to ask her husband, "My dear, is there still no news from Lord Bang's side?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Joe Hui searched through the memories of the body's former owner and discovered Lord Bang holds the monopoly on salt and iron in this Anhui region. All the iron forging workshops in Anhui that want to forge sabers and swords must buy iron from Lord Bang. Joe Hui's father couldn't hide the worry on his face. He let out a sigh and said, "The people who want to meet Lord Bang aren't just 1 or 2. Look at the long queue of people waiting for an audience with him. We can only rely on luck." Joe Hui's mother asked further, "What about the Hua Seo Myung sword sect?" This time Jo Hoi's father just lowered his head without answering, proving that the situation there wasn't much better than with Lord Bang. According to the previous owner's memories, Hua Seo-myung is the leader of the Hua Seo-myung sword sect. It's because of him that the iron forging workshop fell into a critical situation. He claimed he could help with Lord Bang for the price of 2,000 taels, but after receiving the money, he disappeared without a trace. Back in the room where Jo Hui was recuperating, his father turned towards the door and said to his wife, "Take care of Jo Hui, dear. I'll be back after stepping out for a bit." The place where Jo Hui lived was so poor that upon waking up, he was immediately surprised, unable to hold back his exclamation. "Waking up, I realized this place really has nothing." Strange images continuously appeared in his mind, making Jo Hui wonder, are these constant memories flashing in my head? Jo Hui's memories, Jo Tae-won. Jo Hui's father is a blacksmith at the iron forging workshop. His mother Kang Ji-hyun is a gentle person who loves Jo Hui dearly. Kang Ji-hyun, the naive older brother Jo Hui, always admired Jo Hyuk. The sickly younger sister Jo Yeon, and finally himself Jo Hui, who memorized the entire Analects and 1,000-character classic in just 3 months. Now there's a vast amount of knowledge in my head, sometimes present, sometimes not. This knowledge isn't Jo Hui's, it's absolutely not knowledge a normal person could possess. But most suspicious of all are the Sema characters, deeply etched in this body's memory. Every time those characters appear in my mind for some reason, an uncontrollable anger arises within this body. Everything is too chaotic. It's like moving to another dimension. I still clearly remember the pain before dying. It's really hard to accept this death. Unanswered questions often frustrate people, and Jo Hui was no exception. He was frustrated with his current situation. His face contorted, cursing silently in his mind. "Damn it, what is this? What should I do? Why is it like this? What am I supposed to do living here? King Great General Judge Divine Doctor, I have nothing but experience studying for civil service exams and part-time jobs. So am I supposed to become a martial arts master, suddenly gain some fortuitous encounter, and become the top master in the martial world?" Nice thought, but seeing his idolized, naive older brother practicing swordsmanship, Jo Hui told himself, "Right, if it's martial arts, that guy is better than me." This thought vanished instantly as Jo Hui carefully observed the movements his older brother Jo Hyuk was practicing. Jo Hui wondered, but what is he doing that looks so clumsy? It seems like even an elementary school student just starting sword practice is better than this kid. As Jo Hui approached, Jo Hyuk noticed him and asked, "Little brother, are you okay?" Jo Hui calmly replied, "I can still walk around here and there. Where did you learn those martial arts?" Hyung being asked this by his younger brother Jo Hyuk put on a proud expression like those typical male protagonists and said with a smug smile, "This I learned it from my friend Yang Sam when I bought him drinks. He used to be a military official with this kind of martial art that couldn't even chase a chicken." Jo Hui knew learning it was useless. Jo Hui asked a question. "Don't learn martial arts from military officials. Why don't you learn from people in the Jianghu martial world, Hyung?" These words from Jo Hui turned the gentle, naive Jo Hyuk into a fierce person. Veins popped on his face as he shouted loudly, "Are you kidding? You know I went to many places to learn martial arts, but I never met a single person from the Jianghu." Jo Hui understood Jo Hyuk had left home to learn martial arts and quickly said, "Ah, so that's it. Sorry." Due to transmigration, his knowledge of this new world was a bit lacking. Jo Hui asked further, "So learning martial arts from people of the 9 great sects must be much harder, right?" Jo Hyuk sighed and replied, "I didn't expect my little brother to be so naive. Listen carefully, they are legendary figures. Ordinary folks like us might never meet them in our entire lives. Even members of the royal family wouldn't dare dream of learning martial arts from them." Hearing these words, Jo Hui touched his chin thoughtfully. If this idiot doesn't give up those cat-scratch martial arts, he'll surely suffer. Jo Hyuk looked excited and said loudly, "Tusk, Tusk, are you thinking about learning martial arts now? Let Hyung teach you." With martial arts that couldn't even chase a cat, Jo Hui refused immediately. He turned his head and walked away, saying, "I'm leaving. You practice well, Hyung." Jo Hui's steps halted. His eyes looked up and he sighed sadly. In wuxia novels, there are always opportunities to meet martial arts masters and become their disciples. It's all fake. Though he said that Jo Hoi's thoughts were different. Although quite confused, he had to live anyway. He hoped this life would be easier. After all, being alive is better than being dead. Jo Hoi's mind accepted it, accepted the truth, accepted fate, accepted his current life. Jo Hoi firmly declared, "From today on, I will be Jo Hoi. I'll just live with this identity." Although Jo Hoi didn't want it, reality is reality. The principle of this world is that only by moving forward is there a glimmer of hope for survival. 2 months have passed since I came to the Central Plains. The work here is simple too. In the morning, go chopping wood with older brother. In the afternoon, make charcoal and occasionally clean the forge. After that, attend to customers who come to the forge. The fortunate thing is that father found some silver and solved the food problem. No idea where it came from though. Time passed just like that, dawn passed and dusk arrived again. In that small house, the dining table today was fuller than usual, with stir-fried vegetables, sweet and sour ribs, fried fish, and a few side dishes. The 3 Jo siblings each sat in their respective places. But only the couple Jo Tae-won and Kang Ji-hyun were standing before the dining table talking about something their 3 children couldn't understand at all. The words her husband just spoke made Kang Ji-hyun unable to control herself and quickly ask again, "Huh, what did you just say?" Jo Tae-won didn't dare look directly into his wife's face. Perhaps he knew he had done wrong and felt extremely guilty. Jo Tae-won replied, "I said I just borrowed 60 taels of silver from Wang Ryan-tae." Hearing all those words from Jo Tae-won, Kang Ji-hyun was truly horrified. She couldn't believe it because with the sum of 60 taels of silver, they could work their whole lives and still not be able to repay it. For the first time, Kang Ji-hyun showed confusion on her face. She continuously spoke loudly, "So the money we used was from Wang Ryan-tae. What money do we have to pay it back? Why did you borrow that money?" Jo Tae-won's face flushed red. He said, "Stop nagging, dear." Contrary to his calmness, Kang Ji-hyun became increasingly agitated. She couldn't hold her tongue and continuously scolded Jo Tae-won. "Don't what people say, if you're overdue by a month, they'll chop off your hands and feet. What do we do now?" The atmosphere was no longer that of a family dinner, but one of fear and worry for the future, worry for the coming days. Jo Tae-won couldn't control his emotions, his teeth grinding audibly. He turned towards Kang Ji-hyun and yelled, "So are we all just supposed to starve now? Hold hands and go down to the underworld together. Food also costs money to buy." Kang Ji-hyun knew Jo Tae-won had always shouldered the burden of this family, so she didn't add anything more. Jo Tae-won turned back to the dining table and said, "I'll handle settling things with Wang Ryan-tae myself, so don't worry about it anymore. Hurry up and eat." At this moment, Jo Hoi sighed inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, we've hit a dead end." The Jo family's room probably hadn't been repaired in a long time. Cobwebs appeared on the ceiling, and the wooden doors no longer seemed secure. During today's meal, everyone was gloomy. No one spoke to each other as if they had no relationship at all. Amidst that sadness, Jo Hoi didn't find the food tasty anymore. Suddenly, a whiff of air came from the trash basket. When it reached Jo Hoi's nose, he immediately broke out in a sweat because this smell was worse than any garbage dump back on Earth. Jo Hoi thought debt is a problem, but this stench might be an even bigger problem for me. The hygiene in this house is really messy. Clack! Jo Tae-won put down his chopsticks. His face, though tinged with sadness, also held some joy. For them, having 3 meals a day and changing clothes every 2 days was already fortunate. Jo Tae-won held out his soup bowl and said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten such a filling meal." He then took the soup bowl in his hand and gulped it down like someone about to starve to death. After gulping down the soup, he exhaled a cloud of foul breath with grains of leftover rice still stuck around his mouth. Jo Tae-won's face even looked grotesque while picking his teeth. Seeing the appearance of the person he called father made Jo Hoi doubt this life. Jo Hoi felt scared, thinking, "Oh, father, father." Jo Yeon, who had been silent until now, finally spoke to her mother. She turned with a smile and said, "Mother, I just washed my hair after more than a month." Kang Ji-hyun smiled and said, Our Yeon looks so fresh. On Earth there's a saying, the child sings, the mother praises. Praising the filthiness of his younger sister, Jo Yeon, only made Jo Hui feel more scared. Is this something worth praising? Heavens, I really can't adapt. Jo Hui closed his eyes to sleep after an unsettling meal. After a while, he finally opened them. He immediately stood up with the main goal of changing this family. The next morning, Jo Hui asked his father, "Father, can you find some stiff bristles somewhere?" Suddenly hearing Jo Hui ask such a strange question, Jo Tae-won asked back, "Stiff bristles. Wild boars have plenty. Do you want some? I can bring them back for free." Jo Hui bowed, "Yes, thank you, father." The sun was high. Jo Tae-won threw a huge bag full of stiff bristles to Jo Hui. Looking at this enormous bag, Jo Hui shook his head wearily and said, "I only planned to make toothbrushes for the family, but now I have too much free time." In front of Jo Hui was a box containing several small wooden sticks. Next to it was a burning fire. Immediately, Jo Hui began making toothbrushes. Making toothbrushes doesn't require any complicated techniques. With Jo Hui's skilled hands, it only took a few steps to complete one. It looked no different from the old wholesale-priced toothbrushes. With Jo Yeon's curious nature, she immediately ran closer and asked Hyung, "What are you doing?" Jo Hui's expression didn't change as he said, "The wind is cold, Dongseng. Hurry inside." Unable to get an answer and being ignored like a stranger, Jo Yeon put on a pouting face. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly ran into the house without looking back. Jo Hui understood Jo Yeon's temper, so he didn't bother coaxing her. Jo Hui looked at the toothbrush he had just made and said, "All right, let's keep going." Time passed quickly, and soon Jo Hui had made hundreds of toothbrushes. His father, Jo Tae-won, looked at these things dumbfounded and asked, "What are these?" Jo Hui demonstrated for his father, explaining as he did, "You use it like this. Father, follow me." Jo Tae-won's first time using it wasn't easy at all. After all, children on Earth take several days to learn. Suddenly, Jo Tae-won felt a strange sensation. Water seeped between his teeth, and the scent of the toothpaste made him excited, exclaiming, "What a refreshing feeling." Jo Hui smiled and said, "It's called a toothbrush. I invented it." Thrilled, an idea suddenly struck Jo Tae-won. He quickly said, "Wait a minute, this could probably sell really well. How could a capitalist's eyes not recognize an opportunity?" Jo Hui glanced at his father and said, seeing father's reaction, "I'm sure it will be a resounding success. Let's take them to the market to sell now, father." Jo Tae-won happily took all the toothbrushes except for the two they had just used. "All right, son." At the village market, it was always bustling with buyers and sellers. At the stall of the Jo father and son, they were introducing the new product called the toothbrush, and just as Jo Hui expected, people lined up wanting to buy. Voices echoed continuously, "Give me one, give me two." Soon the father and son had sold out completely. Overjoyed, they simultaneously shouted, "Awesome!" In his excitement, Jo Tae-won said, 20 toothbrushes sold out in just 2 Shichen 4 hours. Jo Hui replied, "Just by selling that many, we've already earned 500 copper coins. That exchanges to 5 taels of silver." Jo Tae-won exclaimed, "Earning 5 taels of silver in just 2 Shichen." While the father and son were talking, unfriendly eyes were watching them unnoticed by Jo Hui and Jo Tae-won. "Son, the materials for toothbrushes are bristles, wood, and grass, right? Let's go buy more materials immediately and make more." The caution within Jo Hui suddenly vanished as he rejoiced in their victory. Jo Hui replied to his father, "If our whole family works together on this, we can make 3,000 of them in a month. If we raise the price a bit and sell all 3,000 after subtracting material costs, our profit will be 80 taels. Even after paying off the debt, we'll still have some left over." Hearing those words from his beloved son, Jo Tae-won's face filled with energy. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Good, let's all get rich together." After that morning, wild boar bristles, wood and grass. Buying large quantities of those things, mother and everyone else were overjoyed upon hearing the news. So the whole family worked late into the night making toothbrushes, aiming for 3,000 pieces. Time passed. 15 days later, at the market in Anhui City, father and son Jo Tae-won carried not just toothbrushes on their backs, but the future, the hope of the entire family. However, just as they stepped into the market, The bag containing the toothbrushes suddenly fell from their hands to the ground. Their expressions were no longer joyful anticipation, but disbelief in their eyes. Disbelief in reality. Joe Taewon was speechless. What is this? In front of Joe Taewon was a merchant introducing toothbrushes. Take a look at this beautiful toothbrush before you go, esteemed customers. This is an incredibly precious gift for wives and daughters. Toothbrushes here. Using them with rice water significantly reduces bad breath. In front of this toothbrush stall, the crowd was immense. Some bought 10, some bought 3. Not just one, but 2 stalls were selling toothbrushes, constantly calling out to customers. We even have ones for children here. Everyone come take a look. This is a toothbrush reinforced with an iron core developed by our own shop. It's 3 times more durable than others, incredibly good to use. Seeing the thing he created being stolen by those people made Joe Hui's innocent face suddenly flush red. He covered his face, his heart screaming continuously. Intellectual property rights? I forgot this era doesn't have intellectual property rights. His father, Joe Taewon, also felt his limbs go weak, his words no longer clear. Son, what do we do now? Joe Hui frantically asked his father, I want to ask this. There are only 15 days left until Wang Ryan Tae's payment deadline, right? If we're overdue, will they really chop off our hands and feet? Joe Hui's words cut Joe Taewon's heart in two. Being human, the instinct is to fear death. The goods couldn't be sold, and staying wouldn't solve anything, so the father and son trudged home. Only 15 days remained to repay the debt. 15 days left. What should we do now? Joe Hui stood alone in the middle of the courtyard, hand on his chin, face full of contemplation. In those damn novels I read, the main character always progresses quickly, right? Maybe generate electricity. But I don't know how. What about making a steam engine? Joe Hui still had a pensive look. Pouting, he thought silently. Without railways, what's the point of making that? Could I make a gun? But I only practiced shooting them. I don't know their structure. While thoughts flooded his mind, Jo Yeon suddenly approached and asked Hyung, what about the water issue? Jo Hui, frowning after much thought, replied, Dongseng, don't wash your hair anymore. Jo Yeon pouted back. Really? You said the same thing yesterday, Jo Hui replied with an indifferent face. Picking his ear nonchalantly, he replied, tomorrow. Ah no, wash your hair the day after tomorrow. Jo Yeon blushed with anger and yelled, what? How can you say that? Still with a cold, indifferent attitude, Jo Hui replied, if you feel too dirty, you can wash it by the riverbank. Our town has 2 spots, you know. Suddenly, older brother Jo Hyuk woke up from sleep and refreshingly stepped into the courtyard, interrupting Jo Hui and Jo Yeon's conversation, saying, Aigu, this morning feels so refreshing. Did you 2 sleep well, Dongsengs? Jo Hyuk took out his carefully maintained wooden sword, and while chanting ha-hey, rhythmically performed sword moves that, in Jo Hui's opinion, were meant for elementary school kids. Jo Hui's face fell and he sighed twice. Is Hyung really that carefree? Our family seems to be falling apart. Shouldn't he at least pretend to be worried a little? While Jo Hyuk was striking cool poses with his wooden sword, Jo Yeon approached and started whiningly. Oldest brother, second brother is acting very strange today. Jo Hyuk stopped his sword and quickly replied, what is it? Jo Yeon looked surprised and a bit confused, saying, since last time after gathering the toothbrush materials, he accurately predicted the exact number we could complete with those materials. It's the first time I've seen someone calculate so quickly. Jo Hyuk, with a smug face, nodded and said, I was also a bit surprised by that. Then Jo Hyuk cheerfully laughed and said, our younger brother usually only reads books, but now he's even skilled at calculations. Just like a math master. Jo Hui let out a sigh of relief, nonchalantly placing his hands on his hips, thinking, ha. For a modern person, calculating with multiplication isn't magical at all. Suddenly, Jo Hui realized and thought, wait a minute, people here don't know the multiplication table. One hand stroking his chin, the other on his hip, he thought, in this era, calculation rules seem to be a kind of technique, Jo Yeon curiously asked older brother Jo Hyuk. Also, suddenly his way of speaking has improved drastically. He keeps using difficult words. Jo Hyuk agreed and replied, that's right. Lately sometimes I also don't understand what this kid is saying. The words of Jo Yeon and Jo Hyuk made Jo Hui feel smug, thinking to himself, "Of course, I originally lived in the modern era, so my vocabulary must be different. I have memories of my past life. I learned and synthesized knowledge from elementary school to formal university over 20 years. I lived in the information age, able to gather information through TV and smartphones used daily, just watching dramas, novels, performance programs. One can clearly experience human psychology and characteristics. All these things are the reason why she feels my way of speaking has improved." Suddenly, Jo Hui realized, if I compare myself to people of this era, am I a genius? Jo Hui was shocked, rethinking. No, it's not that simple. "This is crazy, Jo." Hui panicked, hurriedly yelled, pushed Jo Yeon away, quickly knelt on the ground and picked up a tree branch. "Both of you move aside a bit," Jo Yeon asked in surprise. "Hyung, what's wrong?" As Jo Hui wrote on the ground, he thought, "The core here isn't technique or any object, but all the knowledge I learned in the modern era." The characters Jo Hui wrote on the ground meant ideology, religion, culture, politics, philosophy, art, technology. However, for the two siblings, Jo Hyuk and Jo Yeon, they wouldn't understand anything. Jo Yeon curiously asked Jo Hyuk, "What is Hyung writing?" However, Jo Hyuk also didn't know and replied, "It's the first time I've seen characters like that." Jo Hui looked like a different person, his eyes, red face, serious. "This is truly dangerous. These things are a bit too much. Market principles, microeconomics, general mathematics, dynamics, theory, economics, efficiency, maximization, rational spending, supply-demand relationship, behavioral economics, calculating interest rates." Suddenly, Jo Hui, overjoyed, as if enlightened, looked up at the sky and yelled loudly, "That's it, this is it." After that, Jo Hui went looking for his father and found him at the forge. Jo Tae-won stopped his hammer and said, "What did you say, son?" Jo Hui had a confident expression. With firm determination, he said, "I want to inherit our Jo family's forge." Jo Tae-won frowned and replied, "It's early morning, what nonsense are you talking about?" Jo Hui sat down on a chair, clasped his hands together, and confidently stated his intention. "I have an idea, and I want to implement it." Jo Tae-won sighed. His face showed clear disbelief as he replied, "You think so? It's not easy, Hui. Running this place isn't simple. You have little experience, and most importantly, you haven't grasped the essence of this work yet." Jo Hui confidently replied to his father quickly, "But I can earn more money." Jo Tae-won was startled and replied with surprise, "Earn more money?" Jo Tae-won became angry and yelled, "The deadline is in 10 days. What more can you earn, you brat?" Jo Hui interrupted, pointing at the hammer and other tools in the forge. "That hammer is worth 50 taels of silver. If we combine all the tools and materials, it's over 30 more taels. Besides, we can mortgage the forge thanks to its long-standing reputation. If we take the forge and assets to mortgage, we can get up to 300 taels of silver." Jo Tae-won was momentarily too shocked to speak. Jo Hui continued to assert, "He had a plan, I don't care about anything else. If father lends it to me, I promise to return it threefold." Jo Tae-won was stunned. Tense, sweating, he thought to himself, has he already thought about mortgaging this family's assets? The hammer is everything to an artisan. Moreover, is he planning to sell his father, mother and sister for the mortgage too? Jo Hui sarcastically said, "If you want to borrow money, you should borrow from a reputable place, right? Like the Hoa Long Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. A place with a very high reputation formed by merchants gathering together. Has father never been there?" Jo Tae-won lost control in anger, stood up abruptly intending to swing the hammer at Jo Hui. "You brat." However, Jo Hui's face showed no fear, his eyes red. Jo Hui's slight smile calmed Jo Tae-won down. Since when did he become so determined and ruthless? Did he change after that incident? It was the same with the toothbrush matter. Does he have some plan? After questioning himself, Jo Tae-won calmed down, sat down, let out a sigh, and asked Jo Hui, "Phew, all right, I know. You are a smart kid, you know how to advance. What trick are you ultimately planning?" Jo Hui calmly crossed his legs. He slowly stated his goal. "The #1 forge in Manhwa. I want to turn our entire family business into a powerful iron empire." Zhou Taewon was confused. An iron empire. Don't you know our current situation? Zhou Hui and Zhou Taewon sat down to discuss. If it's about iron ore, we just need to buy iron ingots. Oh, an iron ingot is made by removing impurities from iron ore and extracting it. Zhou Taewon worriedly asked, "Do you know its price?" Zhou Hui continued, "Based on the average price, it's around 3 taels of silver." Zhou Taewon doubtfully replied, "You know that and still dare to say it." Zhou Hui affirmed with a cheerful face, "The best-selling item at our forge is the iron plough. An incredibly essential item for farmers. We will sell iron ploughs." And reduce the price by 1/3, Zhou Taewon exclaimed in surprise. What? No, I can't believe it. Do you know how hard it is to make one iron plough? It's incredibly arduous. Then Zhou Taewon yelled loudly, "Don't think it's so simple. It takes 15 days to complete one." Zhou Hai remained firm with his plan. "If we use that thing, we can save time. Just follow my lead, father. That way it will only take us 4 days to make it." Zhou Taewon still didn't trust his son and said loudly, "4 days easy for you to say. During that time, do I have to work tirelessly without rest? A woodcutter's daily wage is already 10 copper coins. 4 days means 40 copper coins." Zhou Hui sighed and said with a determined face, "Who said father has to do it?" Zhou Taewon was startled. Zhou Hui smugly began to reveal his plan. "Is there any place in the entire Anhui province that sells large iron ploughs for only 28 taels? If rumors spread about such a place, people will surely flock there. Even buying to resell would be profitable. From there we can mass-produce them." Zhou Taewon felt uneasy. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhou Hui laughed and spoke as if it were obvious. "It's normal. First let's start by hiring 20 people." As he spoke, Zhou Hui stood up and took out a mysterious red-covered book from his clothes, saying, "Then we'll be responsible for educating and assigning tasks to them. That's all." Zhou Taewon was confused. Education. Zhou Hui explained the steps of his plan. First is how to make cracked charcoal. Zhou Taewon was still confused. "Can you explain more?" Zhou Hui continued. "I will be in charge of the training 2 people at a time. Working hours are 6 shichen 12 hours. 4 people will rotate shifts." Zhou Taewon maintained a suspicious gaze, but said nothing, letting Zhou Hui reveal his plan step by step. Zhou Hui turned the pages of the mysterious book he carried. Next is striking fire. Dealing with fire will be a bit difficult, so rotating 2 people per shichen 2 hours is suitable. It's the same principle as the 6 shichen rotation with 4 people over there. Of course, we'll have to teach them the appropriate fire temperature. Zhou Taewon still looked skeptical, waiting to see how Zhou Hui would convince him next. Zhou Hui continued, "Next is the iron refining stage. This part is the hardest, so it requires the most labor. Currently, there's only 1 anvil, so a group will have 4 people rotating work over 6 shichen. In total, there will be 8 people for shift changes. They will be the core workers, so we need to train them very well." Zhou Taewon put his hand to his chin, a flicker of trust in his son showing, but his eyes still held clear doubt. Zhou Hui confidently continued presenting his plan to lift the family out of poverty. The casting stage, the step after refining 2 people per group. Rotating over 6 shichen, so 4 people are needed. I will handle sales promotion and business with customers for now. Since the forge's scale is still small after moving, we'll need to increase manpower. Zhou Taewon didn't say anything, but his eyes shone with a hope not seen before. A charcoal maker's daily wage is 8 copper coins. The fire strikers is 9 copper coins. The iron refiners is 12 copper coins. The casters is 11 copper coins. From this, the total daily operating cost will be 200 copper coins, which is 2 taels. Zhou Taewon confusedly raised his hand to count and calculate, but how could he be as fast and accurate as Zhou Hui initially? Due to the lower skill level of the casters, the expected production quantity of ploughs will be around 20, and of course output will gradually increase. So we'll earn 400 copper coins in a day. Subtracting labor wages will have a surplus of 200 copper coins, meaning 2 taels. If we sum up the monthly surplus, Yes, it will be 60 taels of silver. Of course, that will have to cover our family's living expenses too. But I won't stop until the scale of our forge increases by at least 20 times. After these storm-like words for someone like Zhou Taewon, a blacksmith ignorant of business, Zhou Hui, still with red eyes, gently closed the mysterious book detailing his plan and said, "Let me explain again." Amidst Zhou Taewon's stunned confusion, while Zhou Taewon hadn't yet escaped the sudden storm-like bewilderment, Zhou Hui smugly tilted his head, thinking to himself, "Heaven's Father is speechless because of my grand presentation. This meticulous plan is indeed a bit advanced for ancient people. Artisans of this era grasp the essence of their profession. They breathe soul into their products, shouldering a great responsibility because they have to do all the steps. But what if we break it down? Even if not an artisan, one can still earn 60 taels a month." Zhou Hui glanced at his dazed father and gently said something that snapped Zhou Taewon awake. "Learning all those steps at once takes a long time," as father said. "But what happens if we give up on becoming an artisan?" Zhou Taewon felt confused, his thoughtful face showing wrinkles on his forehead after listening to his son explain. He thought internally. Convincing. This is the chance. Zhou Taewon realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Zhou Taewon mustered all his courage. With determination, he asked Zhou Hui, "So are you confident about this, Zhou Taewon?" With a serious face, mixed with a bit of tension, asked Zhou Hui. "Really, are you sure?" Zhou Hui smugly replied instantly. "Just trust me." Although Zhou Taewon still had some tension on his face, his trust in Zhou Hui had grown. "Very well. Then I'll hand the forge over to you." Division of labour starting from the British Industrial Revolution. Henry Ford opened a new era in the manufacturing industry. "Now I will do the same with the Iron Forge, a corner of Anhui province, brightly lit, bustling with people coming and going. There was a mansion with 2 martial artists guarding the front gate. Zhou Hui and his father were preparing to enter. Zhou Hui's old shoes were worn beyond repair. Zhou Hui thought, if I earn money, the first thing I'll do is buy another pair of shoes. Damn it, my heel hurts like hell." Zhou Hui glanced at his father and said, "Aren't we going in? What are we doing standing here?" Zhou Taewon's face was so tense, he was sweating profusely. His whole body trembled as he replied heavily to Zhou Hui, Zhou Hui took steps towards the guarding martial artists, indirectly breaking Zhou Taewon's fearful state. Zhou Hui looked at his father's tense expression and sighed. Honestly, Zhou Hui questioned himself. So what if he's a father? In the end, he's still just a naive uncle who knows nothing about this world. Zhou Hui approached, looking towards the martial artist guarding the mansion. The guard recognized Zhou Hui's intention and, pointing to the queue, said, "Over there are the 3rd young master's guests. Go queue up and wait for your turn." Zhou Hui put on a merchant's smile, thinking silently as expected, even the gatekeeper judges by appearance. Sharp eyes indeed, then said, "Many thanks." Zhou Hui and his father went to the queue. A martial artist guarding the 3rd young master's room door waved and shouted loudly. Next, following the guard's call, a person walked out looking crestfallen, sighing twice, but the queue waiting to enter was still very long. While queuing with his father, Zhou Hui keenly observed the dejected, crestfallen expression of the person who had just exited the 3rd young master's room. Zhou Taewon also felt anxious looking at that person. Zhou Hui drew a conclusion. Only a few came out with bright faces. It really isn't easy. Finally, it was Zhou Hui and his father's turn. The guard called out next. The clear, steely voice made Zhou Taewon tremble all over. Zhou Hui could only put on a resigned face regarding Zhou Taewon's unfamiliarity with pressure. Zhou Hui noticed his father was uncomfortable. Feeling uneasy, he suggested, "Father, you can just wait here." Zhou Taewon replied, "Okay, I understand." After that, Zhou Hui confidently, resolutely walked step by step into the 3rd young master's room. What caught Zhou Hui's eye was a scholar leisurely relaxing, holding a brush pen, writing on a piece of paper. Beside him stood a middle-aged male servant with clasped hands. Zhou Hui was surprised to see the person in front of him, a thought flashing, Li Jiangjai, looking closely. "Zhou, Taki sa a." Hai saw the scholarly man before him had neatly tied hair loosely falling to one side, revealing a handsome, elegant appearance. His white inner robe had patterns showing refinement. Over it, he wore a yellow outer robe, signifying nobility. He clasped his hands together and calmly spoke. "The amount of silver you need," Zhou Hui thought his voice is completely different while replying. "I need 300 taels." He glanced down at Zhou Hui's worn-out shoes, then raised his hand to signal the servant, adding words. "Show him out." The servant beside him nodded but hadn't yet acted. With a confident aura, an air that could draw others' gazes, Zhou Hui firmly stated, clearly declaring, "After 3 years, if young master sends me away now, you will definitely regret it." Li Jiangjie's face turned slightly serious. Zhou Hui smugly put one hand on his hip, raised the other, and continued, "And this might be the biggest mistake of young master's life." Li Jiangjie paid attention to Zhou Hui's statement and asked back what now Zhou Hui could demonstrate his abilities. Zhou Hui confidently declared, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Currently, young master is the largest supplier of iron necessities in Anhui. But young master is missing the opportunity to trade with the forge, offering the lowest prices." Li Jiangjie became serious, a bit more cautious, then guessed, "Are you from the Kim Kao forge, or perhaps the Dai Hoa forge?" Zhou Hui bowed slightly, clasping his hands to show respect to his senior. "I am Zhou Hui, the second son of the owner of the Peng Tai Iron Forge. Naturally, I come here as the representative of the forge." Slam, a fist hit the table. Li Jiangjie struck the table hard, his face filled with killing intent. Fierce anger veins bulging, he spoke loudly with a threatening tone. "Have you been toying with me all this time? Do you think the Hoa Long Merchant Guild is a name someone like you can joke about like this?" Zhou Hui calmly let out a gentle sigh. Ha then said, "I don't know why my family's forge reputation is so poor either. I don't expect a transaction based on trust." Li Jiangjie still showed clear anger on his face and retorted, "If so." Zhou Hui calmly took out the mysterious red-covered book from his clothes and slowly said, "Everything made of iron has a price and can be used as collateral. 300 jin of iron is about 500 taels. 2 large hammers, 2 small hammers, 3 iron anvils, 6 steel casting molds. Even if sold cheaply, all of that is worth 40 taels. The forge is 210 units wide, 40 taels. The oak tree is worth 3,000 chin. The Tuna sinensis tree, 1,000 chin. Charcoal, 400 chin. Firewood, 3,000 chin. That's about another 10 taels of silver, added together about 150 taels. I mortgage all items at the forge." After listing everything, Li Jiangjie listened carefully, calmed down, then showed curiosity and asked further, "Another 150 taels. What else do you have to mortgage?" Zhou Hui, with determined eyes, bet everything he had, saying, "One, father, mother, older brother. I'll also mortgage the lives of these 4 people." An idea suddenly struck Li Jiangjie and he said, "Lives?" Zhou Hui boldly, firmly, calmly continued, "At the black market, transactions involving human trafficking often occur. Prices vary, but as far as I know, the trade also follows the standards for official slaves. The price anyway doesn't exceed 150 taels." Li Jiangjie pondered thoughtfully. Even if he speaks crazily, he's not an idiot. Interesting. Then Li Jiangjie put his hand to his chin, calculated, and said, "That works too. But all the things you mortgage require money to handle. First, I'll send someone to verify if the mortgaged items you mentioned are real and recalculate their value. If you pay late, it will cost me extra time and manpower to handle your mortgaged goods, especially regarding the official slaves." Zhou Hui crazily confidently continued to persuade. "Therefore I came here to give you an opportunity for you to transact with me." Li Jiangjie was confused and asked back, "Transact opportunity? It seems you're switching our positions. Why do you say transacting with your forge is an opportunity for the Hoa Long Merchant Guild?" Zhou Hui calmly walked to the table where Li Jiangjie was sitting, placed the red-covered book he had taken out earlier on it, and calmly said, My forge will sell the entire catalogue of items in here to the Hoa Long Merchant Guild at a reasonable price. As soon as he opened the first pages of the book, Li Jiangjie showed clear surprise on his face and said, "Large iron plows for 28 taels. Can I really buy them at this price?" Zhou He seemed to have been waiting for this reaction from Li Jiangjie and replied instantly, "We can sign the contract right now." Li Jiangjie clearly showed his skepticism on his face and hesitated to answer. Zhou Hui gently sighed a glimmer of hope in his eyes and said, "If young master refuses to transact with me, I plan to go to the Yu Baek Merchant Guild and make a similar offer." Li Jiangjie felt so angry he lost his composure, blurting out, what then thought silently, "Go to the rival merchant guild. Is he challenging my pride?" Li Jiangjie became stern. Shouting loudly Steward Ha the servant, Steward Ha beside him immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, young master, please give your command." Li Jiangjie decisively continued, "Give him 1,000 taels." Steward Ha was shocked by Li Jiangjie's decision and replied, "Why, young master?" Li Jiangjie calmly continued, "Since the black market was mentioned, we must calculate based on the common price. It clearly involves human lives. Him saying that means his life and death are already in my hands, so I could sell you as a catamite or a eunuch too, right? Besides, no collateral is needed." Li Jiangjie pointed directly at Zhou Hui and threatened, "If you cannot repay, then those 1,000 taels will be considered the money I spent to buy you." Zhou Hui looked smug confidently, putting the red-covered book back into his clothes while saying, "That won't happen." After exiting the third young master's room, Zhou Taewon worriedly asked Zhou Hui, "Hui, how did it go?" Zhou Hui replied while walking farther. "What's the easiest thing to see now?" Zhou Taewon paused, confused, repeating, "Easiest thing to see." Zhou Hui slightly curled his lips, confidently explaining, "That is labor. Right after returning to Pengtai Forge, I will set up a workshop right at the entrance." Zhou Hui walked to the forge door. The door slowly creaked open. Like the door of hope opening, a bright future was being conceived from the initial steps. Light shone on Zhou Hui as if he had found the light of his true love. Zhou Hui wondered, "Well, let's see how many people have gathered." A noisy, bustling scene appeared right before Zhou Hui's eyes. People jostled to stand in front of the forge door. Zhou Hui stood before everyone, starting to gather them loudly. "All right, we will start the interviews in order." Although Zhou Taewon had anticipated it, he was still surprised by the sheer number of people gathered before the forge gate, a morning like any other normal morning. The peaceful scene unfolded as usual. Zhou Hui calculated in his head, "First, eliminate the talkative ones. Talkative people are often dishonest and easily incite and agitate those around them, so eliminate. Second, eliminate the old and frail. Work at the iron forge is very strenuous, so they often can't endure it. Eliminate. Third, eliminate those who are too dull-witted. An empty mind will mess up every process, so eliminate. Whatever the business talent is most important. In my previous life, I majored in business administration and had experience from various jobs. To start a business, I learned about e-commerce and sometimes read a few relevant books, which I now find very useful. Like 5 million startups in the age of hurt. Live like a CEO, self-employed principles for success. Sometime later, on a fresh morning, at the forge, Zhou Hui was giving a speech to boost everyone's morale. "Welcome everyone to becoming a member of the workshop. Because you need to get used to the work for the time being, everyone must be present in the morning." Zhou Hui smiled, handing out a piece of paper as he spoke. "This is the contract. First, those chosen for charcoal burning gather here. Anyone who can read it now. Anyone who doesn't understand, just listen to my explanation. Those who can read, please confirm the contents." The workers took the paper and felt confused. Zhou Hui sensed this and continued to explain. "As I said, the wage for a charcoal burner is 8 wen copper cash per day. If you work overtime, you will receive an additional allowance. 1 shichi in 2 hours gets 2 wen. The hired workers started asking questions. "Overtime allowance? What is that?" Zhou Hui flashed a bright smile and explained, "It means getting paid extra. Thanks to his open attitude, friendly smile, and good treatment, the workers became more enthusiastic. They happily said, "Working for so long, this is the first time I've heard about getting paid extra. Getting paid an extra too, when per shichen. Wow." Then Johui continued offering good benefits to them, and if you want, you get 1 day off every 7 days. On that day, you'll receive a holiday allowance. The holiday allowance will be 6 yen. This made the workers' faces beam with joy and surprise, as they had never heard of such a thing before. They were curious. A day off holiday allowance. Johui continued to shine like an angel. Smiling, he told everyone, even if you take a day off, you will still receive wages. It's very important for the forge that everyone rests well. You must rest to maintain your stamina. That way you can work hard the next day. The workers beamed, almost disbelieving this because they had never received such good things before. They exclaimed, "Rest, still get paid while resting. Not working, but still counted as work." Johui continued to offer benefits. Everyone doesn't need to be too surprised. There are also performance bonuses. Each day, if you produce over 30 bars of charcoal, that person will get an extra reward. So if someone works hard, they can receive 12 yen a day. The workers, surprised, blurted out, 12 yen, oh my god." Johui continued to draw the workers closer by offering more benefits. Here you also get holidays off. Not 1 day off per week, but 1 day off per month. If you still work on the day off, you'll receive double the normal wage. The workers were too thrilled to speak. Johui continued to paint a bright future for the workers' vision, so they could see. There's also annual leave. If everyone works hard throughout the year without any major mistakes, you'll get an additional 5 days off, while still receiving wages for those 5 days. Of course, if you don't want to, you can also work on these holidays, and naturally, the wage will be double the usual rate. The workers were overly excited and eager to work at the forge. They seemed unable to believe it, only able to utter words from the bottom of their hearts. Oh, impossible. Of course, for a modern person. There's nothing surprising. This is the product of capitalism created after many mistakes and failures. Johui explained the work to the laborers. Naturally, everyone working in other stages will enjoy similar benefits after signing the contract. In return, absolutely no disclosure of anything within the forge to the outside, not even to family members. Johui seriously pointed out an important rule. If violated, you will be immediately dismissed without condition. An investigation will reveal it immediately. Many people are willing to work here, you know. The workers responded enthusiastically, practically idolizing the forge, cheering, "We absolutely won't say anything. Don't worry, we definitely won't open our mouths. Hurry up and assign us work. Work jobs. We want to start working right now." Johui reached out to his father while speaking. "Also, the charcoal burners follow me. The rest stay here for my father to assign tasks." Johui smiled brightly and continued, "Naturally, there's no need to worry about wages. Just learning will also earn wages." The workers at Johui's forge had the fire of determination ignited within them. Light directed towards the future, enthusiastic cheers. "We understand. For the forge, we will try our best. Where else pays wages like this?" Johui secretly stood behind, smiling enigmatically, giving off a sinister feeling. The crowd below went wild. Hearing this, everyone filled with enthusiasm, ready to sell themselves to the capitalist. They shouted in unison, "We know, we are willing to sacrifice for the iron forging workshop. Nowhere else pays us like this." At the forge, the workers were diligently working. Some heated iron, others continuously hammered it. Suddenly, from a corner, Jo Taewon's angry voice rang out, "Oh ho, I told you, the windmill bellows aren't allowed to rest. I definitely told you not to burn charcoal like that. If you turn away, will the cycle even work, the heat? You must use your whole body to feel this heat." The person scolded by Jo Taewon only dared to bow his head and softly say, "I understand." Just a few seconds of quiet, and immediately Jo Taewon's scolding voice echoed again. "Tisk! Tisk!" Hammering unconsciously. Like that only adds to the noise I told you not to use. Different amounts of force each time you strike the hammer. Strike the exact spot with the same force. That worker, scolded by Jo Taewon, turned pale and quickly replied, "I will remember." Jo Tae-won's attitude completely changed when observing another young man working. Jo Tae-won appeared extremely pleased, smiling as he said, "Very good, very good." The focus of casting is to transform the necessary shape into the smallest casting amount. Boldly omitting the handle part in the casting frame was the right judgment. That handle just needs wood. Oh chill, you really learn 10 things from being taught 1. What could be better than being praised by the boss? Oh chill smiled, hand raised to his head, looking embarrassed replied, "Haha, you praise me too much, sir. This made some people around feel envious because they were scolded while others were praised." Jo-hye watching from behind as his father managed the employees, like a team leader in some capitalist company, chuckled inwardly thinking, position really changes a person. Jo-hye approached his father and said, "Father, spare me a moment." Being so focused, Jo Tae-won almost didn't hear his son's voice. He tilted his head slightly and asked, "What is it?" Jo-hye, face unchanged, said, "Everyone looks proficient now, don't they? Perhaps we should start the business." Hearing Jo-hye mention this, Jo Tae-won snapped his head around, displeasure showing on his face. Unbelievable. With this level of skill, what can they produce? The quality of the forge cannot be this poor. Jo-hye calmly said, "Haven't I said it many times? Fundamentally, just a quality coat of paint is enough." Jo Tae-won frowned, his voice slightly abnormal. "Paint impossible. With their skills, they definitely can't do it." Jo-hye starting to feel uneasy himself. Now explained, "Father knows their wages clearly, right? It's been 20 days. Are you planning to spend the entire 1,000 taels on wages?" These words left his father wanting to speak but unable to. Jo-hye continued, "We also have to pay back Wang Ryan Tai. If we subtract the cost, we can only hold out for about 10 more days. Wages for the workers, food, our living expenses. It's really no joke. Father must be truly decisive now." For the Jo family, every second was crucial now. Jo Tae-won held up 3 fingers before his son's eyes and said loudly, "4 days. Just give me 4 more days. During that time, I'll try to imitate the artisans, see how it goes." Jo-hye replied with an extremely serious face. "Father said that a few days ago too. This really is the last time, I know." And so Jo Tae-won turned and walked away without another word. Time waits for no one, not even the main character. 4 days passed. At the forge, it was still noisy as usual. Some took hot charcoal to the furnace. Some continuously pumped the bellows until red-faced it. Others were responsible for pouring molten metal into molds. After pouring into the mold, the next task was for 2 muscular men to forge with hammers. Their coordination had now reached the realm of man and hammer becoming one, so their speed was incredibly fast. Jo-hye's naive father entering the forge couldn't believe his eyes and thought, "The efficiency is truly astonishing. How on earth did he think of this? My whole life I've done all these things, even enduring physical pain, to make charcoal grass, likely referring to bellows fuel, heart material cast forge. Yet it only took him 4 days to make a large iron plow." The blow to Jo Tae-won was truly significant. After all, a lifetime of effort couldn't compare to his son's 4 days. What father could endure that? Surely in his 40 years, Jo Tae-won had never encountered a situation like this. It's finished, the voices of 2 young men, faces full of excitement after producing a new product. Jo-hye held the hammer in his hand and tested the resonance of the product. The clanging sound echoed pleasingly, making Jo-hye truly satisfied with it. However, something seemed off about Father Jo Tae-won's face coming from behind. He walked over resentfully, his voice tinged with grievance. "Horrifying. Give me back my 40 years. Seeing the 2 streams of tears from his father made Jo-hye confusedly ask, "What are you saying?" Jo Tae-won said, "If you had this method, you should have told me sooner." Understanding his father's meaning, Jo-hye laughed, haha, and replied, "The best way is often thought of last. It's considered quite late now, though." Hearing his son say this, Jo Tae-won's face darkened further. He was blaming him for how much he had suffered working hard. Jo-hye didn't want to waste time on trivial talk either. He asked, "But doesn't father feel something is empty?" After looking around for a while, Jo Tae-won finally realized, that's right. Turns out the casting furnace crew is sitting idle. Jo-hye nodded and replied, "Yes, We probably need to quickly buy a few more hammers. That way the number of forgers can also increase. Zhou Taiwan couldn't add another word, just smiled respectfully and glanced at Zhou Hui. That day, by rotating shifts operating the forge, 2 iron plows were produced. Until 100 iron plows were produced didn't take more than 4 days. Time passed like that for half a year. At the Zhou family's forge, inside, a completely different scene unfolded. The number of workers had increased significantly, along with professionalism in the iron forging process. Every hammer strike represented their half-year of non-stop working experience. The sun was past its zenith, shining through door cracks. In Zhou Hui's room, Zhou Hui was choosing shoes from his family's shoe rack. He was examining the jet-black shoes. His current appearance resembled a successful merchant wearing luxurious clothes, shoes on his feet, a smiling face. He said, "With this I don't need to be envious of anyone anymore, huh?" From the doorway, an old man holding a book stood still without moving. Only now did Zhou Hui turn his eyes to him and say, "Come in quickly, Steward Li." The person Zhou Hui called Steward Li was actually named Li Yusong, the steward of the Iron Forge. He said, "Forge Master, these are the matters needing approval today." Looking at the long scroll of text presented by Li Yusong after reading carefully for a while, Zhou Hui said, "As expected, today's results from Daisan Pavilion are still the best." Li Yusong respectfully clasped his hands, bowed slightly, and replied, "Most parts of the forge are trying hard, but the workers at Sosan Pavilion still lack many skills." After reading everything, Zhou Hui identified the problem. He said to old Li, "Skill is one thing, but it's a matter of morale. The people at Daisan still need to be paid more. Please encourage the workers at Sosan Pavilion a bit more." Recalculating, Zhou Hui had reorganized the forge into 3 pavilions. Daisan Pavilion produced large iron products, like ploughsgates posts. Sosan Pavilion produced small iron farming tools, like shovels, sickles, hoes, gutters, iron bars, and was the place for new recruits. Kaisan Pavilion was a newly established and invested department to produce higher-tech products like safes locks, carriages, lanterns, and iron wheels. This method of dividing into small sections by Zhou Hui was extremely effective because companies in his previous life did the same, so he was very confident. Regarding Zhou Hui's instructions, Li Yusong replied, "I will pay attention to this matter, and also." Reaching this point, old Li suddenly stopped speaking, making Zhou Hui feel slightly suspicious. He quickly asked, "Is there something else?" Li Yusong replied, "A guest has come looking for you." Zhou Hui could guess who it was, but he still wanted confirmation. "Brother Li has arrived. Is he waiting in the guest room?" referring to Li Jiangjai. Li Yusong chuckled softly and said, "He arrived 2 shichen ago. He said he would wait until you finished your work." Li Yusong had barely finished speaking when Zhou Hui's legs shot off like a rocket. He ran, while frantically saying, "If so, you should have quickly informed me." In Zhou Hui's reception room, Li Jiangjai was currently sitting and enjoying tea when he suddenly heard someone approaching. This person was none other than Zhou Hui. As soon as Zhou Hui saw Li Jiangjai, his face lit up with joy. He ran like a child, his voice gentle. "Oh, brother Jiangjai, ha ha ha, sworn." Brother Li Jiangjai was equally happy to see Zhou Hui. Before even sitting down, Zhou Hui immediately asked, "I still feel hungover from drinking with you 3 days ago. Don't tell me you plan to take me down again, Hyung." Li Jiangjai laughed and said, "How could that be? This sworn brother's stomach is just like yours. I just stopped by to say hello before heading back." Hearing these words from Jiangjai, Zhou Hui felt extremely smug and arrogant, laughing, "Haha, I like this pretentious, strong look." Li Jiangjai replied with an unwilling expression, "The owner of that house just doesn't suit me. Next time I will definitely win." Zhou Hui's hand immediately opened his perverted face, laughing, "Ha ha, Hyung, quickly give me the silver you promised." Although reluctant, a gentleman keeps his word. Li Jiangjai took a bag of silver from his clothes and gave it to Zhou Hui, saying, "Victory and defeat haven't been decided yet. It's not over yet, so there's nothing good about it. But you keep calling Brother Zhongjie." "Who exactly is Brother Zhongjie?" But Zhou Hui didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was taking out the silver ingots from the bag, making Li Jiangjie quite bitter but unable to do anything. The two of them kept talking like that, without knowing what they were talking about. After some trivial talk, Li Jiangjie became serious again. He asked, "All right, so the matter of the Guardian still hasn't been decided?" Zhou Hui nodded and replied, "Yes, I will think more about it and report back to you later, Hyung." Li Jiangjie said, "Handling it carefully is good, but there's no more time. Using the Hoa Long Merchant Guild's name to block things has its limits, no matter how much you care about security. Right now, nobody knows that the cheap iron products on the market are all from your forge." Li Jiangjie's words made Zhou Hui a bit concerned. He was also slightly surprised it happened so quickly. Jiangjie continued, "Your goods have been circulating throughout Anhui City for half a year. No matter how careful you are, there haven't been hundreds of ox carts going back and forth between us. So, unless someone is an idiot, there's no way they wouldn't know the iron products the Merchant Guild sells are yours. Moreover, just by looking at the main gate of the forge, they can guess the success of the forge recently. If officials rush in and calculate your iron and steel matters, what will happen? The forge disappearing without a trace is just a matter of time. Naturally, the one supplying you iron, which is me, will also face difficulties." Zhou Hui understood Jiangjie's worries, however he felt it wasn't that serious. This was shown on his face, still somewhat relaxed, as he said, "Even so, nothing has happened recently." Li Jiangjie suddenly got angry. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. His voice cold, "Is it because you're naive or pretending not to know? Until now, you've only paid attention to the Hoa Long Merchant Guild, and that's reaching its limit. You don't know how cunning those officials are." Completely contrary to Li Jiangjie's worried fear, Zhou Hui smiled brightly. He took out the red book from his clothes. It was precisely Zhou Hui's carefree attitude that made Li Jiangjie grit his teeth and think silently, He pulled out that book again. Reading the encyclopedia for a bit, Zhou Hui said, "It's true there are rumors like you said, Hyung. A few days ago, I also went to the Daijin Merchant Guild. Right yesterday, the Yupek Merchant Guild, somehow found out I like collecting shoes and gave me silk shoes as a gift. Moreover, their conditions were good, proposing a deal. With this side, naturally that place isn't ordinary either, right? Maybe it can block outside pressure just like you, Hyung." Unable to stand Zhou Hui's attitude, Li Jiangjie snatched the book from Zhou Hui's hand. He was so angry he couldn't punch Zhou Hui, only daring to yell, "Oh ho? This person? How can relationships between people be bound only by benefits? What about feelings? After yelling one sentence, Li Jiangjie calmed down. He said, sighing, "Sworn brother, you can't hide under my shadow for much longer. The problem isn't just with the officials. It's been over a month since the forge merchants protested in front of the guild. They will soon swarm towards you. That's something they're betting their lives on." Li Jiangjie had just finished speaking when Zhou Hui clasped his hands together, his face showing no surprise, as if he already knew. He confidently said, "If it's that matter, I've already considered it." Li Jiangjie was startled and asked, "What now?" Zhou Hui didn't elaborate, just smirked mysteriously, making the old man wait for the next part. If Zhou Hui didn't say, the old man didn't want to ask either. He said, "Solve the iron issue as soon as possible. Going directly under the Lord Mayor would be best, but the Lord Mayor won't protect a mere forge. You must definitely find something to connect with him as soon as possible." Zhou Hui took a sip of tea. The look of an expert observing a novice, asked Hyung, "What do you think my monthly net profit is from operating the forge?" Naturally, Li Jiangjie couldn't grasp it all. Zhou Hui answered Li Jiangjie's query. "It's about 600 taels of silver, equivalent to 60 taels of gold." These words stunned Li Jiangjie. 60 taels of gold. Even at its peak, my merchant guild might not have earned that much. The corner of Zhou Hui's mouth slightly lifted. He said, "All official matters are handled with regular installments equivalent to bribes. I'm not afraid of the officials, but what I fear most is them trying to swallow the forge whole. Those afraid of officials, those free within the legal framework to gain benefits." Iki Masik, a group following brutal force policies, regardless of everything those who thoroughly conceal grudges and clearly distinguish friend from foe, that is, the Jiang Hu. Zhou Hui completely anticipated Li Jiangjae's aforementioned points. Calmer than ever, he said, "Right, that's why I've made up my mind." Zhou Hui's finger gently touched the surface of the teacup. He wrote something on the table with tea water, his eyes sharp again, looking at Jiangjai, a collective filled with royal general positions and clans. For evil people, it's a place where just hearing the name is enough to make them terrified. The heads of the 5 great families, who always bring skilled swordsmen from the Jianghu to be their own. Looking at the character on the table now, Li Jiangjai couldn't even speak properly. He stammered, "Don't tell me." Zhou Hai raised his voice clearly and said, "Yes, I want to take the king of Anhui City as my guardian. Lord Namgung, the Namgung family, peerless, sword, master of the heavens, solitary walker, suppressing the world, absolute sword of the central plains." These firm affirmations spoken directly by Zhou Hui made Li Jiangjai unable to even sit steadily. He trembled, asking sworn brother, "Is this possible?" A few days before meeting Sang Guanbi at the center of Changpong County, Anhui City, here citizens and martial artists bustled in and out. The noisy, bustling life activities of the people. Zhou Hui strolled down the street, suddenly noticed something happening, stopped, and asked the people around, "What's going on here?" An old man nearby replied, "Heard there's a fight at the brothel, a man with long brown hair. Wearing red martial attire, holding a saber, exuded strong pressure. His face looked very angry. He yelled loudly, 'Don't you understand human language? Then let's fight to decide who should stay in this brothel.'" Zhou Hui showed clear excitement mixed with curiosity, as he had never seen martial artists fight before. He thought silently, Oh, are they really fighting?" The 2 martial artists with grievances began to clash. Both used footwork to close the distance, putting all their strength into the first collision. Sword and saber met, creating a piercing sound as metal clashed. In just a few short seconds, the red-clad martial artist unleashed dozens of consecutive saber strikes. The saber path seemed to shatter everything in sight, but his opponent was no amateur. He smirked contemptuously while dodging all the attacks. This was the first time Zhou Hui had seen such an intense clash of saber and sword. Zhou Hui could only stare, wide-eyed, mouth agape, unable to contain his excitement. Oh, which master is that person from?" The 2 old men standing in front began discussing the 2 fighting mer. The one holding the saber is a local military official, famously known as the Tiger King sect, but not quite a master. The one holding the sword also belongs to a private sect called the Sea Sword Fire, but not to the level of being called a master. Exchanging blows, vying over every sword strike and saber cut, suddenly Sea Sword Fire leaped high into the air. Zhou Hui thought silently, like that, and still not considered a master. Back to the fight, Sea Sword Fire swung his sword down from the sky as if tearing the heavens. Tiger King sect also used the ground for support, unleashing a saber strike as if shattering space. The surprise attack helped Sea Sword Fire gradually gain control of the fight. Sea Sword Fire used his sword moves to lead Tiger King sect into a pre-prepared trap. Just half a beat slow, the tip of Sea Sword Fire's sword almost touched Tiger King sect's neck. Tiger King sect's face now sensed danger. Death was only inches away. Suddenly, a stone deflected the tip of Sea Sword Fire's sword, making it veer away from Tiger King sect's neck. Both were surprised by the stone interfering in their fight. Sea Sword Fire, who should have won the fight, swung his sword and yelled loudly to find the stone thrower. "Who are you?" A man wearing the Namgung family martial uniform approached and threatened these private sect trash. "I just looked away for a moment, and you've crawled out as numerous as cockroaches. These insects hurry up and disappear." Sea Sword Fire and Tiger King sect's faces darkened upon seeing the Namgung family member. These 2 immediately fled. Zhou Hui, with an extremely excited face, after witnessing everything, could only exclaim, "So cool." After that day, I decided to bet everything on the Namgung family. Sometime later, at Zhou Hui's forge, Zhou Hui and Li Jiangjae were sipping tea and chatting. Zhou Hui started Hyung. Do you remember the first day I came to visit you? Li Jiangjai choked on his tea after hearing replying, "Spurt, how could I forget?" Zhou Hui continued with a face reminiscing about the early days of starting the business. "Yes, that was also unbelievable for me. Actually, all I could do for you was just an oath. However, you gave me the silver." Li Jiangjai laughed, replying, "Haha, if I went back to that time, I would give you 10,000 taels, not 1,000 taels." Zhou Hui continued, "This time I will also try venturing into the Namgung family. At worst, I lose the capital. Could I possibly lose my life too?" Li Jiangjai gently replied, "That's right. Isn't sworn brother the forge master not lacking money? If the work goes smoothly and successfully and you find a guardian, don't forget this sworn brother," Zhou Hui said with a face demanding benefits. "Just talk," Li Jiangjai indifferently replied. This person, I probably have to go now. If anything happens, definitely send me a letter." Zhou Hui saw Li Jiangjai to the forge gate, clasped his hands respectfully as his sworn brother left. "Wish you a safe journey, Hyung," Li Jiangjai said while walking. "Thanks, sworn brother." Forge steward Li Yusong appeared and reported to Zhou Hui, "Forge master, your father is looking for you regarding some matter." Zhou Hui replied, "My father." At the Zhou house, Zhou Hui was looking around and thinking silently, why suddenly tell me to fix my attire? Zhou Taewon opened the door and slowly walked into the room. Zhou Hui spoke, "Father." Zhou Taewon held a mysterious purple box that looked very formal, entered and said, "Just sit down, son." Zhou Hui replied, "Yes." Zhou Hui sensed something was wrong, lost his composure and asked Zhou Taewon. Suddenly, "What's wrong, father?" Zhou Taewon touched the mysterious box he had just brought out and said, "I also don't know when this thing was passed down in our family. I guess maybe from ancestor Zhou Maengdeok's generation. But that's just the ancestors' speculation. However, the ancestors left a family precept saying to pass this thing to the person who will represent the family generation of that era. And today I will pass it down to you. No matter what anyone says, you are the one who rebuilt our family. You are the most suitable person to lead this generation." Zhou Hui worriedly replied, "Father, why talk so sadly? It's all because of you, father." Zhou Taewon placed his whole hand on the mysterious box, swearing an oath. Zhou Taewon, 20th generation grandson of the Zhou family, passes down the righteous heaven blood jade to son Zhou Hui, the family representative. Zhou Hui, confused, opened the mysterious box and pondered, "Wait, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. In my past life, my dad also gave me a pink jade necklace like this." Zhou Taewon said sternly, "Always keep it with you until it's passed down to the one who will lead the next family generation. That is the mission of the one who receives the righteous heaven blood jade." Zhou Hui realized with shock, if so, then this righteous heaven blood jade is the treasure of the Zhou family. If it's present in my house, then did I transmigrate into an ancestor from long ago? Suddenly, the righteous heaven blood jade continuously glowed and emitted various sounds. This person resembles a descendant who has experienced the righteous heaven sword. Isn't that right, grand ancestor? It truly is the aura of righteous heaven. With this aura, isn't he already a venerable one? That's right. This guy is definitely a venerable one, no doubt about it. What extraordinary creation is this? Is this possible? How can a venerable one exist in reality? If one has gone through the cycle of life and death, they must definitely be imprisoned in the blood jade. Zhou Hui panicked at the sight and sound he was experiencing, screaming. Mommy, despite Zhou Hui trembling after seeing the blood jade, Zhou Taewon remained calm as if hearing nothing. Casually asking, "What's wrong, son?" Zhou Hui replied with a trembling voice. "The blood jade. It spoke." Before Zhou Hui could recover from his shock, the righteous heaven, blood jade emitted sound again. "You can hear us speak. How can this be? If so, can we talk to that descendant? Hey, truly a genius indeed." Zhou Taewon stood up while saying, "I also had a strange dream once when I saw the blood jade. Because it's not an ordinary object, always keep your soul pure." Zhou Hui hastily replied, "Yes, yes." Then Zhou Taewon left the room, leaving only Zhou Hui and the blood jade still in the box. Zhou Hui spoke with difficulty. Um... The blood jade glowed for a moment. Then the image of an old man appeared accompanied by a commanding voice, silencing all other sounds from the blood jade. Silence! What is your name, Zhou Hui? Both confused and feeling strange replied. I am Zhou Hui. I'm fine, so everyone just speak naturally. The image of the old man continued. The fact that you can hear our voices means your soul's status is equivalent to us venerable ones. But how come I don't see the thread from you? Zhou Hui asked confusedly. Thread? What is that? The old man's image explained. After receiving the great power suitable for the choice and grace of the righteous heaven, blood jade. Instead you will receive a connection with the blood jade, meaning linked together by a thread. Finally, when that person's life ends, the soul will belong to the embrace of the blood jade. But I don't see such a thread with you. Zhou Hui curiously asked, Grace of the blood jade receive special powers? That image answered, correct. Normally one should receive some power. Besides that, there's no way to explain your soul being on par with a venerable one. Zhou Hui asked again. That great power. What kind of power are you referring to? The image replied again. It depends on what you want. If you want to learn martial arts, you will receive the body of heavenly man unity. If you choose the 4 arts zither, go calligraphy painting. You might receive the heavenly brain spirit. If you dream of becoming king, you will obtain the mind's eye and can summon everyone under heaven. If you are a cultivator seeking the Tao, you will become a seeker of the Tao with high spiritual enlightenment. Zhou Hui regretfully replied, I have never received any grace like that. Zhou Hui thought silently, if such a thing existed, would I have needed to struggle so hard to build the forge? The image pointed straight at Zhou Hui, replying sharply, what don't hide it. You definitely took something from the righteous heaven blood jade. Besides it, there's no other way to explain your soul's quality. Zhou Hui was startled, realizing one strange thing had indeed happened to him. After the accident and dying, I returned to the past and lived Zhou Hui's life. Could that be because of the righteous heaven blood jade? And can I tell them the truth about my transmigration? Zhou Hui felt anxious inside, then said, to be honest, I experienced something strange. However, it's unclear if it was due to the righteous heaven blood jade or not, and that's my life's secret, so I feel very scared. The soul in the blood jade replied, turns out you can't trust us. We are your ancient ancestors. You are merely our inheriting descendant. Nothing more, nothing less. Furthermore, all of us only exist in spirit, unable to exert power in the physical world, nor intending to. What harm could we possibly do to you? Zhou Hui asked doubtfully. Are you really my ancestors? The soul in the blood jade explained again. Correct. The righteous heaven blood jade is only passed down through the Zhou family line. Are you not the representative responsible for the Zhou family in this era? Then what ill intent could we have towards you? Zhou Hui hesitated for a moment, then resolutely revealed his biggest secret. I have transmigrated. The souls in the blood jade were shaken. Transmigration, impossible, grand ancestor. Why didn't I? Hoo. In the end, heaven didn't allow me to reverse cycle. I will only retain memories like a small fish. Ho Osima. You won. Ho. After the commotion that confused Zhou Hui, the blood jade stopped glowing. Zhou Hui curiously spoke up, esteemed ancestors. Phew. But the blood jade remained silent. No one responded. Zhou Hui picked up the jade box, puzzled, asking, Phew, what is this thing? Suddenly the sound of running echoed from outside the room door. The sound grew closer. Creak. The door burst open. Zhou Hyuk, face tired, but unable to hide his excitement, said loudly, Me go to the Namgung family with you. Zhou Hyuk breathed heavily, awaiting Zhou Hui's answer. His eyes shone brightly, but Zhou Hui with a cold face said, no. Zhou Hyuk clasped his hands earnestly, pleading with Zhou Hui. Beloved little brother. Zhou Hui coldly turned his back. Hyung, I won't be moved by you doing that. Still with a pleading face, Zhou Hyuk, seeing his chance as a martial artist, laid out conditions. I absolutely won't say anything, just let me stand beside you. I just want to see them. Once Zhou Hui, still with a cold face, shook his head and replied, No. Jo Hyuk knelt on one knee, clasped hands, begging little brother. No Hyung Jo Hae saw Jo Hyuk was very earnest about accompanying him, so he revealed a little. They came asking father to forge a true sword. Jo Hyuk dazedly replied, "What? True? True sword?" Jo Hyuk seemed to realize it, prostrating himself, hands clasped, begging Jo Hui to agree. "Even if it's 10 true swords, I will stand still without moving. Please, little brother, Namgung family, humph, huh." Jo Hui still resolutely refused to yield, replying. "No means no," Jo Hyuk trembled, then 2 streams of tears started flowing down as he lamented. Suddenly, Jo Tae-won came from behind after witnessing the whole scene, spoke up. "Hui, your brother won't open his mouth, so let him go with you." Jo Hui awkwardly replied, "No, why even father too?" Jo Tae-won with a radiant kind face said, "You two are brothers. Don't shoulder everything alone like that. After all, Hyuk is your older brother." Jo Hui hesitated, speaking. Then thought silently. "But this guy still hasn't fulfilled his duties as a son." Jo Tae-won sincerely persuaded again. "I will never ask you for things like this again, so please yield just once." Jo Hui hesitated, then sighed and replied, "Hyung, you really won't open your mouth, right?" Jo Hyuk excitedly stood up and replied, "Of course martial artists are inherently honest, and I am a calm person." Jo Hui sighed in relief and replied, "Second brother, we will depart in a few days. Go and prepare." Cho Tae-il and Cho Hyuk smiled faintly, the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Cho Hyuk, full of joy, laughed and said, "Great, leave it to me. I will prepare everything necessary." At the iron workshop on a day like any other, someone suddenly came to report. "Workshop master, big trouble." Jo Hui calmly replied, "What is it?" The messenger, an old man, panicked and said, "Many people are coming to our iron workshop. They are even carrying weapons." Jo Hui, seeming to realize something, replied, "Weapons?" Outside the main gate of the iron workshop, fierce shouts rang out. "You bastards, I'll kill you all!" A man holding a hammer kicked open the main gate of the iron workshop, followed by many people carrying weapons like axes, spears, and sickles. He shouted loudly, "Kill everyone from the iron workshop." Jo Hui, as if anticipating this would happen, thought, "What must come will come." Jo Hui stood proudly before them. Clasping his hands in greeting, he shouted loudly, "I am Jo Hui, the master of this iron workshop." The people in front were very agitated and angry, their voices overlapping. "So you've come. Good thing I met you. I'll tear you apart with my own hands. That filthy face of yours, is it you? You're the unreasonable one. Damn it, what are you bowing for now? Shameless, thick-skinned bastard." Jo Hui appeared calm, puzzled by their appearance, and replied, "I still don't understand what I have done wrong to you all." The hammer-wielding leader of the group shouted loudly, "Merchants also have their own business ethics." Jo Hui chuckled in reply, "Pfuft, merchants!" The leading man felt slighted and cursed angrily. This guy. Jo Hui calmly took step after step, his imposing aura growing, and said, "I only ask one question. Even if you sell cheaper than my iron workshop, you still can't surpass me. Can you maintain your business by lowering prices?" The crowd fell silent, looking at each other as if realizing something. Jo Hui thought to himself, of course not. Most of these people are owners of small workshops. Jo Hui radiated the aura of a leader and ordered, "Follow me. I will give everyone a tour of my iron workshop." The owners of these small workshops hesitated, looking at each other given the situation, then followed Jo Hui inside, entering the forging room. They were overwhelmed by the focused atmosphere, the sounds of hammering shaking the ground, the serious work ethic. The work progress was like a storm despite the large fires of the workers at Jo Hui's iron workshop. They were surprised by the number of people and equipment. Oh my God! How many anvils are there? With so many people, how many blacksmiths are here? This is crazy impossible. Jo Hui revealed a cold expression, his eyes sharp, and said, "Can you all defeat me?" The owners of the small workshops looked downcast, avoiding Jo Hui's gaze, knowing they couldn't compete with him in terms of work, progress, quality, or quantity of finished products. Zhou Hui took a breath, his face serious, and spoke loudly. Ultimately, when will everyone realize they are being suppressed by the 4 major workshops? When will Anhui have an iron workshop worthy of being called the best under heaven? Why does our Anhui Iron District lose out to Sacheon? The small workshop owners resignedly accepted, replying, "Yes, that's right." Zhou Hui declared loudly, stirring everyone up. In the last 100 years, has our Anhui received any orders from the imperial family? The imperial family only chooses the sons of this Anhui land to be soldiers. Our Anhui doesn't deserve to be sidelined by the imperial family like this. Don't you all agree? Zhou Hui with a smug face continued. Furthermore, do you know what our Anhui has? Who forged the legendary Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? It seemed Zhou Hui's words stirred something within the small workshop owners. They excitedly replied, "That's right. We are descendants of legendary blacksmiths. Iron is just lifeless, or His Majesty is truly outrageous for not valuing our talents. We must rise up." Zhou Hui, waiting for these words, clasped his hands and shouted, "Help me realize that dream." While they were still confused and bewildered, help realize the dream. What the hell is he talking about? Zhou Hui fiercely and boldly incited everyone further. If our Anhui wants to defeat Sacheon, we must overwhelm them in quantity. Items made from Anhui iron will be everywhere in the country. If we operate the small workshops together, perhaps we can defeat Sacheon. Therefore, we must all join forces. Zhou Hui said while pointing to the workers here, "Please be their guides. Use the experience accumulated over the years to contribute to this victory. Now everyone doesn't need to personally do everything in the forge anymore." Zhou Hui extended his hand towards Cho Tai-il and said, "Father, come here," despite Cho Tai-il being surprised. Zhou Hui announced to everyone present, "This is the man who created this iron workshop. Currently, he alone directs everything in this workshop. I want to invite all the elders who run their own workshops to come here. Everyone's wage will be 10 taels of silver. Additionally, each person will receive a separate bonus based on their ability. Naturally, I will buy all the remaining stock and equipment from your forges at a high price. Will you help me?" The small workshop owners whispered among themselves, hesitating at Zhou Hui's invitation. Not waiting for them to think further, Zhou Hui clapped his hands, ordered his servants, and said, "Bring the things I have prepared here." 2 servants gently and slowly, one on each side, brought out a rectangular object completely covered with colored cloth. Zhou Hui walked over decisively, pulled down the covering cloth, and declared, "Everyone, this represents my determination, the Anhui Iron Workshop." Behind the cloth was a sign that attracted everyone's gaze. The sign read, "Anhui Iron Workshop." Zhou Hui continued loudly, "If you agree to come work for me, then you yourselves have created the name Anhui Iron Workshop." The people around became excited, cheering enthusiastically. "I agree. Great, we will make the Anhui Iron Workshop the best under heaven." Zhou Hui, with an expression showing everything was under control, gently spoke to Cho Tai-il. "Father, please explain to everyone present here." Cho Tai-il awkwardly replied, "I know." While cheers filled the room, Zhou Hui gently turned away, a faint smile on his face. His bright red eyes emitted a dangerous aura, as if everything had been part of Zhou Hui's plan from the beginning. Zhou Hui thought to himself, this is the art of persuasion convincing opponents. After leaving the forging room, Manager Li was already waiting for Zhou Hui outside. Zhou Hui said, "Manager." The manager quickly replied, "Yes, workshop master." Zhou Hui had already planned tasks for the small workshop owners, arranged for half of them to go to Gisan Pavilion. Manager Li replied, "If it's Gisan Pavilion, is the workshop master planning to improve that carriage?" Zhou Hui laughed triumphantly. "Haha, that's right. It's time to make a new, comfortable, affordable carriage that the Central Plains has never seen before. If we launch it onto the market, it will be a true revolution. We will hold the entire carriage market of the Central Plains in our hands." The manager clasped his hands, bowed his head, and replied, "I can only admire the workshop master's capabilities." Zhou Hui continued, "Phew, have you totaled all of today's expenses yet?" "Prepare everything fully," the manager replied. "I have prepared everything already." Joe Hui thought to himself, indeed, I chose someone skilled in business. The manager asked curiously, may I ask how long it will take? Joe Hui stated firmly, I can't say beforehand how long it will take. Until I achieve my goal, I won't return. This is a long road with an unknown arrival date. The manager worried, then if something important requires a decision, I can't delay it until the workshop master returns. Joe Hui gently replied, there is a book recording some things I predict will happen. You can refer to it. The manager bowed his head and replied, I will handle everything according to the workshop master's instructions. And sometime later, on a certain mountain, Joe Hui and Cho Tai-il rode horses at a gentle pace. Cho Tai-il was reading some book while riding. Joe Hui sat on horseback, thinking worriedly, now I'm more used to riding, but there are still many times I feel like falling off. Joe Hui glanced at Cho Hyuk beside him and thought unexpectedly, that guy rides so well. The book Cho Hyuk was reading made Joe Hui curious. That seems to be the Jianghu Annals. I heard this is the book where Jagal Du-un and Man Bakja recorded 1,000 years of Wulin history. Joe Hui asked curiously, is that interesting? Cho Hyuk's eyes remained focused on the book. He gently replied, yeah. Cho Hyuk glanced at Joe Hui. Joe Hui sighed, then thought to himself, oh God, please destroy that guy's martial arts dream. Cho Hyuk closed the book sharply and said something that made Joe Hui's heart jump. Are you cursing me in your heart right now, little brother? Although I'm your older brother, I haven't been able to do anything for you. That's why all this time you couldn't see my true self. Honestly, I still can't believe you are my real younger brother, Joe Hui. My little brother wasn't this smart. Joe Hui was speechless, worry welling up inside him. Cho Hyuk continued to convince those old blacksmiths from other workshops. You're like a monster from another world. Cho Hyuk continued to convince those old blacksmiths from other workshops. You're like a monster from another world. Among the people I know, no one is as eloquent as you. Cho Hyuk seemed confident about something, his eyes sparkling with hope as he spoke. But that doesn't mean I'll live a carefree life just because you're too outstanding. Joe Hui was confused because Cho Hyuk was acting very strangely today. He thought, what is this? Why is he suddenly so serious and reliable? Joe Hui looked Cho Hyuk over thoroughly, noticing details from his posture to the muscles hidden beneath his clothes. His calloused hands covered in overlapping scars and scratches. Joe Hui thought to himself, well, thinking back, I always thought he was just imitating things from novels. Joe Hui spoke sympathetically to Cho Hyuk. So you've also trained yourself a lot. Cho Hyuk hesitated slightly, then said seriously, if you swing a sword, you can forget many things. Do you remember that year of famine? Joe Hui seriously recalled his eyes emitting killing intent as he asked back, are you talking about what happened 10 years ago? That year the harvest failed badly. The government's relief grain was stolen by mountain bandits, right? Cho Hyuk said through gritted teeth. Father was beaten half to death by those mountain bandits. Do you know what I was thinking then? Back then I just wished I could protect our father and my little brother. I won't let anyone in our family be beaten by others again. Joe Hui was surprised to see Cho Hyuk's determination. This was no longer the fool he had perceived before. Joe Hui smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly, his eyes showing trust. Joe Hui clapped Cho Hyuk on the shoulder encouragingly. You can definitely do it, brother. Cho Hyuk, receiving his brother's encouragement, blushed bashfully and said awkwardly, Let go, oh my. The two brothers continued walking, laughing and joking happily. Ha ha. Just then the blood jade flashed and then shone brightly. A voice echoed from the blood jade. A bastard using his tongue to deceive the world. Ha! In the forest, although riding a horse required no effort, Joe Hui's face showed some annoyance from listening to the rambling of the souls in the blood jade. Voices continuously emerged. A descendant of the great Cho family, yet only able to establish one iron workshop. Ugh, just looking makes me tired, but it's better than his father. Just thinking of him makes me mad. True, this kid is the same, not 100,000 times better than that other guy, because it was too annoying and he couldn't scold them openly. Joe Hui could only mutter to himself internally. Is this what you ancestors left for your descendants? No treasures, but plenty of gossip. The souls seemed to read Joe Hui's innermost thoughts. Instantly, within the blood jade space, three old heads spoke harshly. What was that? That word gossip sounds like you're cursing us. Treasures, kid, do you know how precious a wonder the righteous heaven blood jade is? Suddenly being called out by these souls, and even having his thoughts seen through by the old men, made Zhou Hui jump involuntarily. He thought, they can even read my thoughts. The other souls immediately explained this to Zhou Hui. Isn't it obvious your soul, kid, is already within our domain? Although not yet connected to the Jade's thread, we recently learned of that soul, and it's tightly bound by the righteous heavens cycle, so telepathy is natural. Zhou Hui was a bit unhappy, because if his thoughts could be heard, what personal secrets could he have? If he happened to curse the old men, his ears would ring all day. Zhou Hui asked, "There are 8 of you in total, right?" The pitch-black souls bared their white teeth. Although their faces couldn't be seen, they must have been despicable when alive. Indeed, your mind is sharp. You could distinguish our voices so quickly. Zhou Hui said with some surprise. "No, how is this? Usually just hearing a few times is enough to recognize them," a soul said. "But you, kid, don't even know how smart you are, do you?" This was the first time Zhou Hui heard someone call him intelligent. In his past life, he was praised for being eloquent and having a good memory, but this was the first time being called smart. If I were really smart, I should have passed the civil service exam on the first try, but failing 7 times. I must be the only one in the world. The souls inside the blood jade chatted amongst themselves. It seems the one who thought your soul's quality increased was joking. Ha 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 ha. But soul quality alone can't explain his intelligence. Perhaps it's a characteristic only reincarnated people possess. Yes, even the things he applies in the iron workshop are clearly not from this world. Indeed, I was also very surprised by that. While those souls were chatting, another soul interjected. It was completely different from the others, having a real form, not just a vague shadow. The real soul snorted and said, "He is not suitable to become the hegemon inheriting Maeng Deok." Suddenly the name Maeng Deok startled Zhou Hui. He thought, could it be Zhou Chao Chao from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Is the ancestor of the Chou family Zhou? Before he could be surprised further, the old soul splashed cold water on Zhou Hui's face. "Am I your ancestor? Ridiculous. The Zhou family existed long ago. It's just that my father was once the adopted son of a eunuch who raised me differently." While Zhou Hui thought about the future hegemon, a shadowy soul spoke to the real soul, but anyway, compared to other descendants, he's still better. The old man retorted, just a favored son. How can someone like that be worthy of being king? Being looked down upon before even doing anything made Zhou Hui indignant. He frowned and said, "Hey, I pay them, so they call me that. What else should they do? Should I call them slaves, or hypnotize them into calling me that?" Just a few of them were already this noisy, making Zhou Hui too lazy to respond to those souls. His eyes were on his older brother Cho Hyuk, who was devouring the book in his hand, muttering, who exactly is the sword god? Zhou Hui couldn't hear or understand what his brother said and asked again. Cho Hyuk turned his face slightly excited and said loudly, "It's crazy unbelievable." In Cho Hyuk's mind appeared the image of the sword god. 1 hand, 1 sword. Each sword strike flies 1,000 miles. Everything before him turns to dust. He single-handedly defeated the 8th leader of the Hukma sect. It only took 6 strikes to sever the sect leader's head. With such a feat, even a newbie like Cho Hyuk found it incredibly captivating to read. Zhou Hui, not knowing about the Hukma sect, asked. Cho Hyuk said, "The current Cheonma fortress are their descendants." With this useful information, Zhou Hui thought, Cheonma Star is the strongest among the 3 hegemons of the unorthodox factions, including Cheonma Fortress, Hukcheon Alliance, and Sacheon Guild. Did he single-handedly destroy the sect that created such a powerful organization? Did he really do that? Seeing his younger brother still full of questions, Cho Hyuk said, "In history, no martial artist has ever been able to do this. Only the title Sword God remains. His name wasn't recorded. Did he leave it for his children because he had a family, or what happened at the end of his life? It's all unclear, just an unverified anecdote." As he finished speaking, Cho Hyuk looked a bit annoyed. He handed the book to Zhou Hui, looking resentful, and said, "Look, The records of the war god Sama Cheon-se fill 2 volumes, but the records about the sword god are only 3 pages. How unreasonable. Just as it got quiet, a voice from the blood jade rang out again. "Hey, have you ever doubted?" Johui asked what the soul said Maeng-deok's descendants were called hegemons. How could they live so ignorantly? Johui pondered, then replied, "I don't know. No one stays rich for 3 generations. How are royals any different?" The soul explained Maeng-deok never neglected his duties his entire life. The fortune I left behind alone amounted to 100,000 strings of cash. But after Maeng-deok, how much of the Cho family's history remains in this world? In Johoi's imagination, hearing the soul mention 100,000 strings of cash made his nerves jump. Johoi mentally calculated 100,000 strings. Converted to modern figures, that's about 375 tons. That's a huge amount. The soul asked again, "Will you make a deal with me?" This old man's words sparked suspicion in Johoi's heart. A deal? Why did you suddenly mention that? The complete soul explained, "They are still very powerful, but with our help, they too can compete for the top spot." Who are they? This phrase didn't refer to any specific power, filling Johoi's heart with questions. Johoi didn't know that the old man inside the blood jade speaking to him had changed. The old man's eyes radiated killing intent. His hands clenched repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and said, "What Maeng-deok wants is the annihilation of the Sama family." Johoi felt a little worried, thinking he occasionally mentions Sama. Is it because of them he harbors such hostility, but the Sama family now? No, please say something reasonable. They are the #1 family under heaven, descendants of the war god. How can the master of a small workshop like me possibly destroy them? Strolling through rows of green trees in the forest, Tiana, yes, Grandmaster. Can you pass on martial arts to this kid? A shadowy soul spoke. If Grandmaster commands, I will try. The peace didn't last long, as that conversation made Johoi unable to resist asking, who's that? In the blood jade space, the soul who had just promised the self-proclaimed ancestor, old man, slowly appeared. A handsome face with silver hair, holding a sword. Is that the sword, God Cho Tien, the heir of the Geomyung's undefeated one? Of course, Johoi heard the words of the souls inside, but his greatest fear had arrived. If my foolish older brother discovers the sword god's secrets, it will be big trouble. The blood jade glowed again. Jianga, yes, Grandmaster, can you pass the one vein technique to this kid's sword? God Tien didn't hesitate to reply, as long as the descendant of this humble one hasn't perished due to the dark merchants, then yes. Just hearing the two talk made Johoi exclaim, "This person looks formidable, huh?" The sword god recalled memories of airplanes, yachts, skyscrapers from the old world. Johoi immediately said, "I can also see the world you sometimes remember. The civilization and knowledge of that world are astounding, a world I couldn't possibly imagine." Johoi was now so angry he couldn't curse, only gritting his teeth. "Damn it, you can even see that. How are you different from stalkers?" Tien's ancestor said, "If we combine that novel power of yours with our strength, we can definitely compete. Do you intend to make a deal now?" In his past life, Johoi only wished for a good life, but the world was always unfair. However, Johoi could start over in this world. He had always wanted to become a master, but never had the chance. Now receiving the invitation from these ancient souls, he had made a decision in his heart. He tightened the sash on his clothes. The decision was made. He would make a deal. Crossing the forest, the two brothers finally arrived. Here, looking down from above, the city was packed with houses, people shopping, merchants trading. Looking at the surrounding scene reminded Johoi of his past life, the image of people holding phones, intently watching something. Returning to reality, the people here were carrying baskets of vegetables. While observing, Johoi thought, this district is like a giant living organism. Oh, Cho Hyuk's face was extremely excited as he saw a group of people ahead carrying flags. The Cho brothers approached. Cho Hyuk immediately asked the old man in pristine white clothes standing before him, "Old sir, is this Peking opera?" That old man laughed heartily. "Truly, a naive young lad. Is this your first time coming to see the opera?" Cho Hyuk nodded at the old man, smiling happily as he replied, Yes, that's right, I am from Pengtai County. Watching the two chat, Zhou Hui thought to himself, every time I feel people here talk to each other without any restraint. Now, after a moment of silence, Zhou Hui also approached the old man and spoke, Elder, elder, I am also from Pengtai County. The old man still wore a radiant smile of old age and replied, Ha ha, so there are two young lads from Pengtai County, eh? During the opera farewell banquet, the noise grew increasingly lively. In the center of the performance area were two people, one disguised as the Namok blood demon in purple clothes, the other as the Kangcheon swordmaster. Zhou Hui muttered, are they using the life story of Kangcheon, swordmaster Namgung Su, head of the Namgung family for business? He's the idol of the Anhui people. Contrary to Zhou Hui's calmness, Cho Hyuk was extremely excited, like a child given candy by his mother. His sparkling eyes looked nothing like someone passionate about martial arts training. The performance was in the stage of the two fighting. The cheers grew louder, but not everyone felt the same. Nearby, someone sneered contemptuously at the play. These ridiculous opera plays are always the same. One of the group of three said, That's right, Elder Man Pakja said the one who destroyed Namok Blood Demon wasn't Kangcheon Swordmaster, but Cheonro Blade Master. Didn't he announce this in the Jianghu Annals? Another one said, These guys never read precious books like the Jianghu Annals. The crowd watching the play, hearing others imply they lacked knowledge, turned around their faces somewhat fierce, asking, Who is it? Who dares? The man's words immediately stopped when he noticed some kind of symbol on the clothes near the left shoulder of the three men. Being disregarded by a commoner made that group a bit uncomfortable, and this also made the two watching the play feel like this trip was doomed. Suddenly, another figure flashed past that old man, leaving him unable to speak. It was Cho Hyuk. His hands were clenched tightly. The surrounding air vibrated slightly. He shouted loudly, What the hell did you say? Before this surprise could sink in, Cho Hyuk immediately brought another surprise to Zhou Hui. His foolish older brother dared to stand up and curse those three men. One of them, his eyes blazing red, his face full of killing intent, asked, Who are you? Being asked his name, how could a martial arts enthusiast like Cho Hyuk not answer? He held a book in his hand. He spoke loudly, I am a lover of the Jianghu Annals. Of course. Cheonro Blademaster was the one who directly took Namok Blood Demon's head back then. Who dares argue with that fact? But when the missing Hyang Cheon Great Sword Master returned to the world after half a year, what was that hidden blazing red handprint on his body? Wasn't it the Blood Heaven Great Tribulation hand? Even injured by the Blood Heaven Great Sword hand. Namok Blood Demon's ultimate technique, he still won and returned. That is a fact everyone in Anhui knows. Honestly, this was the first time Zhou Hui saw his older brother speak so clearly and in such detail. The words he spoke caused the people around to murmur. The man from before now had to look around to see what everyone was saying. Perhaps he had been silenced by someone else's words. Cho Hyuk continued, I truly respect Elder Man Pakja Master Jagal Yu-un, but no one is perfect. Seeing Cho Hyuk say those things made Zhou Hui feel a bit admiring. He thought, truly a genuine martial hero. Then his head shook back and forth. Wait, the opponent is the Jegal family aristocrats, one of the 5 great families. However, how could those 3 accept defeat from those words? The one in the middle tilted his head slightly, showing contempt, and asked, You saw it. Cho Hyuk spoke loudly and clearly before the crowd. That's right. Would the young sword heroes and guests of the Namgung family lie? That man sneered, Regardless, this rumor still spreads throughout Anhui. Our elder man Pakja invited Kangcheon Swordmaster to his residence to confirm this fact. Rejecting that invitation naturally means it was the Namgung family. Suddenly hearing those words made Cho Hyuk feel a bit stunned, his expression slightly awkward. Of course, as Elder Man Pakja truly, Master Kangcheon, Swordmaster defeated Namok Blood Demon after the battle, or was he knocked unconscious by the Blood Heaven? Great Sword Hand then returned to the family after regaining consciousness. You know it too. Cho Hyuk was extremely angry and couldn't help shouting, What did you say? Then did Elder Man Pakja directly see Cheonro blade, master behead. Namok blood demon, he beheaded. Namok blood demon, and then left with it. Hearing this, everyone around burst out laughing. Cho Hyuk's words must have amused them. Even the old man who first spoke to Cho Hyuk laughed heartily and said, "He took the head and left." When embarrassed people often get angry at those who confront them, the eyes of the man facing Cho Hyuk showed traces of bloodlust. His voice filled with killing intent. Even if you're a commoner, you still have to take responsibility for your words. Jo-hoi saw the situation wasn't good. At this rate, Cho Hyuk might get beaten to death here. As the man moved closer to Cho Hyuk, Jo-hoi immediately pulled Cho Hyuk back, smiling at the men in front and saying, "Great heroes. This brother of mine seems to have lost his mind. He's crazy. Come on, let's go. Why did you run out like that? Go play with the dogs." Cho Hyuk wanted to argue more with the man, but Jo-hoi covered his mouth and dragged him away before he could. The martial artist didn't pursue the Cho brothers either. Time passed and it was already afternoon. In a small room, the brothers Jo-hui and Cho Hyuk sat facing each other. Jo-hui put a hand to his head, looking disappointed. If you hadn't caused trouble. Luckily there were many people watching in the market center. Do you want condolence money? I told you to go home. Cho Hyuk's face fell as if attending a funeral. It's not like that. Cho Hyuk's foolishness angered Jo-hui even more. Jo-hui raised his voice. "Damn it, not like what you clearly promised not to open your mouth. So why did you pick a fight with the Jagal family as soon as we arrived in Hefei, holding a wooden sword and thinking it's a Vajra sword? Didn't you say your life was worthless because I was talented?" Cho Hyuk probably knew his foolish actions almost harmed Jo-hui, so he just lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "If you were any good, maybe even the Wulin Alliance leader would be beaten by you," he muttered. "Ugh, you really are crazy, truly crazy." Having scolded him, Jo-hui only regretted not beating Cho Hyuk senseless. He could only pick up the water cup and gulp it down in one go. In the tense atmosphere, Cho Hyuk suddenly shouted, "Brother Fei is here." The person who arrived was Lee Chang-jae. Before he could sit down, he asked, "What happened?" Jo-hui shook his head. Nothing. Please sit down, brother." As soon as Lee Chang-jae sat down, Jo-hui immediately spoke. "Tell me everything you know about the Namgung family. I hope for your help, brother." Mentioning the Namgung family made even someone like Lee Chang-jae cautious about every little detail. Jo-hei said, "Brother knows all the information available from informants or in the Jianghu annals. What I want is the personalities and activities of the important people in the Namgung family, including the current head. Personal goals, hobbies, conflicts, hidden scandals, about people like that." Jo-hoi's words made Lee Chang-jae's expression slightly serious. He said, "Let's see, sworn brother. The information you want is so crucial that even informants can't buy or sell it." "Is there no way?" Jo-hoi asked again. Lee Chang-jae sipped his tea, thinking deeply. After a moment he said, "It's not that there isn't. Better than the Beggars sect are the Night Butterflies or the Yehalam Guild. If it's that huge information organization, they surely have the information you desire, sworn brother. Even the third young master of a merchant guild like me has no way to meet them. Even if I could, the fee they charge is very expensive. For someone like Jo-hui to know about the Night Butterfly Moonlit Forest Organization, the sky would have to fall first." Lee Chang-jae revealed a bit more information to Jo-hui. "It's a legendary information organization in the Jianghu. That's the rumor, but whether it's actually true remains a mystery." Jo-hui thought even ordinary information organizations charge unreasonably high prices, but right now, this is the only way. Jo-hui asked, "If I request an audience, how long does it take?" Lee Chang-jae sighed shortly and said, "How many people send visiting cards to the Namgung family each day? Hundreds. Even Master Namgung Bayek of the Inner Court, at his advanced age, couldn't get an audience and was turned away." Jo-hui imagined it and gasped, "Hundreds of people every day." Lee Chang-jae explained to Jo-hui, "Yes, if you request an audience, they issue tokens based on the visitor's status. Government officials and military officers receive gold tokens. People from the Jianghu receive silver tokens. Naturally, others are turned away. At the very least, you must be the heir of a family sect to be received." Zhou Hui asked what came next. Chang Jai said, those related to the Namgung family receive bronze tokens. This includes allies of the family and those who supply food, clothing, or weapons. What's next? Zhou Hui didn't want to miss any information, so he wanted to know every detail. Of course, next are those who wish to join the family. They receive red tokens, mainly to continuously increase their strength. Finally, there are merchants wanting to open new trade routes, and those seeking help like you, brothers. Those seeking help will receive blue tokens. This issue gave Zhou Hui a headache. Zhou Hui asked, gold, silver, bronze, red, blue, is blue last? If it's us, do we get anything different? Li Changjai sighed in relief and replied, we are the Fire Dragon Merchant Guild. Even with a blue token, we still have to wait. Previously, our father waited a month just to see the inner courtmaster. A whole month just for a meeting. By then the corpse would grow mouldy. Zhou Hui felt a bit disappointed internally. Indeed, they are arrogant and expensive. Zhou Hui respectfully bowed with clasped hands to Chang Jai. Thank you for your consideration, brother. Li Chang Jai immediately said, sorry for not being much help, brother. What do you plan to do? Zhou Hui's expression didn't change as he replied, first I have to meet them right tomorrow. I will go to the Namgung family. Before leaving, Li Changjie also wished Zhou Hui good luck on this endeavor. In a flash, night fell and morning came, in the room where the Cho brothers were staying. With his martial arts spirit, Cho Hyuk always woke up earlier. Before leaving the house, Cho Hyuk told Zhou Hui, I'm going to practice. Zhou Hui yawned sleepily and replied, yes, you're really diligent, brother. Just as things were peaceful, the red jade on his body began to glow. The voice of the soul in the red jade echoed in Zhou Hui's ear again, Geom Young. When are we going? Zhou Hui was sleepy enough without being bothered by these guys, but if he didn't reply, how could they let him sleep peacefully? Zhou Hui asked, do we really have to go to Gyeomjung? Sword God Tian said, one who hasn't experienced Gyeomjung cannot understand my swordsmanship. I've told you many times, don't you understand? Zhou Hui sighed and yawned shortly. Elder, for ordinary people, it's very far. It takes at least 4 or 5 months. You know I have many things to do here in Anhui. With that attitude, Sword God Tian immediately exploded in anger. His hand gripped the sword tightly as he roared. You think my swordsmanship is that simple? If you receive the exclusive martial arts from me, Sword God Cho Tian, it's a secret technique that can be passed down to future generations. Zhou Hui looked worried, muttering Gyeomjung, that the sword god mentioned is the border between modern Shanxi and Gansu provinces. Going to those 2 provinces is very far, at least 5 months. No, if we encounter bandits or the horse gets injured, it might take even longer. It's all money and time. Although he felt that way inside, his thoughts were completely opposite. But he couldn't let the chance to learn martial arts from the sword god slip away. Zhou Hui said, I will go to Gyeomjung as soon as possible. Sword God Tian asked when. Zhou Hui replied, the Namgung family matter is still uncertain. 1 month, 2 months. Hearing the number of months made the old sword god furious. He scolded too late. The disciples of the Ming family started training at age 5 or 6. Don't you see you're already 20? Your tendons, bones and blood vessels are gradually stiffening. Therefore it's not allowed. Even if I have to expend my spiritual power, I will borrow this body of yours for a while. Prepare yourself. These words from Tian astonished Zhou Hui. Huh? Borrow my body. The red jade dispersed a purple energy. Everything around was disturbed by it. No elder wait. Just like that, he took possession. This personality of sword god Tian was too bizarre. In just a few short seconds, the process of borrowing the body was perfectly completed. The sword god's aura also appeared on Zhou Hui's face. Around Zhou Hui emanated an invisible energy that only strong experts could perceive. Old man Tian looked at this body for a moment and said, an inferior body. Control time is less than half a quarter hour, about 7 to 8 modern minutes. So I will use true immortal qi. Zhou Hui's voice rang out elder, if it's true immortal qi. Then, before Zhou Hui could finish the second sentence, the old man snapped, too noisy. From the previously weak body, an aura instantly burst forth. The clothes he was wearing tore, and his eyes filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Zhou inside the red jade space could also see the changes in his body. In Zhou mind now was the image of the Hulk transforming in Marvel, except without the green skin like Hulk. Zhou body was now much more muscular than before, with six-pack abs. Once a person cultivates, they undergo marrow and tendon cleansing, and Zhou was no exception. This body hadn't undergone training for 20 years, so a lot of impurities clung to it. Old man Tian just needed to wipe a few times with his hand, and it became clean. Tian said using true immortal qi will open my tendons, bones, and meridians. Zhou face paled. Elder, as far as I know, if you use true immortal qi, the survival rate will... Not wanting Zhou to guess wildly, Tian said, "What's the big deal about losing about 10 years of lifespan?" Not a big deal, but hearing it felt like thunder striking Zhou ears. Who would have thought gaining a better body meant instantly losing 10 years of life? What if he only lived to 40? After learning that using innate true qi to clear tendons and open meridians cost 10 years of life, Zhou both angry and tearful, as if hating the whole world, said to Sword, "God Cho Tian, no, because it's not your body. You talk nonsense like that, right?" The sword god gently replied, "If you can inherit and perfect my entire swordsmanship, things like lifespan are completely unnecessary to worry about. So now I will return it to you." In just a moment, the sword god's soul returned to the blood jade, and Zhou regained control of his body. But Zhou hadn't expected how painful clearing tendons and opening meridians would be. Intense pain suddenly struck, making Zhou's whole body feel like it was shattering. Only feeling pain. The sword god in the blood jade took this chance to mock him. Such a weak mind, just that much pain, and what are you yelling so loudly for? Despite Zhou collapsing in agony, only able to cry out, "Ah!" The sword god in the blood jade coldly said, "Because I consumed too much spiritual power, I temporarily cannot speak with you. But you must definitely improve your physical strength and spirit." After that, Zhou collapsed to the ground. The blood jade also dimmed, no longer glowing. The next day, the sun began to shine across the world. Zhou gradually woke up after the near-death pain. Ugh! Zhou still felt some lingering effects from yesterday. Trying to recall what happened, Zhou suddenly noticed a yellow energy condensing on his right hand. Involuntarily, Zhou became curious. Zhou thought, "Awesome plus my eyes. I've read about this in books many times." Blurry vision suddenly becomes clear. Gazing far towards several buildings, Zhou exclaimed, "I can even see very far." What exactly is this? This isn't normal eyesight, is it? And could this be internal energy? Inside Zhou's body appeared a lot of yellow energy condensing in his dantian and spreading throughout his body. Zhou had never felt this power before, just gently condensing internal energy into his hand, slightly and lightly swinging his arm. Crash! A loud noise. The furniture in front was completely destroyed by just a light swing of the arm. The destructive power of internal energy was immense, surprising Zhou. "Oh, now I understand why brother is obsessed with martial arts. I don't know what realm I've reached now, but this will surely help me a lot in daily life." Zhou had found confidence. Determination set, Zhou reached for his clothes to change and take the first step of his plan. First off to the Namgung family in this bustling, noisy city. The Namgung family mansion stood majestically before all the people. People coming and going created a lively atmosphere, making Zhou confused, while Cho Hyuk could only stare wide-eyed, mouth agape, exclaiming, "Wow!" Outside the gate of the Namgung family mansion, imposing guards in Namgung martial attire pointed to a table while directing the arriving people. "Please come fill in your name on the visitor list, then proceed to the guest reception area." Zhou also gently used a brush pen to write his name and origin. Zhou Anhui Iron Workshop. Zhou saw a contemptuous smile on the lips of the guarding martial artist, who glanced at the paper where Zhou had just written his name and origin. Cho Hyuk was flustered, excitedly introducing himself. I am Cho Hyuk, also a martial artist. But Jo Hui felt uncomfortable with the guard's attitude, pulled Cho Hyuk away and said, let's go quickly, brother. Just as Jo Hui guessed, the guarding martial artist smirked contemptuously and thought, look like fools. This was the place where visitors had to wait to receive an official invitation letter before someone would guide them further. The place had many tea tables where guests could sit and chat. Jo Hui looked at Cho Hyuk like an immature child, but Cho Hyuk was very excited, seeing such places for the first time. First time being in a place with so many martial artists, Cho Hyuk excitedly chattered non-stop. See that little brother just writing my name on the visitor list made me feel pressured. I heard the real Namgung family area starts from the back courtyard onwards. I wonder how many people can fit here, Jo Hui answered perfunctorily. Yes. The back courtyard is where the Namgung family members live. Despite Cho Hyuk's excitement and curiosity about the surroundings, Jo Hui was contemplating. Sigh. If everyone present here receives an invitation, then my coming here today was pointless. While Jo Hui was thinking, is there a way to stand out? Just then the old man from yesterday also appeared here. He spoke, could it be yesterday was full of country bumpkins? Jo Hui was surprised, hesitating slightly before greeting. Elder sir? The brothers Jo Hui and Cho Hyuk clasped their hands in greeting and said, Yesterday due to some matter we left without properly saying goodbye. Ha. Elder sir, what business brings you to the Namgung family? The old man looked very pleased, but didn't say anything, just raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly, Is this how you treat guests? The old man's words surprised the Cho brothers, leaving them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a man rushed over. This man greeted the old man very formally. Greetings, Boo. What do you require, sir? The old man ordered, give these two a gold invitation letter and lead them to the back courtyard. The Cho brothers went from one surprise to another, not knowing what situation was unfolding. The man who had just greeted the old man said, according to the rules, they must wait here until they receive an official invitation. Besides, aren't outsiders supposed to be led to the Kangcheon discussion pavilion? Not the inner courtyard. The Kangcheon discussion pavilion is the residence of the retired elders of the Namgung family. The old man angrily waved his hand and shouted, bold you youngsters nowadays have no respect for your seniors. Always pretending to be busy, these two young people were the only ones who protected the Namgung people from the Jagal group. I intended to invite them for a drink. Yet you dare to stop me. While the two brothers hadn't recovered their senses, the other man hastily replied, Yes, I will follow your instructions, sir. The unexpected events made Jo Hui and Cho Hyuk unable to believe their eyes. They could only look at each other, then both laughed. Brother, ha. At the inner courtyard where the old man had sent someone to bring Jo Hui and Cho Hyuk. In a tea room, a maidservant was tasked with serving Cho Hyuk and Jo Hui. The maidservant said, Young master, shall I pour more tea for you? Jo Hui politely replied, There's really no need. Suddenly the blood jade lit up and a voice echoed out, Isn't that calligraphy and painting from the Yin Ruins era? Calligraphy from the Yin Ruins era. If it's the Yin Ruins era, then it's calligraphy from the Bronze Age. Yin Ruins is the Shang Dynasty era in Chinese history. Surely I'm not mistaken. The soul in the blood jade scolded kid. You dare doubt the eyes of the great scholar of that era, Ju Yu. Jo Hui knew he misspoke and apologized. I'm sorry. That soul continued, that thing definitely uses ancient techniques. It's definitely a technique developed by a great Han Dynasty scholar and presented to the imperial family. It must be the Peach Blossom Mixed Star Chart. It can't be wrong. Peach Blossom Mixed Star Chart. Jo Hui stood before the artwork, but knew nothing about calligraphy or painting. That soul explained. That artwork isn't just painting a waterfall. The blooming peach blossoms were painted with rooster blood. The stars in the sky were painted with powder ground from white stone. The tree trunk was drawn with charcoal, therefore no matter how long, the artwork doesn't change color. But I didn't expect it to be preserved so well. Truly surprising. Although I don't know the owner of this artwork, I really want to reward that person. Jo Hui listened to the soul's explanation, found it interesting, and exclaimed, Peach Blossom Mixed Star Chart. Really curious, a painting made with rooster blood and white stone powder from thousands of years ago, yet it hasn't faded at all. A sound broke the quiet atmosphere. The wine jug the old man brought slipped from his hand. The old man, who had been standing behind all along, hastily said, How do you know about the Peach Blossom Mixed Star Chart? The old man continued, flustered. The most talented scholar in Anhui, even the current best expert in calligraphy and painting, knows nothing about this painting. It took this old man 80 years to find out. Today is truly full of surprises. Young friend, where exactly is your sect? Zhou Hui was flustered, worry evident on his face, not knowing how to explain. Sect really? Why did I suddenly ramble like that? Just then, the soul who had just explained to Zhou Hui appeared again, saying, No need to worry. Just say you are a descendant of Wangxiang Chao. Zhou Hui asked the soul back, Wangxiang Chao, who is that? The soul revealed. That was my nickname in the Jianghu. Calming down, Zhou Hui replied to the old man, I am a descendant of Wangxiang Chao. The old man was surprised, answering himself, Wangxiang Tai Seo Hak. Is the Wangxiang Chao? You speak of that person. Could it be the Hanlin scholar who lived 300 years ago, a descendant of Zhu Yu? Indeed it must be. It's true then, if he's a descendant of that great scholar, this is the greatest fortune of the Central Plains. Suddenly 2 more old men appeared. One was tall, the other was smaller, carrying a sword at his hip, but both shared the common trait of having the aura of Wulin masters. The taller old man spoke. What's going on? Before anyone could answer, the remaining old man continued, Aigu. Did you bring this person here, little brother? Zhou Hui clasped his hands in greeting and said, Greetings, seniors, I am Zhou Hui. The tall old man said enthusiastically, Oh, so you finally found a disciple, brother, but after Zhou Hui's origin. The old man quickly waved his hand. Ha ha, that's a descendant of Wangxiang Chao. How would I dare? The remaining old man also added, Who is this Wangxiang Chao? The old man who brought Zhou Hui laughed and said, You don't even know Wangxiang Chao. The old man carrying the sword at his hip said, So this person isn't your disciple. The old man who brought Zhou Hui replied, That's right, but what's the matter? The old man with the sword, while speaking, grabbed Zhou Hui's collar, looking interested. Then this brat will be mine. While Zhou Hui hadn't reacted yet, the tallest old man said irritably, Water flows downwards. How dare you snatch someone who has opened all their meridians right in front of me? The old man with the sword laughed. Hey, brother, you also have your eye on this brat. It's strange. Just looking at his hands shows he hasn't practiced swordsmanship at all. Looking at his appearance, he hasn't practiced fists or kicks either. How could he escape the normal physical body and open all his meridians and blood qi? When a human body reaches a certain realm, if it can undergo body shedding and bone transformation, it can break the limits of a normal physical body. That is metamorphosis. Only after clearing the Ren meridian can one attempt to open the Du meridian. But his body hasn't reached the transcendent peak realm. Those who have reached transcendent peak can tell the opponent's realm just by looking. The tallest old man suddenly said, It seems you've increased your strength manifold in just a short period, huh? Until now I've never seen anyone increase their strength as fast as you. The old man with the sword explained, Others take at least 30 years to reach your level. It seems you've already formed a core Kadan. Core formation. Kadan is the realm where the QI in the body condenses into a golden core in the Dantian. The tallest old man sighed. Sigh. This old man hasn't achieved core formation either. With just this internal energy, you could become unparalleled under heaven. The old man who brought Zhou Hui thought of something and said, If he reached core formation, why didn't I realize it? If so, isn't this child the most suitable person to cultivate to the absolute realm? The absolute realm. That is the highest realm no one has reached except for Shilmujwa 7 martial seats, the strongest in the current Jianghu. The tallest old man laughed. Ha 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 ha, how could that be? Where does such an easy thing come from? The old man with the sword said, But considering his age, the old men had been chatting happily all this time, forgetting Cho Hyuk sitting entranced on the chair from the beginning, and Zhou Hui still being held by the collar by the old man with the sword. Only now did Zhou Hui regain his composure and speak up. Sirs, could you please let me down first? My body isn't very comfortable." Joe Hui sighed in relief when released, and the old man also laughed cheerfully. The tallest old man suddenly approached closely and said, "Haven't you thought about having a surname? As long as you belong to the direct line of the Namgung family, you can use our Namgung surname as yours. I will consider you my adopted son." Zhou Hui was surprised and astonished by this somewhat abrupt offer, only managing to exclaim, "Huh." After receiving the adoption offer from the tallest old man, Zhou Hui was lost in thought. "So I'll be Namgung Hui. If I add the Namgung surname, there will be nothing I can't do. Isn't that great?" Suddenly the blood jade echoed with scolding as they could hear Zhou Hui's thoughts. "Bold, you dare celebrate. Hey, look at his smug face. So you really want to die? I'll possess you immediately." Hearing this, Zhou Hui was startled, realizing he shouldn't think like that, shouldn't be tempted. Cho Hyuk quickly knelt, replying with an eager face, "Old sir." "This humble one, Cho Hyuk." "Ah, mistake. Namgung Hyuk pays respects. Please grant the Namgung surname to this humble one. This humble one will be loyal to the family for life and become the family's sword." "Please, sir." The souls in the blood jade continuously passed judgment on the descendant Cho Hyuk. "Humph. Look at that cheapskate. He's the eldest grandson of the Cho family, isn't he?" The tallest old man, though surprised, calmed down and replied, "Not bad. You're quite bold. But let me consider, there's no shortage of disciples like you in the family. Do I really need to—" Cho Hyuk continued to show sincerity, kneeling and bowing. "This humble one will try hard." Zhou Hui was confused, shaking his head. "Whoosh! How can you so easily abandon the name given by your ancestors? This humble one cannot do that. Forgive me, sir." The oldest elder ignored the kneeling Cho Hyuk and turned to Zhou Hui. "Tisk tisk. Why do talented guys like you know everything? So annoying." The soul in the blood jade, happier now, said, "Right, don't do that. That's the way." The tallest old man thought talent like his is a prodigy seen once every 500 years. Missing out would be a great pity. After thinking, the tallest old man made another offer. "Is it because you'd have to change your surname within the collateral line that you refused?" Zhou Hui answered firmly, "Yes." "Then how about becoming an unnamed disciple?" An unnamed disciple is like a disciple belonging to an allied sect. They can learn all kinds of martial arts, except the family's hereditary techniques, can be considered a sworn junior brother. Zhou Hui asked the souls in the blood jade for their opinion. "Ancestors doing this should be fine, right? I need the Namgung family's cooperation," a voice from the blood jade replied. Unnamed disciple. In our time, this Namgung place was unknown, but now it's a world-renowned family, right? If so, then it's fine. In a room in the Namgung family's inner courtyard, Zhou Hui was kneeling to accept his master, witnessed by Cho Hyuk and the other two old men. Zhou Hui said, "This humble one Zhou Hui pays respects to master." The old man, accepting Zhou Hui as a disciple, said, "First, you are not allowed to tarnish the Namgung name. Second, when the family faces danger, retreat is forbidden. Third, you must absolutely respond to the sect assembly token. Do you dare to swear?" Zhou Hui replied. "Disciple swears." Zhou Hui's master said, "Good. Stand up. Now answer. How did you cultivate such internal energy without a sect?" Zhou Hui hesitated awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. "That matter." The old man spoke again. "Don't even think about lying to me. Why do you think upon first meeting you, we knew you had no sect and wanted to compete for you? The martial arts within your body have no form." Zhou Hui was flustered and had to seek help from the blood jade sword god ancestors. How should I answer? But the blood jade gave no reaction. The old man continued, "Or have you taken some spirit medicine, internal core, or potent spirit herb? Even if you took spirit medicine without an internal energy cultivation method to fully absorb its power, it's useless. If you practiced an internal energy method, it means you have a sect." The old man beside him said, True." Zhou Hui's master continued, "Furthermore, just by absorbing the fortune key of spirit medicine, you managed to open your meridians to accelerate internal energy cultivation. Is there such a potent divine technique in this world? If it were the clear heaven great expansion divine technique, somehow that's the secret hereditary martial art of my family, even that might not be certain. Although I haven't mastered it, I can't be sure." And someone taught you such a potent divine technique, but didn't teach you any moves. Surely this kid doesn't understand anything. Johai thought anxiously, I was about to say it, but these old men are too perceptive. I can't reveal the secret about the righteous heaven, blood jade either. This is difficult. Suddenly the blood jade emitted a voice. Humph. This mediocre fellow dares to use his naive mind to understand my descendant. Johai recognized the voice and immediately replied, Sword God Ancestor, is something wrong? The soul in the blood jade replied, Nothing's wrong. He used too much spiritual power, so he's just resting temporarily. Johai thought, Good thing, but what should I do to get out of this situation? The sword god spoke from the blood jade. Because there were no descendants, the sect has no reputation. It was just a fortunate encounter that allowed inheriting the true transmission from ancient masters. Johai calmed himself and said to the old men, Actually, this humble one had a fortunate encounter and learned the true transmission through secrets left by ancient masters. However, this master's internal energy method is too profound. Just learning the method itself was overwhelming. Therefore, this humble one hasn't learned any moves yet. Johai's master didn't believe Johai. He replied angrily, True transmission from ancient masters. You've read too many Jiang Hu novels, haven't you? You say that and expect me to believe it. Which cave was it? Show the way I must learn it too. Johai clarified, Disciple is telling the truth. Johai's master shouted angrily, Bold! The moves of the master you learned through secrets. You've memorized them all. Johai hesitated. Of course, Johai's master said loudly. Then demonstrate for me. Johai continued to clarify, because disciple's strength is insufficient. Johai's master raged. Fine. You learned martial arts through secrets. You think martial arts are a joke. It's all just the product of the imagination of those storytellers. If secret transmissions could be passed down through a few scraps of paper, what's the point of sects existing? Johai offered proof, but Shaolin also keeps secrets in the scripture pavilion. Johai's master said, Tisk, tisi tisk. Internal energy formulas and profound move methods. No matter how detailed the records without a teacher, martial arts cannot be passed down to descendants. Secrets are a method to prevent martial arts from being lost. Learning solely from secrets cannot reach the master's realm. The sword god suddenly spoke from the blood jade. Why is he so talkative? No need for lengthy explanations. Tell him to have a sword sparring contest. Sword sparring contest. To fool guys like that, you have to spar with swords to convince them, right? Johai, after hearing the sword god speak, stood up and said confidently, If master truly doesn't believe disciple, please have a sword sparring contest with disciple. Johai's master, as if realizing something, asked, Sparring, you know the family's sword moves. Johai spoke clearly again. Master doesn't know disciple's sword moves, so disciple will use 6 harmonies fist and 3 talents sword. For footwork, disciple will use 7 stars step to counter. For internal energy, each side will use 10 years worth. Everyone in the room was surprised by Johai's determination. Johai's master said, Fine, I will also use those martial arts to fight you. Johai quickly agreed, All right. Johai's master with a serious expression said loudly, Since the elder has yielded this much, just show off your talent. Let the sword sparring begin. Johai said disciple will use 1 tham points the way, aiming at master's upper body. As he finished speaking, the simulated image in Johai's imagination stepped forward with a horizontal slash, attacking the middle section. Immediately, Johai's master responded, after using the retreat of 7 stars step to dodge. I will attack your midsection with giant dragon emerges from the sea. The simulated image of Johai's master retreated like lightning, dodging the sword's range and threw a straight punch forward. After using the oblique step of 7 stars step to weaken master's attack, use the swift step to stab to the right, aiming for the Himen and Nyohu acupoints with 2 heavens, 2 paths. Under the sword, God's guidance, Johai's master had to ponder his next move seriously. Truly strange. The most basic linking move of the 3 talents swordplay is to use straight heaven 1 path after 2 heavens 2 paths. If he retreats, it's ascending heaven one path. If he doesn't retreat, it means two heavens, two paths. Johoi's master decided the remaining option was to attack with the swift step. After sealing your right side with the swift step, use unchanging oblique break to aim for your chi-hai acupoint. Johoi used all 10 years of internal energy and used the interrupt step to defend. Then use Flying Eagle Flash's path to aim for Master's neck. Johoi's master had been waiting for this moment. Ha ha ha, finally using internal energy. Good, I will also use all 10 years of energy and the move step of 7 stars step. Suddenly Johoi's master reconsidered. Wait, it can't be. He used internal energy to block my attack just now, yet only now does he start using his power. In a match, one must link at most 3 moves before using a variation. Now he's not using the attack defense one hand, one swift, and still has to think about variations. Johoi's master changed his move. No, I won't use the move step footwork. I will use the retreat step backwards and use Cold Gleam Pierces Heavens. The sword god assessed from the blood jade. Look at him, does he think sparring is a joke? In a real fight, who retracts a move like that? Johoi spoke. Sigh. Master, you know the rules of sparring. Why still do that? You can't stop a martial art once used. Johoi's master was flustered, then made another move. After using the move step to retreat to the left. I will use all my power aiming at your upper body and execute Giant Dragon Emerges from the Sea. Approach you with the swift step, then use Cold Gleam Pierces Heavens to link. Johoi reacted instantly. Disciple will also use full power to execute the Awakening step. After taking Master's lower body use, ascending heaven one path to strike Master instantly. Johoi's master felt he had lost this sparring match. The old man who brought Johoi into the Namgung family thought, impossible, big brother's heaven-connecting sword insight, lost after only 7 exchanges. Johoi's master was the eldest among the 3 brothers. The old man who brought Johoi was the second brother. The remaining one was the third brother, the one who had grabbed Johoi's collar, now thinking bewilderedly, this kid knows no moves. Moreover, he has that mind-reading attack, hitting weaknesses, unhesitatingly unleashing killing blows. Johoi's master smiled brightly. Ha, you're quite good! I was distracted. My internal energy activation was slow, hence the trouble. Johoi's master wanted to salvage his reputation, so he found an excuse to fight another round. Can we fight one more round? I want to see more of your strength. Johoi said seriously. All right, but in return, please fight with all your might, master, like a real battle. Johoi's master replied bashfully. Of course I will also try my best. No more yielding. Johoi replied, yes, let's begin. Johoi's master, being the senior, still said, but anyway, I should still let you make the first move. Johoi replied, yes, sir. Johoi made the first move, then disciple will use the swift step to pierce master's left side. After some time, the master's face froze, sweat beading on his forehead. The second elder thought, haha, big brother fought like it was real, but could only last 7 exchanges. Johoi's master awkwardly covered up, ha 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 ha. Truly talented, the immortal points the way you executed at the end was indeed a very skillful move. Johoi gently replied, yes. Johoi's master stubbornly said, can we fight one more round? Johoi still gently replied, all right. Johoi's master started, I'll let you go first. Well, there's a saying, first move ensures victory. If I keep doing this, I'll always be at a disadvantage, right? Johoi replied. Then this time disciple yields the first move to master. Johoi's master replied, good again. After some time, Johoi's master's face trembled, having lost so badly he couldn't speak, only sighing. Sobe. The second elder counted this time as 6 exchanges. Johoi's master stubbornly pointed at Johoi and said, again, let's go again. Johoi again gently replied, yes, after a period of time. The sky had turned from bright morning to late night. Johoi's master had lost to the point of doubting his existence. Looking lifeless, lost 13 times in a row. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. The second elder covered for the eldest. Maybe it's because brother isn't proficient with the three-talent sword, yet let's stop here. The eldest elder resentfully scolded, "Shut up, this kid." The second elder didn't know what else to say, just exclaiming, "Brother!" The eldest elder covered for himself. Well, you must have studied only the three talents. Sword very thoroughly, right? Then you must also give me time to learn the three-talent sword, for it to be fair, right? Jo Hui replied, "Then what should be done?" The eldest elder found an excuse to avoid further humiliation. Although three talents, sword is the lowest level martial art, isn't about a month needed to truly understand it, right? Jo Hui sighed in relief and replied, "Phew, all right. Then after 1 month we shall spar again." The eldest elder, as if just waiting for this, jumped up and said, "Good, good. You mustn't be scared. You must come to the elder discussion pavilion." Then he immediately left before everyone else. Jo Hui felt sympathy for the eldest elder and thought, if he knew his sparring opponent was the sword god, what kind of expression would he make? Suddenly, a hand slapped hard on Jo Hui's shoulder. Cho Hyuk, with an unbelieving face, suspecting the person before him, said, "Who exactly are you?" While relaxing suddenly, older brother Cho Hyuk approached, hand slapping hard on Jo Hui's shoulder, asking, "Who are you?" Anyone in this situation would feel suspicious. Cho Hyuk wasn't stupid enough not to notice Jo Hui's dizzying changes. Cho Hyuk's face was extremely tense as he thought, the three-talent sword that I practiced most diligently. I still remember the entire training process in my head, but is that guy a martial arts genius? It doesn't feel like I'm facing something much stronger. Moreover, he even hid his internal energy. Seeing Cho Hyuk unexpectedly doubting existence, Jo Hui approached and said, Later, little brother will explain everything to you." The second elder continuously stroked his beard, muttering, "I just intended to have a drink with him, but this doesn't seem proper. Let's see, Hye Hua is already married. That's right, I still have Gayong. Gayong is an extremely beautiful girl, her rosy complexion unmatched." The second elder asked, "What do you think of the most beautiful flower of the Namgung family, Namgung second, Miss Nithu?" Currently, Jo Hui wasn't concerned with matters of men and women. His expression unchanged, he replied, "The women of the Namgung family are naturally all beautiful, but it seems no one knows anything about Brother Hui, huh? The image of a young girl in sea blue clothes, large eyes. However, that was just the second elder's imagination. He said very proudly, 'That is my granddaughter. Come, let me introduce her to you.' Just as the second elder finished his offer to marry his granddaughter to Jo Hui, the third elder beside him quickly interjected, 'No, no, brother. She already has a fiancé.' Hearing that, the second elder seemed displeased, asking angrily, 'Who dares to be engaged to my granddaughter?' The second elder said Huasan's little dragon. Hearing this name from the third elder's own mouth, the second elder shouted, 'Who said I'd give my granddaughter to that beggar Taoist?' The third elder didn't dare say anything more, just staying quiet to let it pass. Today's sky was beautiful sunlight streaming through every window crack. In the inner courtyard of the Namgung family in the guest room, Jo Hui woke up extremely early today. He walked around the room muttering to himself, "Something is very strange. Although the elders favoring me is good, I'm forced to stay with them for half a month. I should be returning and developing the business, but now I'm stuck at the sword sect. But how long until I reach that little girl's place?" Jo Hui glanced past each zither, leaning against the wall in some room. At first, Jo Hui paid no attention, but as he passed, he felt they were incredibly marvelous. Jo Hui approached a zither placed on a table. He wondered, can this still be used? His mouth asked, but his hand had already touched each string. The notes, as if sentient, flew around the instrument, instantly creating a strange sound. Gong Shang Jiao Jiyu. These notes are equivalent to Do, Re, Mi, Sol, La. Jo Hui felt the music and thought, so that's it. Reminds me of when I played guitar in university. The sound from the zither seemed to attract a young maiden. As Jo Hui was feeling it nearby, a young girl's voice asked, "How did you—" Only then did Jo Hui awaken from his reverie. His eyes suddenly fixed on the girl, as if struck by love at first sight. Isn't this the second elder's granddaughter? Seeing Jo Hui seemingly frozen, she took the initiative to speak. "That? How did you do that?" Seeing the second elder also standing nearby, Jo Hui quickly clasped his hands in greeting. My apologies for the discourtesy." The second elder's granddaughter persisted. "How did you create that sound?" While waiting for Jo Hui's answer, her eyes focused intently on him, her cheeks slightly flushed. She thought to herself, simultaneously blocking 3 strings with overlapping sounds created that sound. When singing, one often combines sounds from different types, but she was no longer shy and proactively moved closer to Jo Hui, her voice pleading earnestly, "Please teach me how to make that sound." It took Jo Hui a few breaths to regain his composure. He replied, "It's not difficult. I don't know if the young lady can help me adjust the other 2 strings of pitch, the pitch I want." The second elder's granddaughter didn't hesitate anymore and approached the zither, her face full of anticipation, saying, "If it's tuning the pitch of the strings, there's no sound I can't tune. What sound do you want to tune it to?" Jo Hui observed and said, "If Miss helps me tune one string to a sound between Jiao and Ji and another string to a sound between Yu and Gong, that would be enough." She asked Jo Hui again, "If it's between Jiao and Ji, do you want Zhonglu or Guxi?" Guxi is the 5th note in the 12-tone scale of Eastern music, while Zhonglu is the 6th note in the 12-tone scale of Eastern music. However, Jo Hui had never heard these 2 terms before, so he suggested, "Could Miss perhaps play them for me to hear?" The first time the eldest elder's granddaughter played the Guxi note, but this wasn't the sound Jo Hui needed. The second time when the second elder's granddaughter played the Zhonglu note, Jo Hui immediately felt this was the sound he wanted. The final sound, as this world calls it, is Lin Zhong. This is the 12th note in the 12-tone scale of Eastern music. Jo Hui plucked the strings, saying, "Combining suitable sounds together is called harmony. Harmony, as understood, is the sound produced when 2 or more notes of different pitches combine in a specific sequence." This new knowledge naturally broadened the second elder's granddaughter's horizons a little. The first note Jo Hui played made the girl beside him unable to hold back an excited "Wow." But what's a C chord? This innocent question from the girl left Jo Hui unsure how to explain. Earlier, Jo Hui had just casually mentioned starting with a C chord knowledge only those who learned instruments in his old world would understand. While playing, Jo Hui thought, "How do I explain this? I don't know how to explain it either." Next was the D chord. As soon as the sound emerged, the second elder's granddaughter couldn't contain her excitement. That's it. I heard this piece just now. This sound is so beautiful. More. Using beautiful to describe a sound was enough to show its perfection beyond words. Seeing his granddaughter happy beside a man she met for the first time, communicating through melodious zither music, the second elder felt a bit surprised. He thought, "How did this happen? Why did that guy suddenly fall into this place? Even when meeting the elegant young masters of other prominent families, she always acts arrogant. Why is she so happy meeting him?" The eldest elder's granddaughter asked again, "Young master, just now, did you simultaneously pluck the Gong and Jiao notes?" Jo Hui replied, "Yes, and if combined with chords. However, my skill is still lacking." Jo Hui's fingers began to tremble, making it difficult for him to perform perfectly. In contrast, the girl beside him was strangely cheerful. He brought her hand near the zither, saying, "Let me try." The music was like stars illuminating the dim room. Hearing this melody sparked a thought in Jo Hui. Seems like I've heard this somewhere before. Sounds like Girls Like You by Maroon 5. Indeed, a musical genius. Witnessing this musical talent, Jo Hui also smiled towards the girl. "I truly showed my incompetence before an expert. How embarrassing to do so before Miss." The eldest elder looked at the young pair before him, reminded of his youth. He approached, finally willing to speak. Having heard such exquisite zither playing, how can one listen to other musicians later? That's right. What do you think of my granddaughter?" The second elder's direct question stirred Jo Hui's thoughts. In his mind now appeared the image of the petite girl before him. He thought, "What is this? I've seen all the most beautiful top stars of the Republic of Korea, but honestly, I'm still moved by this girl. Perhaps it's because the world Zhou Hui lived in didn't have cosmetic surgery. To the eldest elder's question, Zhou Hui replied, "Wonderful sound." Zhou Hui's answer left the second elder speechless with this kid. Zhou Hui bowed to the second elder. "I shall take my leave first." Seeing Zhou Hui's hasty desire to leave, the second elder asked, "Are you returning to the elder discussion pavilion?" Zhou Hui gave a forced smile. "Yes, master told me not to wander and wait for him there. I cannot disobey his words." Hearing that, the second elder laughed heartily. "This kid really knows nothing about his brother," referring to the eldest elder. "Do you want to make a bet on a game with me?" And naturally, how could Zhou Hui miss out on this bet? At night, in a small room within Namgung. This room was the resting place for the two Cho brothers. Cho Hyuk was snoring like a pig. Conversely, Zhou Hui sat meditating. He sent a message to the Blood Jade Sword God. "Ultimately, what did you do to my body? Why were the Namgung family members so alarmed?" Old Man Tian inside the Blood Jade calmly said, "I only transferred the sword, Heaven Great Divine Technique, my exclusive mental cultivation method, into your body." Zhou Hui asked again, "Is that very powerful?" Tian asked Zhou Hui back, "What answer do you expect?" Zhou Hui didn't know what the strange energy appearing inside his body was. Things one doesn't know are the scariest. Zhou Hui said, "This happened to my body, shouldn't I know? Now the fear in my heart is spinning dizzily." Old Man Tian explained, "Because all your meridians have been opened naturally, your internal energy has also rapidly increased. No need to worry. Within 3 years, you can successfully form a core Kadan." Zhou Hui asked, "Does that mean my internal energy method is even stronger than the Clear Heaven Great Lotus Divine Technique of the Namgung family head? Being compared to some novices by a kid's sword." God Tian's usual calmness vanished. He angrily roared, "Who do you think I am? If you want to compare with my sword, Heaven Great Divine Technique, only Great Master Huineng's Great Dharma, Heavenly Divine Technique, Sanfeng's Taiji Divine Technique, and also the Limitless Primordial Chaos Technique are comparable, that's all." Zhou Hui asked, "According to reputation, aren't Huasan's Purple Cloud Divine Technique and Sheonma Fortress's Heavenly Demon Divine Technique the most formidable?" Tian replied contemptuously, "Don't mention trash like demonic path stuff anymore. This is the first time I've heard of the Purple Cloud Divine Technique. I've never seen that kind of method." Listening for a while made Zhou Hui feel completely foolish. He scratched his head with one hand and said, "Could it be that the Huasan sect didn't exist in your time, sir?" Tian immediately said it existed, but there was no mental method called Purple Cloud Divine Technique. It must be a method created by later descendants. Talking with Tian for a while, Zhou Hui roughly gained some knowledge, so he wouldn't be embarrassed if someone asked later. He thought, probably. Anyway, it's similar to the 5 great divine techniques, but the method I learned is more advanced. Zhou Hui grinned until his eyes crinkled, always smiling while sending a message to Tian. "Thank you, sir." Tian's mouth corners lifted slightly. He said, "Anyway, your internal energy increased too quickly, so you'll soon suffer side effects. No need to thank me." Hearing this, Zhou Hui stammered unclearly, "See side effects?" Tian didn't hesitate to think and replied immediately, "Isn't that natural? Do you know what stages you've gone through? What have you experienced?" In Zhou Hui's mind, he couldn't remember any stages at all. Tian said, "If cultivating divine techniques were that simple, everyone in the Jianghu would possess peerless internal energy. All I did was use the overwhelming power of innate true qi to help you clear all your blood qi and meridians, forcing you to receive the Sword Heaven, Great Divine Technique. That's all. If you encounter someone of the same realm, you will definitely be victorious in every battle. That is the biggest side effect. The Sword Sect. Jeomjong can solve this problem. Without the Sword Sect accepting you, you're just a brat, still wet behind the ears, carrying the power of an adult." Only now did Zhou Hui realize there's no shortcut to the peak. Images of life and death struggles appeared in his mind. Zhou Hui sighed, thinking, "Once I finish my work, I will immediately go to the Sword Sect." In a flash, dawn arrived. In the eldest elder's room, his son sat opposite him, looking somewhat sleepy. The eldest elder's son suddenly stood up, stammering, Father, please let me go now." Hearing this, the eldest elder asked his aging son, Quickly tell me the next move. The eldest elder's son sighed and replied, after trapping father with the retreat step of 7 stars, step attack the upper body with giant dragon emerges from the sea. This answer made the eldest elder unable to hold back laughter. Fool, why would you choose giant dragon emerges from the sea right after the retreat step? That's exactly why your realm is only so-so. Martisk, after attacking with full force using the retreat step, how should you attack the lower part with ascending heaven 1 path? His son immediately bowed, I lose. Seeing his old son, who was about to ascend to heaven, metaphorically reach a high level, admit defeat so quickly. This time the eldest elder laughed heartily. That's right, that's more like normal. That's correct, right? Naturally, I should win, right? Suddenly, the eldest elder's son clenched his fists, his voice strong. I can't stand it anymore, I'm really going now. Today is the 2nd day I haven't seen them. The eldest elder regained his usual tone. That guy uses 2 heavens path, as if it were his star net covers the moon. This method based on irregularity and anti-principle is called inevitable contingencies. Yes, 4 tails deflect 1,000 jinn. There must have been a master assisting for the 4 tails deflect 1,000 jinn situation to appear. 4 tails deflect 1,000 jinn is a technique absorbing the opponent's power, one of the basic principles of Taiji Quan, meaning using softness to overcome hardness. The eldest elder's son, hearing his father speak so cautiously about every detail, was startled, unable to hold back, asking, 3 great sword plays. Ultimately, who was it that pushed father to this state using the 3 great sword plays? Seeing his father, who looked around with no opponents in sight, yet lost to someone, made this son curious. He asked for the name, but upon hearing it was the newly entered disciple, the old man felt insulted, asking, a disciple? The eldest elder sighed, forcing a smile through his sadness. Lost 13 times in a row. I still haven't beaten that kid once. The son facing him couldn't believe this was true. He asked again incredulously, you accepted someone with the strength equal to one of the Chilmujwa as a disciple? What Chilmujwa? If I lost to a martial artist of that caliber, would I need to be this gloomy? My disciple isn't even 20 years old yet. These words were like thunder striking his ears. A man in his final years lost to a brat. If this got out, who would believe it? The son, Park's son, still didn't believe and kept asking, you're not bluffing, are you? If words don't convince, use force. Grand Elder Park told Park's son to draw his sword, but how would he dare? He had just lost moments ago, so he stopped the pointless questions. He asked the Grand Elder again, where is that kid now, Probably at the Damlao courtyard. In a large room at the Damlao courtyard, unlike usual, it was crowded today. Their murmurs echoed throughout the area. What the firmament sword immortal lost to a young man not even 20 years old. If no one witnessed it, it would be hard to believe, because after all, stories like this usually only happen in nonsensical tales. There were also those who were angry without reason. Inside, Johoi still didn't understand what was happening. He just sat quietly while the men around him had menacing expressions, making the room feel a bit suffocating. Johoi asked innocently, hey, did I do something wrong? Just then the Grand Elder arrived with his son. Seeing the two, these students bowed in respect, saying, greetings, Swordmaster Elder. Greetings, Elder. Grand Elder Park sat directly in the chair opposite Johoi and asked, all right, are you ready? Johoi looked nonchalant, like someone who just woke from a long sleep. He let out a breath and said, what is there to prepare? The disciple is just waiting for the master. Grand Elder Park was a bit irritated by Johoi's dismissive attitude, but what could he do? He had asked for this, so he had to accept it. The elder said, all right, I'll go first, shall I? Of course, Johoi wasn't petty enough to disagree. This small event gave the surrounding observers another chance to gossip. The sword immortal goes first, Suddenly, Johoi remembered something and spoke to the Grand Elder. Before we start, this disciple has a request. Grand Elder Park asked, want to make a bet? Johoi replied calmly. If Master says so, then let's consider it a bet. Grand Elder Park agreed immediately and asked Johoi what he wanted from the Namgung household. Johoi took out a book, Grand Elder Park looked at the contents written inside and said with some surprise, "Isn't this a map of Hefei? What are those dots?" Johoi pictured a 3-story brothel in his mind and said, "Those points are the places where this disciple wants to open inns." Hearing this, the Grand Elder was stunned and asked thoughtfully, "Inns, you want to do business? Tisk, if I lose the inner court head, will give you the firmament sword tablet in return. If I win, you must change your surname and become the successor of my family." Johai found this bet extremely favorable. With the sword, God Elder Cheon backing him, how could he lose? All right, so it's a deal. While Johoi was happy about the upcoming business deal, conversely, inside the Blood Jade space, Elder Cheon clenched his fists and shouted, "What arrogance daring to tell a member of the Zhou family to change his name! Today I will teach him the immensity of heaven and earth." The bet was made. Finally, the true verbal sparring began. Grand Elder Park went first, saying, "After taking your back using the cloud character art." The atmosphere outside the Damlao courtyard grew livelier. Those nearby watching the two verbally spar were startled, whispering, "What it's like listening to direct instruction." In response to the Grand Elder's first move, it was actually Elder Cheon acting through Johoi, unleashing 80% of his power using the return character art. To get behind the master, he used single flash mountain breaker, aiming for the life gate acupoint. In the hypothetical space, the Grand Elder's attacks were completely useless. If he used the movement character art to dodge, use heaven opening flash retreat variant to execute a sword finger technique. If he used the wicked character art to dodge, use twin heavens twin paths to strike the Naohu and Chihai acupoints. The first time he missed Johoi, the second time he attacked he was injured by a sharp sword strike. Grand Elder Park's expression became uneasy as he thought. So all movements of the movement character art and wicked character art are blocked. Suddenly Johoi's voice sounded. Half a moment has passed. Master knows the rules of sword debate. With Grand Elder Park's personality, he would never give up so early. He extended his hand and declared, "Speed character art. I'll use the speed character art in reverse to escape your attack." The onlookers outside were excited as the Grand Elder seemed to be turning the tables. Johoi spoke, "The disciple uses 80% power. Waiting until the return character art the disciple used earlier reaches half power. Using linked footwork to unleash the full power of the movement character art, followed by finishing with flying eagle flash behind the master." Seeing his form being cut down instantly by a sword strike, Grand Elder Park's spirit collapsed. He had lost 14 times now. He thought the difference between me and him is too clear. He sighed and said, "Kid, I lost this round. Let's count this as the decider, but can we spar a few more rounds?" Johoi didn't mind letting Grand Elder Park lose a few more rounds, so he agreed without hesitation. The eavesdroppers outside whispered, "It feels like he's begging to be taught." The sword debate continued. Grand Elder Park's swordsmanship had also improved compared to the beginning. Every strike he made carried a hint of the sword path. Contrary to his strained effort was Johoi's calm expression. Suddenly Grand Elder Park became alarmed, sweat soaking his face. He looked at Johoi before him, who seemed immensely larger than himself, capable of crushing him like an ant. Grand Elder Park couldn't contain his thoughts. "This is Mount Tai, standing before Mount Tai. My sword energy is starting to dissipate." Suddenly he snapped awake. A strange energy emanated from around him, his hands pressed close together. This was the posture of someone attaining enlightenment in the sword path. His son saw this and quickly said, "Could it be that you've achieved enlightenment? Protectors, quickly protect him." Although the sword debate had ended, the crowd coming and going from the Damlao courtyard didn't lessen at all, it even increased. The chatter grew louder. After some time, Grand Elder Park finally opened his eyes. A blue light suddenly appeared in his eyes. His son beside him saw him wake up and asked joyfully, "Did you just achieve a great breakthrough?" Grand Elder Park said, "I have reached the beginning part of the final 3 moves of the Boundless Firmament Sword." Hearing this, his subordinates were overjoyed and excited. Then all eyes turned towards Johoi, everyone sharing the same thought. Attaining enlightenment during a sword debate, being stared at by hundreds of eyes, this was the first time Zhou Hui felt the immense pressure of public opinion. In this deadlock, Grand Elder Park beamed at Zhou Hui, looking like he'd struck gold. "Should I call you Master, ha ha ha?" Zhou Hui asked. "Master hasn't forgotten the firmament sword tablet, right?" Grand Elder Park replied instantly, without thinking. "From now on you can use the Namgung name for everything. I'll inform the inner court head." Zhou Hui bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master." Seeing Zhou Hui's satisfaction about being allowed to do business, Grand Elder Park asked, "I just don't understand. In my entire life I've never met a martial arts genius like you. Do you really just want to be a merchant?" Zhou Hui had his own intentions. Keeping a calm face, he replied, "Master, please don't say that. If one doesn't have food to eat, how can one practice martial arts?" Disciple asks for leave to see the inner court head. Grand Elder Park asked, "You're preparing to leave already?" Zhou Hui nodded. "Yes, there's still much to do. Also, Master, could you accept my older brother as a martial instructor for the family? Regarding his aptitude, I'm not sure, but his passion for the sword and the martial world is undeniable." Zhou Hyok, standing aside, heard his younger brother suggest letting him study martial arts at the household. Zhou Hyok froze for a few seconds. Opposite him, Grand Elder Park spoke, Blue Dragon Unit Leader. Immediately his son, standing behind him, stepped forward and replied clearly, "Present awaiting the firmament. Damlao Courtyard Head's command." Grand Elder Park ordered, "Accept that boy into the Blue Dragon Unit Courtyard and instruct him, as you command." Tears appeared on Zhou Hyok's face for the first time, tears of happiness. Seeing his older brother like this, Zhou Hui approached and asked, "Brother, is your wish fulfilled?" Zhou Hyok was too happy to speak. His wish had finally been fulfilled by Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui said, "Perhaps we won't see each other for a few years. Without me, will you still be all right?" Brother Zhou Hyok replied confidently, Of course." Zhou Hui added a reminder, "Brother, don't forget to visit the forge occasionally to see Mum and Dad." Zhou Hyok would naturally do this, but noticing Zhou Hui's unusual attitude, he asked, "But where are you planning to go?" As for where he was going, Zhou Hui wouldn't say anytime soon. Zhou Hui's back slowly disappeared through the doors of the Damlao courtyard. The initial jealous gazes were now replaced with admiration. "Young hero, please have a sword debate with me." "Please teach me a move, young hero." But their pleas were met with indifference because he had too much business. When would the sword debates ever end? Back in Anhui City, the house where Zhou Hui's family lived still stood. Steward Li was looking at the surrounding scenery. Since the first time he met Zhou Hui, he had found the young man different. He recalled Zhou Hui's words to him, "Of course money cannot win the favor of the elders, but I will make their hearts come alive again." While he was pondering, click, the room door opened. Zhou Hui had just entered and asked Steward, "Are you well?" Steward Li hadn't fully woken up yet when Zhou Hui presented a token, his face extremely smug. Looking at the token in his hand, Steward Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, the firmament sword." Tablet. "We must set up a new workshop." Zhou Hui said, "That's not all." Steward Li seemed to remember something, laughed loudly and said, "The military sales permit. We can finally sell weapons." Zhou Hui handed Steward Li the permit and said, "I've already met with the guildmaster. Hang it up. In another month, about 5 or 6 cartloads of iron ore will arrive here. The guildmasters themselves are supporting those carts." Steward Li considered the finances and said, "I probably don't have enough funds to buy the iron ore." However, Zhou Hui didn't look worried at all. He replied calmly, "Let the guildmaster calculate at his leisure." This coded order, though simple, wasn't something just anyone could execute. Seeing this, Steward Li felt somewhat less anxious. Zhou Hui pointed straight ahead, his face full of anticipation. "Anhui's #1 forge. We will turn this Anhui into a kingdom of iron." Seeing this rapid change, Steward Li knew he had chosen correctly. He smiled happily and said, "You really did it, sir." Zhou Hui replied, "I haven't done anything yet. This is just the beginning. You can leave the matter of setting up the new workshop to my father. He can handle the weapon production himself. First I'll name it Byongsan Pavilion. Steward, please take care of arranging the manpower. With our forge's output, we can forge hundreds of swords a month. Is there a place to sell them yet?" Johei had already considered Steward Lee's concern beforehand. He took a letter from his clothes and said, "This is a letter from the Guildmaster that I will send to the Grand General's residence. For now, I can provide weapons free of charge to one army unit." Steward Lee was shocked. An army unit free of charge. Johei said calmly, "Trial goods aren't enough to move the Grand General. We must create weapons that can convince all the master blacksmiths. As long as we can't do that, don't deliver, and we need an independent merchant guild to exclusively supply the goods produced at our forge." Steward Lee still didn't quite understand. He asked, "Didn't the Hua Ryong Merchant Guild's trading post already handle that for us?" Johei said, "I mean an independent merchant guild." Steward Lee heard this but still didn't grasp Johei's true purpose. His goal was to establish the Zhou family's own merchant guild. Only then did Steward Lee ask in alarm, "You intend to establish your own merchant guild?" Johei said smugly, "That's right. With the firmament sword tablet, there's nothing to hesitate about anymore." The steward seemed to understand something and hesitantly replied, "Guildmaster, but..." Johei firmly stated his intention. "Until now, the Huaryong Merchant Guild has monopolized all transactions with our forge. How much profit could they possibly be making?" The steward realized it too and replied, "Indeed, the profit our forge receives is not comparable." Johei thought for a moment, then answered, "Twice as much as us." The steward was surprised. "Twice," Johei continued coldly, "with an investment of 60 gold taels. The Hua Ryong Merchant Guild made about 1,000 gold taels in 8 months. That's an enormous profit compared to the investment," the steward replied worriedly. "After all, the third young master is a sworn brother to the guild." Master Johei waved his hand dismissively and replied, "That's all there is to it. I've done my best. Transactions between merchants are based on the principle of equivalent exchange. A transaction where one side unilaterally suffers losses cannot be sustained long term. He knows this better than anyone. I always warned him about this truth. But there were no attractive alternatives, so we had to end the transaction. Besides, until now, we've unilaterally endured losing transactions because of those few gold ingots. If we secure the raw iron ore, we won't have to suffer those losses anymore." After a lengthy explanation, Johei made a bold decision. "Steward, please also take on the role of Merchant Guild Head." The steward was startled and could only utter, "Huh." Johei persuaded smugly, "If the steward operates the exclusive merchant guild and distributes our forge's products, how much profit would we make per month?" The steward hesitated thought, then replied, 1,000 gold taels. Johei asked why the steward presented his idea. First, he calculated the profit from current trade goods to be 5 times higher, because using raw iron ore as material, plus the benefit from directly operating the merchant guild, there is 300 taels. And after producing the items being developed at Gizan Pavilion, the expected revenue is 700 taels. Johei listened intently and pointed out the flaw you've skipped Byongsan Pavilion. Because the Guildmaster has set high standards for the finish of the weapons. If it's weapons that make all the master blacksmiths with their high pride nod in approval, it seems we'd need to focus on development for at least half a year, so it's excluded from revenue. After development, if the transaction with the Grand General's residence is successful, then... The steward pondered deeply, then answered decisively, 5,000 taels. The estimate would be 5,000 gold taels. Johei was pleased with the steward's calculation and replied, "Exactly as I predicted. Very good." The steward looked at Johei's nonchalance and thought, oh, not even a hint of surprise on his face. A whole 60,000 gold taels a year. Johei suddenly took a piece of paper from his clothes and continued, "Now I can start a new business." The steward replied in surprise, "A new business? What is it?" The paper Johei just took out was a map. The steward quickly responded after seeing the map. "Isn't this a map of Hefei?" Johei looked at the map, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and said, "I placed an order to develop small carriages at Gizan Pavilion the other day. Shouldn't it be called human vehicle, remember?" The steward remembered Johei mentioning this briefly. "Ah, does the Guildmaster mean the thing you called a bicycle?" Johei confirmed. "That's right. After completing the bicycle development at Gizan Pavilion, we'll produce 500 units and store them in the warehouse." The steward placed a hand on his chin, pondered, and said, 4,500 units. How much warehouse space is needed for that? When do you plan to sell? Zhou Hui had foreseen this and declared, "When I am ready." And bicycles absolutely cannot be sold. The steward was surprised, not understanding Zhou Hui's intention. Zhou Hui explained further. Hasn't the steward ever thought about it this way? Wouldn't it be good if someone delivered the delicious food from the inns? The steward hadn't processed it yet. Delivery. What's that? Zhou Hui explained gently. It means someone will bring it to you. The steward realized Zhou Hui's intention and guessed, could it be? The inn business the guildmaster mentioned earlier is... Zhou Hui began to detail his idea. That's right. Wherever there's a small path, no matter where in Hefei, the food from our inns can be delivered. I've thought about inn delivery like this. Look at this map. These hundreds of green dots are the current delivery routes. Every morning here, our inn staff go out at the designated time and take lunch and dinner orders from customers. Payment is also handled here. As soon as an order is received, the staff writes the location and delivery time on the current board. Then our drivers know delivery men will go there and confirm the board. Then they return to the inn and relay the order. When the food is ready, each person goes to their assigned area and starts delivering. The steward suddenly realized, what about the bicycle's fast delivery? That's a groundbreaking invention to complete deliveries before the food gets cold. The steward was excited by the idea, exclaiming, Oh, then among these green dots, these 8 red dots are... Zhou Hui replied smugly. That's right, our inns. The steward put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. Truly a new business. Moreover, even if competitors want to imitate, they can't, because they don't have bicycles. That's why we don't sell bicycles. After considering, the steward shared his thoughts. However, the cost is too high. Don't we have to hire hundreds of people for delivery? Zhou Hui replied gently. Even if it's expensive, we have to make them eat it right, the steward exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Hui rested his chin on his hand, frustrated. I find the food here terrible. It has no flavor. Who on earth said Chinese food is the best? Because sugar and salt are expensive, the food is bland and awful. There are too few spices compared to modern times. Compared to my taste from when I was modern, it's not delicious at all. For my taste buds, and because the food market still has so much potential for growth. Zhou Hui couldn't keep eating such terrible food. He stood up and told the steward buy large quantities of salt and sugar from Jiangnan. The steward was curious. Sugar and salt. Zhou Hui was determined. I will create new dishes. If people taste the appeal of salty and sweet, those addicted will buy it, even if it's expensive. The steward thought confusedly, salty and sweet. Then he asked, will we prioritize developing the new business over the forge? Zhou Hui replied calmly. Probably. The steward clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, I will do my best. With the idea of bringing modern food to ancient times, it could be said that ancient people had never seen such dishes. They couldn't imagine the flavors of these foods. Zhou Hui's eyes lit up, grinning widely at his idea, thinking, "Oh, people of the Central Plains, I will show you what wonderful modern flavors are." On a normal morning at the Namgung household, in a room in the inner court, head Namgung Baek was reading reports from the time he was away from the Namgung household. Suddenly, Namgung Baek saw something strange and exclaimed, There was a name Namgung Baek had never seen before. Zhou Family Forge client Zhou Hui. Firmament Sword Tablet issued letter. Namgung Baek was curious. Zhou Hui of the Zhou Family Forge. Who is this person who in 1 year has requested the Firmament Sword Tablet from me 3 or 4 times? While I was on official business in Henan, I already gave one. Who on earth is this? Suddenly Namgung Baek saw the name that approved the Firmament Sword Tablet issuance. Firmament Damlao Courtyard approved. Namgung Baek was furious, his eyes filled with hatred. Absurd. Disregarding society, disregarding order. Disregarding family law, Namgung Baek slammed his fist down angrily. 3 months ago, they brought a young man here. I tried to prevent this sworn brotherhood, giving the Firmament Sword Tablet to a nameless, unknown forge. Namgung Baek shot up and stormed outside, saying angrily. Unbearable Namgung Baek went to the alchemy workshop, looked around and thought. But why is no one in the alchemy workshop? Namgung Baek wandered the inner court of the Namgung household, but didn't see a single soul, wondering. Now is the best training time. Where has the Blue Dragon unit gone? As he looked around, Namgung Baek suddenly heard bustling sounds. He was curious. He walked towards the sound and saw many people gathered, thinking, what are they all gathered here for? The Namgung household disciples recognized Namgung Baek approaching and quickly clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, inner court head, Namgung Baek asked curiously. The Blue Dragon unit is all gathered here. What's going on? A disciple from the Blue Dragon unit quickly replied, we are having a sword debate and martial contest. Namgung Baek was surprised. Sword debate. His face turned purple with anger as he scolded. As far as I know, sword debates are forbidden during work hours. Am I mistaken? The disciple quickly replied. The unit leader gave permission. Namgung Baek was startled. The unit leader. He suppressed his anger, thinking, have the household's activities and traditions collapsed like this? Then he exploded with anger, waving his hand towards the gathered disciples and shouting, sword debate is a lifelong hardship. Don't you know that? What kind of farce is this, daring to mock me? The disciple clarified. The courtyard head met us directly at the Damlao courtyard. Namgung Baek still shouted angrily. What exactly did you see? The disciple continued. The Damlao courtyard head achieved enlightenment after the sword debate, reaching the state of the azure heaven eyes. Namgung Baek froze for several seconds, saying in surprise, is that true? He thought the azure heaven eyes are a characteristic that appears when practicing the household's sword techniques at the highest realm. In the history of the household, fewer than 10 people have achieved the azure heaven eyes. The surrounding Namgung disciples excitedly said in unison, yes, we saw it. Namgung Baek forced a laugh. Haha, he thought to himself. A master reaching a realm equal to the family head, achieving the ultimate state, has appeared. It's hard not to debate. Namgung Baek continued asking, who was your sword debate opponent? The family head. The disciple replied excitedly. The opponent was the courtyard head's unnamed disciple. Namgung Baek was curious. Unnamed disciple, he wondered. An unnamed disciple at that age, the naming will be seriously troublesome. Then he asked further, who is this disciple? The disciple quickly replied, it's young hero Zhou Hui from the Zhou family forge. Namgung Baek went from one surprise to another. Now the name that gave him a headache while reading the reports appeared again. That Zhou Hui. Namgung Baek was very curious about who this Zhou Hui was, that so many disciples knew him. Suddenly Namgung Baek called out Lin Ju. Instantly a figure appeared as if from nowhere, right beside Namgung Baek. This man dressed in black from head to toe, clasped his hands and said, subordinate is here. Namgung Baek immediately ordered, quickly investigate the one named Zhou Hui from the Zhou family forge. Lin Ju immediately bowed, clasped his hands and replied, as you command. Some time passed, in a pavilion belonging to the Namgung household. In a private room, Grand Elder Park met with a very elegant and refined man. The Grand Elder smiled cheerfully. Only coming to visit grandfather now. Being the family head keeps you too busy. The elegant man turned out to be the head of the Namgung household, the Firmament Sword, hero Namgung Su. Firmament Sword hero. Namgung Su, his hand trembling slightly, replied, today I read the sword debate record you gave me 3 days ago. Grand Elder Park laughed cheerfully again. Ha 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 ha, you must be very surprised, right? Namgung Su nodded indeed. Namgung Su pondered deeply. He uses 4 tiles, deflects 8,000 catties grafting flowers onto trees, 3 powers, sword. 3 stream sword arts like martial principles, bitter season. The 3 powers sword in the debate record is the most unique martial arts move I've ever seen a realm I haven't reached. At this time, Grand Elder Park, neither Firmament Sword hero Namgung Su nor anyone else could have imagined that the person who debated swords with the Grand Elder that day was the famously renowned sword god, the inviolable war god. Returning to the present conversation, Namgung Su, filled with killing intent, asked, is it Huashan? Namgung Su was thinking of the Zi He Sword Saint. the #1 swordsman under heaven. Although we reached the same realm, he is someone I cannot defeat. Grand Elder Park gently shook his head. Not him. Namgung-soo asked, slightly tense, if not him, then who? Grand Elder Park took a deep breath, revealing eyes awakened with the azure heaven eyes. His pupils emitted a sharp blue light like electricity flowing through them as he said slowly, "You will know. I hope the family head can understand something more." Namgung-soo showed clear joy on his face, stood up and congratulated him. "Uncle, congratulations on your great achievement." Grand Elder Park laughed smugly. Ho 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 ho. That afternoon, the evening sun dyed the city gold. At a certain inn, the waiter was greeting wandering guests. "Welcome, esteemed guests." This wanderer attracted the attention and gossip of many surrounding guests. Humph, Hua Shi Sword Sect. What Hua Shi Sword Sect? More like Hua Shi Dog, Hua Tai Min, Hua Shi's dog. This person with a leisurely demeanor slowly strolled in step by step. Looking around as he walked, he suddenly arrived at a tea table, raised his hand in greeting. "Haha, are all the heroes of the Jegal household here?" A young hero holding a fan exuding confidence replied gently, "Young Master Hua." "Are you well, brother?" Hua Taemin asked playfully. "And this isn't it, young master, little Zhuge, Jua Gurayum?" Those nearby heard this and closed their eyes in annoyance. Suddenly the waiter's voice was heard. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Someone entered the inn, catching Hua Tai-min's attention. Hua Tai-min said cheerfully, "Young swordmaster." It turned out to be a man and a woman dressed in Namgung household martial attire entering. These two stood apart from the others, a brilliant aura surrounding them as they slowly entered the inn. Hua Tai-min blushed, stepped forward to block the girl's path, smiled and said, "Young miss, you become more beautiful every day." The young miss Hua Tai-min spoke of replied reluctantly, "Long time no see." The Namgung household's young swordmaster spoke bluntly to Hua Tai-min with an unnatural expression. "Still so boorish, I see." Hua Tai-min laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, brother Jiang Ho." Hua Tai-min continued, emboldened. "The young swordmaster and little Zhuge are together. It truly is the Little Dragon Grand Banquet." Namgung Jiang Ho's face darkened, showing clear annoyance as he thought. "If it weren't for the family order, why would I need to talk to you, forcing me to come to Shanxi with those who tarnished father's name with their pens?" The young lady of the Namgung family standing behind Namgung Jiang Ho felt awkward, but still obeyed after Namgung Jiang Ho said, "After refreshments, we will depart immediately." Just then, Zhou Hui was arguing loudly with someone who might be the innkeeper. "So what do you want?" The other person replied irritably, "Hey kid, what do you mean, what do you want?" Young Miss Namgung Soso heard the noise and paid attention. Namgung Soso was surprised to recognize the arguing person as Zhou Hui. Back to Zhou Hui. The innkeeper stood with arms crossed, angrily shouting, "Why should I tell you my recipe?" Zhou Hui pressed his lips together, embarrassed. Helpless, not knowing how to retort, he thought, "Damn it. Even though I humbled myself so much, no one will tell me how to run an inn. My plan will fall apart." The innkeeper sneered contemptuously, thinking, "Don't know where this rich kid came from. Think I don't know? You want to open an inn?" Just then the waiter's greeting at the inn door sounded again. A familiar figure rushed straight into the inn, heading directly towards Zhou Hui, shouting loudly, "Pant, pant! Younger brother?" My sworn brother Zhou Hui turned around reflexively and said instinctively, "Brother Zhongjae Li." Zhongjae's face was dark, holding some paper, panting as he shouted, "What on earth is this?" About Zhou Hui thought in surprise. As expected, the steward works fast. Li Zhongjae, with a serious expression, shouted, drawing the attention of those around sworn brother, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? You abruptly ended our transaction without a word. Is this your true nature, sworn brother?" Zhou Hui, with an innocent face, said calmly, "Brother, things really are like this now." Li Zhongjae, still angry, crumpled the paper in his hand and shouted, "Like this? What does like this mean? Even rival guilds don't do this. How could you not give the guild that traded 1,500 taels with you monthly a chance to negotiate? You unilaterally end the transaction like this." Aren't we even sworn brothers? Zhou Hui didn't rush to explain, but replied calmly and proudly, I truly respect you, brother, but we must separate public and private matters. Zhongjie seemed to realize something, and just uttered, sworn brother. Zhou Hui continued coldly, you make it sound like I didn't give you a chance, but how many chances did I actually give you? I told you every day, Zhongjie replied, flustered. That. Zhou Hui firmly cut him off, not allowing Zhongjie to justify himself, continuing coldly. The monthly profit you made trading with me was 120 taels, as a merchant. Migi Pri! You know very well how large that number is. Zhongjie's angry expression changed to worry and embarrassment, like someone caught doing wrong. Zhongjie thought, he knows the profit I made through the Anhui Forge transaction. Zhou Hui asked angrily, his voice sharp. Sworn brothers. You speak nicely. Tell me what younger brother gifts. His sworn brother, 120 taels a month. That's not sworn brotherhood. That's robbery. Isn't it bribery? Zhongjie was cornered, stammering an excuse. It's not like that. Do you know that to provide silver for you, your sworn brother had to... Zhou Hui slowly drew the firmament sword tablet from his clothes. The innkeeper standing nearby, and Zhongjie gaped when they saw the sword tablet. Zhongjie slumped disappointment clear on his face, uttering, this also meant the deal was over. The innkeeper recognized the sword tablet, clasped his hands, and pleaded desperately with Zhou Hui, heaven's young master. This humble servant was rude to you, Zhou Hui exclaimed in surprise. Just then footsteps approached Zhou Hui. It was Namgung Jiang Ho, known as the young sword master of the Namgung household. Namgung Jiang Ho pressured them with his words. Who are you? Why do you have my family's token? Zhou Hui, surprised by the situation, quickly bowed, clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am from the Zhou family, no Zhou Hui of the Anhui Forge. Namgung Jiang Ho seemed skeptical of both Zhou Hui and the Anhui Forge. Anhui Forge, show me the token. Suddenly Namgung Soso ran up hastily, saying, Senior brother young hero Zhou Hui is now the most prestigious person in our household. The firmament gold tablet is definitely from our family. Namgung Jiang Ho asked curiously. Prestigious Namgung Soso slowly explained. You just finished seclusion yesterday, so naturally you don't know. Later ask the firmament Damlao courtyard head. No, just meeting the unit leaders will tell you. Namgung Jiang Ho guessed. Did he gift our family supreme sword techniques? Namgung Soso laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Not like that. This young hero's martial arts are extremely profound. Namgung Jiang Ho glanced at Zhou Hui, saw his slender hands unlike a martial artist's, his gaze not sharp, even less like a martial artist, especially one with profound skills. Namgung Jiang Ho shouted loudly, Are you kidding me, sister? This person is definitely not a martial artist. Namgung Soso replied awkwardly, But he won against grandfather in a sword debate. Namgung Jiang Ho heard Namgung Soso's words like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming, Grandfather. Namgung Soso continued. The two of them debated swords dozens of times, but grandfather lost every time. Namgung Jiang Ho went from one shock to another, only able to utter what Namgung Soso continued. Furthermore, grandfather even accepted him as a registered disciple. Although a registered disciple in terms of status, he stands above us. You shouldn't treat him like that. Namgung Jiang Ho couldn't believe what was before him, clenched his fist angrily, and said, Disciples, you're saying someone who doesn't know martial arts belongs to the elder rank of the household. I won't accept this until I see it with my own eyes. Namgung Soso replied indifferently. Go back to the main household and ask. Namgung Jiang Ho snapped, annoyed. Too noisy, Zhou Hui thought. I still have to deal with my sworn brother's matter. Getting involved in this will only make things worse. Zhou Hui bowed and said, I will consider young Miss Namgung Soso to have helped me verify the token. I shall take my leave. Li Zhongjie quickly seized the opportunity, bowed, and introduced himself. I once had the honor of seeing young master from afar. It is a great honor to meet the young swordmaster. I am from the Hua Ryong Merchant Guild. But Namgung Jiang Ho paid him no mind, focusing his gaze solely on Zhou Hui and shouting loudly. Stop right there. Zhou Hui turned back confused. Is there something you need to say, sir? Namgung Jang-ho said firmly. The firmament gold tablet represents the prestige of my household. You possess the token, yet I don't know who you are. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Jo Hui replied, annoyed. Didn't young Miss Namgung So-So already verify it for me? Namgung Jang-ho raised his sword, imposing and majestic, shouting loudly. On behalf of the household head, I command you, you must prove it to me yourself. Namgung So-So and everyone around were agitated and surprised by Namgung Jang-ho's words. Everyone in the inn focused on the two. Suddenly, the blood jade glowed and a voice came from the sword god. This kid is interesting. A swordsman with profound martial arts. It's difficult to reach his realm at this age, Jo Hui thought. Elder Sword, God never speaks well of anyone. Does he like him? Sword god Cheon cracked his knuckles, his eyes filled with killing intent. Crushing him would probably be very interesting. Jo Hui froze for a few seconds, thinking, what crush him? Elder Cheon inside the blood jade said, I think in the terms of your world, he needs to be taught a lesson. Hearing Cheon's tone sent a chill down Jo Hui's spine. Around him were all talented individuals from prestigious families. Jo Hui thought, needs to be taught a lesson. Wait, oh God, you can't do that here. Cheon snapped silence. He wants it anyway, just charge forward. Although Cheon had his back, this was still the first time he faced such disapproving gazes. Jo Hui asked Nam Jang-ho. The imposing figure replied fiercely, sparring match. If it came to this, even his grandfather lost, let alone him. The voice from the blood jade sounded. Tell him exactly what I say. Don't add any unnecessary commentary. Jo Hui then did as Cheon said, slowly discoursing with Jang-ho. Namgung swordsmanship focuses on power and tranquility. Why do you focus on speed and ostentation? You must have practiced acupoint striking techniques. Please don't practice martial arts so carelessly anymore. Although it's natural for a swordsman to train their eyesight, you shouldn't rely too much on what you see. The words Jo Hui spoke made Jang-ho suddenly feel fearful. His eyes widened as he shouted, what the hell do you know? The angrier Jang-ho got, the more it proved Jo Hui's words were accurate. Jo Hui continued his discourse. Regarding acupoint striking, when you erupt with internal energy, it comes with immense harm. Although you were born gifted with the ability to sense ki and blood, when you practice acupoint striking with the Namgung family's swordsmanship, it will cause harmful conflicts that you cannot yet feel. Nam Jang-ho suddenly realized something in Jo Hui's implied meaning. Is he confirming I'm very talented, but heading in the wrong direction? Then Jang-ho's expression turned angry again. He clenched his teeth and said, shut your stupid mouth! Jo Hui had said so much, yet this guy still wouldn't accept it, forcing him to point a finger at him and speak loudly. You disagree. How strong is your obsession with the sword when your hand is in such a state, yet you still don't know? Nam Jang-ho looked at his right arm. He also felt a bit scared and asked, what's wrong with my hand? Jo Hui explained, isn't your right hand slightly longer? And looking at how your shoulder muscle is swollen, only your Yunmen acupoint has developed. When you strike others' acupoints, you are also the first to suffer the impact. The internal energy aftershocks will slowly destroy your arm. Your personality is characteristic of a swordsman heavily obsessed with winning against opponents by any means necessary. The people around, including young Miss Namgung So-So, focused their attention on Jang-ho's right arm. Others started whispering again. Jo Hui now resembled a true debater of the way. His words seemed like truth itself. The marks on the rock reveal its true nature. Even if it doesn't dissolve in the most terrible storms, eventually it must crumble. The path by which the divine dragon punishes the rotten world is as if it scorns the world, yet tolerates all beings. Flying dragon ascends to heaven. The true nature of the azure heaven tolerates demons. Though powerfully suppressive, it cannot bear to crush everything in the world. The path of a sword saint is one of ceaseless battle with no room for error or failure. The azure heaven scorns the world with arrogant eyes, yet its heart is filled with compassion. In the 200-year history of Namgung family swordsmanship, there is no trace of such fast and ferocious sword techniques. Zhou Hui's words struck Jiang Ho's sword path like thunder, and then suddenly Zhou Hui said no more because Cheon's points were finished. Outwardly appearing calm inside Zhou Hui's face had turned pale. He thought I got too into character and said everything the sword god said exactly his way. What should I do now? Will he hit me? While worrying about what would happen next, the one everyone called Hua Shi's dog, Hua Tai Min, spoke a few accurate words. It's 400 years making the surrounding crowd think he was crazy. As everyone buzzed about something, a thought stream appeared in Nam Jiang Ho's mind. Heavenly book. He's simply talking about the basic swordsmanship of the Namgung family, but I've forgotten even those fundamentals. So when did I start carrying such a terrifying obsession I can't keep up with his speed? Dozens, hundreds of different sword forms. Little Dragon Huashan Zhongsu Yun. To defeat him, I spent the last 3 years training while pushing my body to its limit. But my heart became more sensitive, rough and cruel because I feared him. Reaching this thought, Jiang Ho's hand clenched and began to tremble, but Jiang Ho wasn't a fool who didn't understand worldly principles. He looked up, the arrogant tone gone, replaced by respect, as he asked, "You said your name is Zhou Hui, right?" Nam So, standing beside him, couldn't help but be startled, thinking, is Big Brother speaking politely? Yes, Zhou Hui answered Jiang Ho's earlier question. Jiang Ho said, "You reprimanded me like a father." Zhou Hui didn't know what to say about that, as those were Cheon's words anyway. Jiang Ho gripped his sword with both hands, held it out front, and said politely, "I Namgung Jiang Ho am not a fool ignorant of etiquette. I no longer doubt your abilities. Even though according to rank I should consider you a master, however I am still a young family head, so please understand I can only speak politely." Contrary to the villainous family heads in stories Zhou Hui had read, Jiang Ho was completely different. Zhou Hui stared intently at Jiang Ho, thinking, damn it, is this really the behavior of a character from a prestigious orthodox sect? Amazing. Zhou Hui also clasped his hands in greeting, like an equal, smiling as he said, "Haha, you don't need to worry about that. Your grandfather practically forced me to become his registered disciple. Please, just speak normally with me." Seeing Jiang Ho and Zhou Hui talking cheerfully together, Li Zhongjie felt surprised. So the young swordmaster is showing respect to Zhou Hui. If Li Zhongjie had seen Grand Elder Park acting exactly like Jiang Ho, he probably would have fainted on the spot. Being a merchant, Li Zhongjie's quick wit was undeniable. He approached Jiang Ho with a deferential attitude. "Greetings, I am Li Zhongjie, Zhou Hui's sworn brother. Haha, I am also the third son of the Hua Riong Merchant Guild." In response to Li Zhongjie's plea, Jiang Ho didn't care what he said and asked Zhou Hui, "If it's not impolite, may I invite you for tea?" Zhou Hui replied, "It would be an honor, but let's have wine instead." "All right then." And so the two walked off together, leaving the others behind. Li Zhongjie was terrified, thinking, I can't let my relationship with Zhou Hui end like this. Immediately, he took out a book. Fearing Zhou Hui would leave and he'd lose his chance, he was extremely anxious. "Wait a moment, at least fulfill this for me, Zhou Hui." Zhou Hui looked down on Li Zhongjie and said, "Brother Zhongjie, please don't overdo it. Doesn't the treasurer of the Hua Riong Guild get paid?" Li Zhongjie shook his head bashfully. "Haha, no. Didn't you calculate 10? No, 20 times faster than them. I'm in a hurry." Immediately, Zhou Hui turned to Jiang Ho, bowed and said, "Excuse me, please trouble you for a moment." Jiang Ho replied cheerfully, "No problem, just take care of your business." Zhou Hui sat down holding the book Li Zhongjie had reading aloud. Roofing stone 5 carts, 288 catties of herbs, 1536 catties of metal, ink sticks 474 catties, charcoal 288 catties, cloth 3200 rolls, silk 380 rolls. If the purchase ledger has a total of 82 items, the total purchase price is 4 each and 73 taels. Li Zhongjie asked 4873 yes. Zhou Hui answered Zhongjie and returned the book to him. Seeing Zhongjie's attitude, Zhou Hui asked curiously, "You bought quite a lot of cloth this month, didn't you? Did you find a cheaper supplier, or is there increased demand somewhere?" Li Zhongjie shook his head as if unsatisfied, explaining, "Not at all, I just bought inventory because it's cheap now." This answer angered Zhou Hui. He said loudly, "See, look at you. That's why deep down you're just a merchant. You never reveal all your cards, and your heart is full of greed. You have business strategies, but don't share them with me. How can I trust you? Being scolded, yet Lee Jong-jae was very happy. He laughed. Next time I'll keep it in mind, thank you. Then he quickly ran towards the exit. Watching the way he ran, Jo Hui felt his eyes were insulted. At the same time, Juagureum perceived Jo Hui's talent. A question arose in his mind. Ridiculous. How can it be like this? Jang Ho and Jo Hui were about to go to their table to drink and talk, when suddenly Juagureum stood up and shouted, "How is it possible? How did you do it?" Just getting a moment of peace, and some unrelated guy asks him questions, making Jo Hui feel extremely annoyed. Juagureum said, "There are 82 items with different weights, totaling over 3,600 katis of goods and 3,000 rolls of cloth. How could you calculate mentally so fast? Are you a calculation god?" Juagureum visualized all the people he had met in his life, muttering to himself. Even in the Jegal clan scholars, they spend their lives studying arithmetic from childhood, yet none can calculate mentally that fast. How the hell did he calculate so quickly? Juagureum's mind conjured countless geometric shapes he had learned. He kept talking. "What arithmetic method did you use?" "The abacus method." "No, you have nothing in your hands now. How could you calculate so fast? It's a type of calculation based on memory, right?" Bombarded by a flood of questions, Jo Hui's ability to distinguish gender was also confused. Juagureum was clearly male, yet somehow Jo Hui saw him as female. Jo Hui recalled knowledge from his previous life, thinking, "I want to explain it to her, but how can I explain modern mathematics?" The biggest difference between modern math and Central Plains arithmetic of this era is the concept of zero. Even with many items to calculate, I can use polynomials or exponents to calculate easily. Why does she treat something so simple like a supernatural power? Anyway, I have to say something. Let's try. Jo Hui's voice sounded, "If you try multiplying 5 by nothing, what do you get?" Juagureum was now visualizing 5 sticks multiplying by something invisible. Understanding Jo Hui's question, he replied, "How can 5 be multiplied by nothing?" Jo Hui asked. "Have you never thought that nothing could also be a number?" These words stunned Juagureum. He thought nothing is a number. "What kind of strange definition is that?" Then he said to Jo Hui, "A number having some value means it exists. How can nothing become a number?" In Juagureum's mind, 1 represented 1 person, 2 apples were 2, 3 buffaloes were 3, and so on, like a first-grade counting problem. Jo Hui anticipated this would happen, so he wanted to drop the subject. Jo Hui said, "All right, forget about it." However, Juagureum refused to give up. He said urgently, "Wait, please tell me how 5 can be multiplied by nothing." Jo Hui replied, "Because it can't be multiplied, it's still nothing." This answer made Juagureum's brain feel like exploding. How can that be? Because a number cannot multiply with nothing, the number 5 should still remain a natural number, right? What kind of calculation is this? Jo Hui took a short breath, looked contemptuously at Juagureum and said, "Blockhead." Juagureum didn't hear clearly and stammered, What did you just say?" Of course, Jo Hui thought this guy was quite a blockhead, but didn't dare say it loudly for fear of being hit. He gave a forced smile. "Nothing." Nam Jang Ho, standing nearby, sneered contemptuously. If one cannot explain using their own understanding, they won't value others' understanding. So that's your nature, Jegal, right? Divine strategist, Jegal. In Jo Hui's eyes, Jang Ho looked like a villain always looking for trouble. He thought, no way, he just radiated an orthodox aura. Why suddenly? Being scorned by others, Juagureum remained extremely calm. He sighed, gestured dismissively, and said, "I just see a bunch of fools treating new swords as everything and slandering other disciples. Smug when insulting others, but angry when insulted back." Jang Ho said harshly, "I'd rather bite my tongue off and die than live as an effeminate young master who only knows petty tricks. Living one's whole life as a martial artist, practicing the sword daily, that is a true seeker of the way." Hearing this guy preach principles, Juagureum turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Humph, that's why I treat Anhui's words like a joke. I don't want to waste brain power. Jiang Ho immediately leaned his head closer, his voice teasing, "What was that? You spoke too softly, I didn't hear. Speak so quietly." Suddenly Namgung Soso shouted loudly, "Stop being silly, please stop." Just then the cook brought food to the table. Jiang Ho told everyone to sit down. Hua Min, appearing from who knows where, laughed and addressed Jiang Ho's group. He said, "With the young sword master and little Zhuge here, how could this peach blossom young master be missing senior brother? May I sit?" This guy's words caught Zhou Hui's attention. Zhou Hui thought, "It's definitely him. Although I only saw him from afar, he's the one father and I saw from the Hua Shi sword sect." Hua Min. The image of this guy in Zhou Hui's mind was someone not simple at all. Just as the two sat near each other, Zhou Hui showed respect first. "Greetings, brother. I am Zhou Hui, from the Zhou family forge." However, Hua Min replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Hui was quite angry. Veins popped on his face as he thought, "Kid, you swallowed 2,000 tails and don't remember." Hua Min turned towards Namgung Soso, smiling brightly. "I still can't forget the young Miss's performance at last year's Double Ninth Festival. I wonder when I can see it again." However, Namgung Soso treated him as invisible at the table. She turned her gaze towards Zhou Hui and said, "Because I was too rushed, I didn't greet you properly. How rude. Thank you for your guidance." Soso's exquisite demeanor made Hua Min look at her as if she were a goddess descended to the mortal world. Zhou Hui returned Soso's courtesy, "Not at all, please sit." Seeing the mysterious conversation between the two, Jiang Ho asked, "Soso's sister, do you also want to practice martial arts?" Soso replied, "Is practicing martial arts the only thing in your head?" Brother being told off so bluntly by his little sister, Jiang Ho couldn't do anything. He asked again, "Then what did you learn?" Images of peach blossoms and birdsong appeared in Soso's mind, her expression utterly content, her voice full of joy, an extremely wonderful piece of music art, with profound melodies unattainable anywhere else. Jiang Ho heard Soso's words, but understood nothing about music art and melodies, because in his mind only martial arts were the true love. Zhuge witnessed Soso's attitude, then shifted his gaze back to Zhou Hui, asking, "Are you also skilled in music art?" To avoid too many questions, Zhou Hui tried to answer dismissively, "I am just a merchant managing a forge." But Zhuge knew Zhou Hui was just hiding his talents. He continuously asked himself, who is he really? Someone who doesn't know martial arts defeated Namgung Jiang Ho, a master of calculation methods that astonished me. Now what music art? He just said he's a merchant. The best thing I did in Hefei was meeting this guy. Then Zhuge took out something from his person, like a gold bar, but lighter in color. He said solemnly, "This is the Phoenix Gold fan of my household. I wish to invite you to my household as an honored guest for a visit. When you have the chance, I hope you will visit. If you show them this, it's the same as seeing me." Anyone could understand that minor households always try to recruit strong individuals. As soon as Zhuge finished speaking, Jiang Ho slammed his hand on the table. "Put it away," Zhuge asked calmly. "Why should I do that?" Jiang Ho was very angry now, evident on his face. He said, "Young hero Zhou Hui is the owner of the token, not an outsider to my household, meaning he's not someone you can play tricks on." Zhuge wasn't inferior in verbal sparring either. So what? Is there a rule against inviting martial artists from other sects as guests? What martial world law is this? Isn't this the time for martial sects to actively interact? I sincerely wanted to invite him as a guest, yet it's seen as playing tricks. Zhuge words angered Jiang Ho so much that if his two accompanying disciples hadn't stopped him, something big might have happened. Jiang Ho shouted, "So what, you bastard?" Seeing the tense situation, Zhou Hui spoke up. "Thank you for your kindness, young master, but I dare not accept." Regret showed on Zhuge face and in his words. Completely opposite was Jiang Ho's smugness. Jiang Ho gestured respectfully towards Zhou Hui. "Apologies for spoiling your mood. I invite you for drinks next time." Zhou Hui also nodded as he never wanted to make things difficult for anyone. After bowing to Zhou Hui, Jiang Ho slightly turned his head towards Juagureum. Eat quickly, then depart. You can choose to follow me or not. And Hua Min also asked to go along with Jiang Ho. Seeing these guys leaving in such a hurry, Zhou Hui asked, "Do you have official business?" Sir Juagureum quickly replied, "We will attend the Little Dragon Grand Banquet at Huashan next month." Little Dragon Grand Banquet. These words felt familiar to Zhou Hui. He thought to himself, "I seem to have heard of it. It's said to be a festival for the martial world's heroes, held every 3 years. There will be a grand martial contest and banquets from various sects. Also tea ceremony, painting, music, art, calligraphy, a multi-themed exchange festival." Wait, Huashan. Zhou Hui realized something. That was the Sword Tomb Elder Sword, God mentioned, located in Gangquan, on the border between Gansu and Shanxi. Huashan is in Shanxi province. Seeing his goal aligned with Jiang Ho's group, Zhou Hui immediately said, "May I travel with you? I will cover the expenses for this sudden joining." Zhou Hui thought, they are people I can trust. Take this opportunity to tour Huashan and get acquainted with the 5 great sects and 5 great households. Anyone else maybe not, but Zhou Hui was someone they couldn't ask for more. Soso and Juagureum replied in unison without prior agreement. "Welcome, young hero, to travel with us. Haha, don't worry about the cost." The next morning on a mountain road, a group was traveling forward. This was Zhou Hui's group heading to Huashan. Inside the carriage, Hua Min said smugly, "I don't want to brag, but our Huaxi sword sect possesses a colossal fortune. You can't imagine." Oh Hai said, "Of course I know the famous Dan Hoa Bank in this Hefei." Hua Min glanced sideways at Soso, but she was sitting meditating, so he continued his boasting. "Haha, of course it's not just Dan Hoa Bank, Kaiyang pawn shop, restaurants, and Tianxiang fabric store. Besides, there are hundreds of inns." Zhou Hui wasn't very surprised and replied, "How surprising? Isn't Kaiyang Escort Agency the largest escort agency in Anhui? Moreover, the Baini restaurant has a unique view from the top of the tower. Visitors are countless." Hearing these words from Zhou Hui, Hua Min laughed heartily, replying happily, "You even know about that. You are indeed a person of profound knowledge." Zhou Hui said, "Having one small inn is enough to satisfy me." "Haha, you don't need to be modest, but you're right. The Honglu Inn and One Show Inn, for example." Hua Min's smugness looked foolish in Zhou Hui's eyes. He thought I just praised him a little, and he's already bragging. Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside. "Young master, something has happened, sir. What is it?" "There's a banner ahead." Jiang Ho asked the guard, "Who are they?" The guard replied, "Dai Ho Stronghold, sir." Jiang Ho thought, I heard Dai Ho Stronghold is the weakest among the 12 strongholds of Luke Sam, being the dignified young swordmaster, getting bullied by others right after going out. Who could endure such anger? Jiang Ho gripped his sword, tightly punched the carriage wall with his other hand, and shouted, "They dare block my path." Juagureum sighed wearily. Look there. They're not wild beasts. Is it necessary for you to step forward? Can't you think? Jiang Ho was furious, but seeing his point was valid, he didn't know what else to say. Juagureum said, "Think about it. Dai Ho Stronghold aren't fools. Who would seek death like this? They saw our banner and raised their own banner high." Zhou Hui didn't understand martial world affairs well, meaning they are confident in their strength and strategy. Juagureum replied, "Exactly. The martial world is not a simple place, Mr. Anhui Handsome." Hearing that tone made Zhou Hui curse inwardly. This bastard keeps mentioning Anhui Handsome. Jiang Ho said angrily, "Anyway, things are getting complicated. Not only these scholars guessing this and that in the Wulin Alliance, but even the evil sects are stirring up trouble. They're all damn bastards." Juagureum looked at the banner ahead and laughed. "Wait, look at the banner, a bear. Only Ungsan Stronghold uses a bear banner in Luke Lam. The red bear banner is the famous mark of Iron Bear Lord Luke Lam Great King. It means either the Luke Lam Great King is here, or at least his disciple or direct guards have arrived." Hearing this name, Zhou Hui felt fear, thinking Iron Bear Lord, not one of the 7 martial seats, but someone with prestige comparable to them. Juagureum jumped off the carriage, his voice unhappy. What rotten luck is this? If I had just charged out, I'd probably have been beaten half to death. From the mountaintop, several indistinct figures suddenly flew down. According to Juagureum's knowledge, this was the Red Bear Swift Wind Squad, monsters known as a fighting organization under the Luke Lam Great King's command, and the only unit with power comparable to a sect. They all had robust bodies, fierce faces, and scars on their faces. Another common feature was the cloak tied around their necks. Jang Ho drew his sword with one hand, causing nearby rocks to shatter. He gave the command, "Great Namgung, fight." All the soldiers drew their swords. Jang Ho leaped forward, commanding, "Quickly form ranks." Instantly, as Namgung Jang Ho ordered the Namgung household guards to prepare for battle and form a sword formation to deal with the situation ahead. Juagureum also commanded the Jegal household guards just as quickly. Guardians deploy Zhenshi Stone and Baishi Wood. Ji Chensha set up the Taiyi Maze formation behind. The Jagal guards immediately obeyed, arranging the necessary materials for the formation, waiting only for Juagureum's command to activate it. Juagureum shouted, "Activate formation!" Instantly mists appeared, obscuring the formation master's positions. Winds howled around the formation they established. Juagureum stood at the formation's eye, shouting proudly, "If you see no chance of winning, enter the formation immediately. If you enter the life gate, let me know. I said I didn't want to argue. If you don't want to listen, fine. Since you lead them, you must bear responsibility for minimizing casualties." Namgung Jang Ho, upright and full of fighting spirit, knew the weight of this responsibility and replied, "All right." Zhou Hui was now standing within the defensive formation set up by Juagureum. The surrounding mists would hinder anyone approaching. Witnessing this scene for the first time, Zhou Hui could only sigh inwardly. Terrifying Cao Cao suddenly spoke from the Blood Jade. Quite surprising is this an upgraded formation from the Four Symbols Maze. Even more surprising are the mages with far superior abilities combining to set up the formation. It means they all fully understand the Taiyi Maze formation. Indeed, descendants of Kongming Namgung Jang Ho channeled internal energy into his sword. The sword emitted the signature blue light of the Namgung clan. Taking the lead, he shouted to boost the morale of the Namgung disciples, "Great Namgung, charge!" The Namgung guards immediately followed Namgung Jang Ho's steps closely. Suddenly, a shout broke the tense atmosphere. "Wait!" Someone holding a spear leaped, did a few flips in the air to reduce momentum, and landed perfectly. Seeing this absolutely cinematic scene, Zhou Hui could only watch the situation in silent surprise. The newcomer had a fierce face, glaring eyes pupils fixed on the target, as if ready to devour them alive. He said, "Speak cheerfully now." Namgung Jang Ho sensed the opponent's strong aura, and not knowing who it was, stopped and asked, "Are you Iron Bear Lord?" This man was flustered and annoyed, shouting loudly, What you exaggerate. How many years difference is there between me and that old man? Are you blind? Hua Taimin asked, confused. "Huh, how old are you?" The fierce-faced man laughed, "I'm 17. The answer shocked everyone. Only Namgung Soso was surprised without showing it clearly. Zhou Hui thought, "What, that expression, younger than me by 1 year, I'd believe 40. Namgung Jang Ho, his face clearly showing disbelief, replied, "Humph. Joking too much, brother. If you want to test us, then—" The fierce-faced man erupted in rage, a part of him dying inside as he shouted, "Damn it, I'm angry now. Why does everyone who meets me treat me like an old man? I'm a teenager. Why on earth does nobody believe me?" Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hui thought, "Humph, that guy probably never washes his face, let alone looks in a mirror. Why would mountain bandits wash their faces?" Namgung Jang Ho couldn't believe it and said, "What must you say for me to believe this? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly reveal your identity." That man angrily shouted at the bandits behind him. "Ah, this is crazy, Kang Dae. Ju, aren't you helping me? Why are you standing there like a statue, Kang Dae?" Ju immediately replied, "If stating the name, this person is the chief disciple of the Luke Lam, great king, young hero, Zhang Ilryong. Please be polite." Yang Ilryong clenched his fist and shouted, "I haven't even kowtowed to that old man. I said I'm not his disciple. Why do you keep saying that I just fight with that old man?" "No, No. Shouldn't you tell them my age? Kang Daeju smiled. Since you accepted the six blood robe, you are definitely the great king's disciple. Please respect yourself. And the young king's age is... Jang Il-ryong glared at Kang Daeju, his eyes full of killing intent, threatening, "Are you laughing at me?" Kang Daeju immediately put on a serious face and replied, "Our young king is definitely 17 years old." Jang Il-ryong grinned broadly. "See, heard that, did you hear?" "You heard right." Namgung So-So blushed, her heart filled with affection, beating continuously. Her heart went badum-badum, she whispered. "Cute." Jo Hui beside her looked at Namgung So-So, surprised again, thinking, is that her type? Suddenly Jwagu stepped out of the formation and spoke. "Who still says they're not stupid mountain bandits? Why not fight first, then talk? Kidding me? Do you know how much money Zhenshi Stone costs to set up the formation?" "Hey, forget it. You said you're the great king's disciple," Jang Il-ryong replied angrily. "I said I'm not Jwagu," interrupted, continuing. "All right, listen to why we did this absurd thing. Your actions clearly showed hostile intent. Were you planning to attack us?" Kang Daeju threatened fiercely. "Don't you know clashing with the orthodox heroes in this Juji mountain region is foolish?" Jwagu shouted discontentedly. "What? People of noble status doing this? Do you know that just 20 miles away is the Henan branch of the Wulin Alliance?" Kang Daeju replied firmly, "We only follow the great king's orders, no other reason." Jwagu jumped the great king's order. "What order?" Kang Daeju replied. "But protecting the young king is our duty." Jang Il-ryong objected irritably. "Kang Daeju seems to have misspoken. I suddenly wanted to raise the banner and leave the mountain, but they followed." Jwagu said coldly, seriously, his eyes sharp. "Then I must speak with you, disciple of the Luke Lam Great King." Jang Il-ryong angrily pointed at himself and shouted, "I said I'm not his disciple. I am Jang Il-ryong Jwagu," and Kang Daeju fell silent for a moment, just sighing. Then Jwagu spoke. "All right, young hero Jang Il-ryong. Even if you are young, you shouldn't raise a banner to threaten us, right? You must take responsibility. If we were a step slower, someone on either side could have died or been injured. Do you think the martial world is your playground?" Jang Il-ryong was flustered, then spoke defiantly. "No, I just... consider it a formal request to talk. Would talented disciples of prestigious sects like you just stand still? What if you didn't draw swords? As soon as you saw the Luke Lam banner, you all started clamoring, didn't you? Still daring to boast of talent and prestige. It's you, orthodox heroes, who have been causing trouble for our stronghold for a long time." Namgung Jang-ho couldn't stand the insult to the prestigious orthodox sects and immediately drew his sword, pointing it straight at Jang Il-ryong. "So-called martial artists living by robbery or demanding passage tolls from even commoners and women. Therefore you are the evil path that cannot escape annihilation." All the bandits behind Jang Il-ryong heard this and were filled with killing intent, glaring unpleasantly towards Namgung Jang-ho. Namgung Jang-ho immediately pointed his sword, tip skyward, gathering surrounding energy and channeling internal power into the tip. The sword seemed about to rip space apart, destroying everything before him. Namgung Jang-ho shouted, "All right, come today. I will send you evil path members to your graves, Emperor severing heaven." While Jwagu watched the situation carefully and seriously, Jo Hui thought, so childish. Jo Hui decided to intervene. "First let's talk. Listen to a few more words from him." Namgung Jang-ho, gathering power, replied, "I have nothing to listen to." Jang Il-ryong faced this situation, but didn't lose his cool saying, slightly annoyed. "That's why prejudice is so scary. Hey, noble Namgung guy, do you know Luke Lam's highest decree?" Jang Il-ryong pointed straight at Namgung Jang-ho and shouted, "Cannot point swords at anyone outside the martial world, and merchant guilds in Luke Lam 200 years have passed since the Mountain Emperor established this decree while living in Luke Lam." Kang Daeju spoke hatefully. "Do you think the orthodox sects care about Luke Lam's decree? They don't even teach their descendants that truth. Is Luke Lam too lenient?" This is great for the heroes to use as motivation when viewing us as enemies. You can't teach the young to deal with demons from Tianmo City instantly. Namgung Jang Ho said firmly, "Stop talking nonsense. Aren't merchants common people? Fundamentally, your cruelty will never change." Zhang Ilryong sneered contemptuously. "Wow, look at that unreasonable guy. Hey brother, among all the merchant guilds of the Central Plains. Estadran na iftin sa ifri. Tell me one guild not directly or indirectly tied to the government or martial world sects. Then I'll acknowledge Luke Lam as a den of evil." Namgung Jang Ho pointed his sword tip at Zhang Ilryong, shouting, "What, say that again?" Namgung Jang Ho's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth. Threatening and robbing, are those acts also justice? "The root of evil never changes," Zhang Ilryong replied proudly instantly. "Oh, clever, want money plant. A flag occupy all the places with good wood. If you suffer losses, slander us. Seems there's still an empty spot in Namgung Hefei, right?" Jua Gu Rayum joined the argument. "The nature of our rightful acquisition by strength is different from you bandits," Zhang Ilryong retorted sharply. "Threatening and robbing is evil. All right then, I'll ask one question. A wealthy merchant opened a large inn in Hefei, attracting recluses, business prospering. Who would be the first to seize that inn? Let's assume your method differs from evil sects by sabotage, but you displayed your force and made it impossible for that person not to rely on you. If they don't get your protection, won't you support competitors or mobilize the government to apply pressure? Isn't that all done to rob them?" Zhang Ilryong smugly pointed at Namgung Jang Ho and continued, "Isn't that innkeeper a commoner? According to your logic, just encouraging business is enough. Why lave off commoners?" Namgung Jang Ho, flustered, didn't know how to retort, just uttering, "What live off?" Zhang Ilryong clenched his fist, his eyes as if wanting to devour Namgung Jang Ho raw. His anger like anger on behalf of all commoners boomed. "That's what you said? We are the evil ones. We only touch merchants connected to the orthodox martial world. You guys for profit, no. Shouldn't you say honor? Don't you often fight with other sects? As I see it, we holding knives and robbing are no different from those secretly fighting over benefits. If it were the 9 sects, perhaps they wouldn't want to hear such words from you. 5 great households." Zhou Hui watched, silently thinking. Normally a mind like this would be underdeveloped. Suddenly Wan Xiangchao in the blood jade witnessing everything spoke. But this reasoning resembles Lu Tongshu's Renben Xingji. Zhou Hui took a deep breath and bravely stepped forward. "There's a major flaw in your words." Zhang Ilryong said fiercely. "Flaw? What flaw?" Zhou Hui stood tall, pointing one finger straight at Zhang Ilryong. "First, what you call rules still have flaws." Zhang Ilryong said angrily, "Still have flaws." Zhou Hui said sharply, "You talk about rules from 200 years ago, but just 7 years ago, during a famine, bandits robbed all the relief grain the government distributed to commoners." Zhang Ilryong realized this and was momentarily unable to retort. "All the bandits on Gaoxiong Mountain in Anhui Province, Fengtai County. We call them the Gaoxiong Stronghold. Back then, those bandits killed commoners and robbed all their food people who were clinging to relief grain without any remorse. My father was also one of the victims," Zhou Hui continued fiercely based on my investigations. "The Taikadasasi, the leader of Gaoxiong Stronghold back then, Yang Cheon Hua, definitely belonged to the 72 Luke Lam strongholds. Can you still say the Luke Lam law can govern the tens of thousands of strongholds under it?" Zhou Hui's voice was steely. His fearless attitude surprised everyone around. Zhou Hui continued, "Such things happen frequently even in a tiny area like this. What wrongdoings do you think I'd find if I searched the entire Central Plains? If an organization's important rules are so half-baked, how can they be called laws? Even now the title Luke Lam Bandit is likely still being used by others to bully the weak. So your argument that we belong to the same type of people is meaningless. You say the orthodox sects don't remember the rules you amended. Of course they would. Why should they pay attention to incorrigible evildoers like you?" Zhang Ilryong stammered an excuse. "Wait, that's because the Luke Lam world is too vast." Zhou Hui continued pointing out flaws. Furthermore, the method of earning profit is also different, okay? Maybe they are somewhat similar. Jang Il-ryong stammered an excuse. Wait, that's because the Luke Lam world is too vast. But do you possess the chivalrous heart to help those who have erred, or do you help people in times of hardship? Chivalry. Have you seen the faces of Hefei's commoners when they speak of the Namgung household? Are their eyes filled with envy, fear, and dread? No. You will see admiration filling the commoners' eyes because they have helped people. Along with that is the deep respect commoners hold for the chivalry and justice they uphold. Did anyone force the commoners to feel that way? Jang Il-ryong glanced at Namgung Jang-ho and saw confidence and pride. Namgung Jang-ho's dignity. At this moment, Zhou Hui continued his judgment. I'm not saying there are no arrogant bastards in the Namgung household. There are also those who use their strength to satisfy their own greed. Namgung Jang-ho felt stung, but dared not say anything. Zhou Hui pointed straight at Jang Il-ryong and said loudly, "But they have cared for those needing help for a very long time, enduring hardships with the poor, sharing joys and sorrows. Those are things you don't have." Chivalry and justice. Zhou Hui thought roadblock finished, still using swords to threaten and collect tolls. What nonsense philosophy of fairness do they still want to talk about? Just kill them all and be done with it. Jang Il-ryong glanced towards Kang Daiju, and the other bandits then spoke. "Now you know why I tried to avoid meeting and talking with them. I really hate being a bandit," Kang Daiju exclaimed in shock. Young King, after being enlightened by Zhou Hui, Jang Il-ryong immediately took off the six-blood robe he was wearing and threw it to the ground. Kang Daiju and the remaining bandits exclaimed in chaos. "Oh, he threw away the six-blood tablet," Jang Il-ryong said nonchalantly. "I don't understand why this robe is so important. I wear it simply because the old man gave it to me, and it looks quite sturdy." Jang Il-ryong continued coldly, "Go report this to the old man. I am leaving the stronghold." Kang Daiju and the other bandits replied in panic, Young King, young King." Jang Il-ryong slowly walked towards Namgung Jang-ho and Zhou Hui, asking, "What must I do to join the Namgung household under the name of a martial artist?" While Namgung Jang-ho was still surprised, Zhou Hui thought, "This little brat, he changes his attitude really fast." Kang Daiju was confused, his face dark, thinking, "I can't believe he threw away the six-blood robe, one of Luke Lam's 3 treasures, onto the ground, as if it were just a worn-out old shoe. The young king commander of 10,000 Luke Lam bandits wants to withdraw from Luke Lam and join the Namgung household." Namgung Jang-ho sheathed his sword dismissively. "A bandit wants to join the Namgung household. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Jang Il-ryong smiled innocently. "You saw it too, right? I just stopped being a bandit." Zhou Hui thought, "With those muscles and build, you're clearly a bandit, hard to change." Namgung Jang-ho ignored Jang Il-ryong's request, turned and said, "If there's nothing else here, let's go our separate ways." Jang Il-ryong, standing behind Namgung Jang-ho, repeated, "I want to join the Namgung household." Jang Il-ryong, standing behind Namgung Jang-ho, repeated, "I want to join the Namgung household. I, Jang Il-ryong, wish to formally declare my aspiration to join your family under the name of a martial artist." Namgung Jang-ho sighed, then said stiffly, "Luke Lam is part of the lawless, and my family has no place for the lawless." Jang Il-ryong waved his hand defensively, "But I've already left the stronghold." Namgung Jang-ho continued firmly, "The master-disciple relationship isn't easily broken like that. It's not something you can just discard when you want." Jang Il-ryong gritted his teeth angrily. "Damn it, are you deaf? Don't the righteous factions always say turning back is salvation? I've never even performed the disciple bowing ceremony." Namgung Jang-ho smiled sinisterly. "If you bring a letter here bearing the Luke Lam King's seal, proving you've left the stronghold, I will consider you joining the Namgung family. Or you can choose to request a letter of recommendation from someone directly related to the Namgung household." Suddenly, when no one expected it, Namgung So-so, her heart blooming like 1,000 flowers, quickly raised her hand shyly. I will write the letter of recommendation for you. Namgung Jang-ho was startled, spinning 360 degrees to ask, So, what are you doing, sister? Jang Il-ryong felt elated, tearing a piece of cloth from his trousers, revealing a thigh half as thick as Jo Hui, and laughed, Ka. Please quickly write the recommendation letter for me before he changes his mind. Jang Il-ryong smugly and nonchalantly placed the piece of cloth into the hand of Namgung So, who was too shy to look directly at him. Jang Il-ryong said casually, do you have a brush? Well, I guess we could cut your hand and use your blood to write too. Jo Hui gently took a brush from his clothes for Namgung So, ignoring Namgung Jang-ho's annoyance. Jo Hui thought, this damn reckless bandit. Look at his attitude. He looks ready to bite off the young lady's hand. Namgung So wrote the recommendation letter while laughing and talking happily with Jang Il-ryong. Jang Il-ryong was excited, thinking he could also be chivalrous. Righteous like Jo Hui had said earlier, witnessing this scene Namgung Jang-ho could only sigh ha. Then he said angrily, I guarantee you'll hold the lowest ranking soldier position for life. Jang Il-ryong replied smugly and nonchalantly, no problem, as long as I'm not a bandit anymore, it's fine. Then Namgung Jang-ho gathered everyone again, reorganized the ranks and said, quickly let's depart. The great Namgung disciples replied in unison, yes sir, in the sparkling sunlight illuminating the mountain pass. Kang Daiju and the bandits silently watched the carriage procession slowly leave the mountain. The old bandit beside Kang Daiju asked confusedly, Captain, are we really letting them go like this? Other bandits also spoke up. If we just let the young king leave like this, we'll die when we go back. He ordered us to come protect the young king, and now he's left the stronghold. What should we do now? Kang Daiju said solemnly. Well, if it's like this, should we have fought a world-shaking battle with those people? But if they light signal flares or something, we'll have to fight the Tianlong battle squad of the Wulin Alliance's Henan territory. That's not good. The old bandit beside Kang Daiju said, trembling fearfully, then what should we do? I'm scared. Kang Daiju gave an order. First, just pick up the 6 blood robe, change clothes and follow them. Does anyone still have a human skin mask? Some bandits raised their hands. On the road out inside the carriage escorting Jo Hui and the others to Huashan Juagureum broke the silence. Someone who just joined isn't just the lowest ranking soldier with no status. Why is he sitting in the carriage with us? Namgung Jang-ho thought irritably. If it weren't for my sister's strange aesthetic taste, I would have kicked him out of the carriage already. Juagureum teased Jang Il-ryong. You look very healthy. How about you get down and walk? Jang Il-ryong casually replied, my stamina isn't that good. Juaguan sighed and teased again. Come on, don't joke so absurdly. Namgung So, sitting opposite Yang Il-ryong, sharply defended Jang Il-ryong. He might be the lowest ranking soldier, but we must acknowledge his status properly. Isn't it also improper to treat the former top disciple of the Yuk Rim Wang disrespectfully? Jo Hui watched Namgung So defending Jang Il-ryong and thought worriedly, wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be on the side of justice? Is it okay to speak up for the future leader of the Yuk Rim world? Namgung So paid no attention to anyone else, her eyes only on Jang Il-ryong, smiling happily as she asked, by the way, how many brothers do you have? Jo Hui, sitting nearby, eavesdropped and deduced, ahem, gathering information already, huh? Jang Il-ryong also answered casually, there are 7 of us in total. Anyway, my father is quite strong. Jua Guan guessed blindly. Don't tell me your second brother is So Ryong Little Dragon. Jang Il-ryong answered innocently, you're quite smart, and the youngest is Chil Ryong 7th Dragon. Jo Hui thought to himself, his father didn't even bother thinking of names for you guys. Only Namgung So was enthusiastically chatting wow, so he only had sons. Jang Il-ryong replied, no, the third sibling is a girl. Namgung So asked innocently. So is her name still? Ryong Jang Il-ryong smiled enthusiastically and replied, no, because she's a girl, her name is Bong Phoenix. So the third sister is named Jang Sambong. Ryong means dragon. Bong means phoenix. Namgung Jang-ho couldn't hold back a chuckle, letting out a sound. Pfft. Jo Hui quickly noticed and said, He just laughed, didn't he? Juaguan continued. Seems so. Suddenly, Juaguan became serious again and asked, "But why did you attack us? There must be some reason, right?" Zhang Ilryong answered honestly, I was planning to ask for your help." Juaguan was curious help. How Zhang Ilryong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I really want to join the Great So Ryong Association, but I couldn't figure out how to join with my identity." Zhou Hui was speechless, momentarily unsure what to say, thinking, wow, he's really straightforward when he talks. Jua Gu'un scolded angrily, "Ahem, you did all that just to join the Great Soryong Association." Zhang Ilryong forced a smile and said, "Sorry about that." Hua Seomyong crossed his arms, putting on an air, and said, "First of all, we will treat you as a soldier of the Namgung family, and if you are really 17, shouldn't you address all of us formally? Ignoring such etiquette makes you seem like an impolite person." Zhang Ilryong felt guilty and asked, "How old are you all?" Juaguan replied, "Except for young lady So-So, everyone else is older than you." Zhang Ilryong beamed and said, "Understood. I'll do that since I'm on the side of justice now." Zhang Ilryong, with eyes sparkling like crystal, radiating a pinkish sparkle so bright it could bend. The reader said softly, "Seonbai Nim's senior brother." Johoi jumped. Getting goosebumps from Zhang Ilryong's action, he quickly said, "Don't do that." Still with a satisfied face, eyes sparkling like stars, looking towards Namgung Jang-ho, he said, "Namgung Hyong brother." Namgung Jang-ho couldn't stand this situation either and said sharply, "Say one more word and I'll slit your throat." Zhang Ilryong changed his target to Juagu-un, still with a baby face, eyes so bright they could light up the night. Jegel Hyong. Juagu-un hastily pulled out a Formation Master's talisman to seal Zhang Ilryong's terrifying cuteness, shouting, "Don't do that. Only Namgung So-So, with eyes sparkling just as much as Zhang Ilryong's," said Ilryong Hyong. Zhang Ilryong replied immediately, "So-So, my sister." Just like that night had fallen without anyone noticing. Half a month later, the convoy escorting Zhou Hui and the others was nearing its destination inside the carriage. Having sat in the carriage for a long time, Namgung So-So stretched, puffed out her chest and sighed, I really want to take a proper bath." Juaguan said seriously again, "We're almost there. We'll reach the first gathering point soon." Zhou Hui was curious. The first gathering point, Juaguan explained. Although Hua Mountain is vast, it would be difficult for them to cater to so many martial artists arriving suddenly. The 5 great families will gather at the inn beforehand. We'll soon see the banners of other families on this road. Suddenly Hua Seomyong opened the carriage door and said, "I think we see them already." Juaguan looked out and saw a yellow flag with a black tortoise symbol, then said, "The yellow flag of the black tortoise." Namgung Jang-ho looked disgusted and said, "Ugh, I can't believe I have to stay with those brainless idiots." Zhang Ilryong looked over and asked curiously, "Wow, who are they? Even in the Yuk Rim mountain stronghold, it's hard to see people with muscles like that." Before Zhang Ilryong's eyes were many strongly built men with firm muscles waiting outside. The young master of the Paiyang family from Hebei, the Shin De Wang Paiyang Guak. His physique could be called outstanding compared to all his peers. His clothes designed like fish scales. Paiyang Guak sat leisurely on a large wooden plank, thinking men must be strong. The saber is truly the best weapon with its unparalleled fierce power. Swords are just another type of spear. Using diverse footwork and hidden moves are just tricks of the weak. 3 years ago, because I couldn't fully utilize my own strength and saber techniques, I lost to these bastards. The So Ryong of Hua Mountain Yung So-un. That bastard tricked my eyes with those flashy sword techniques. This time I'll definitely defeat him. I'll make him realize that strength is the only truth in the world. Saber techniques are supreme. While mentally preparing for the match in a few days, a soldier suddenly came to report, "Young master, the Jegel family and Namgung family have arrived." Paiyang Guak said casually, "No need to worry about the Jegel family and Namgung." Suddenly, Paiyang Guak was startled because the person leading was a large, muscular young man holding a spear. He didn't know this guy had the lowest status here, but was allowed to lead, while the young swordmaster had to follow behind as background. Paeng Guak thought the Namgung family, huh? Do they have someone who looks like such a manly, heroic figure in their family? Upon meeting Paeng Guak, Jang Il-ryong seemed very interested in him. Without any greeting, he laughed and said, "Haha, your physique is good, arm wrestle with me." Paeng Guak asked, "Arm wrestle without using internal energy?" Paeng Guak's eyes radiated boundless fighting spirit because someone dared to compete in strength with him. Jang Il-ryong smirked, his voice confident, as he replied, "If I used internal energy, I'd break your arm instantly." Nonsense, saying that Paeng used his saber to chop down a nearby tree to serve as a table. Paeng Guak proactively placed his hand first, saying smugly, "Bring it on, kid." These two exchanged just a few taunts and immediately started competing. Their agreement was for 3 rounds. The soldiers of the families stood in a circle watching them compete. Both sides had supporters cheering, so the situation remained balanced, not favoring either side. Johui, doubting his eyes, asked Juaguan, "Why on earth are they doing this?" Juaguan replied, "Well, he's just behaving like someone from the Paeng family usually does. That's how they are." Contrary to the feeling of being fed up, sister So seemed to think it was very cool. Her expression of utmost admiration left Jang Ho unsure what to do. He probably hated being born into this world at that moment. The arm wrestling continued. The veins on Jang Il-ryong's hand bulged like jungle vines. His face flushed red from exertion. Opposite him, Paeng Guak wasn't much better off. Sweat drenched his face. His eyes could barely open to look at his opponent. Suddenly, the fish scales on Paeng Guak's attire glowed, and instantly he defeated Jang Il-ryong with that single move. The Paeng family soldiers immediately shouted loudly, "That's our young master, Shin Do Wang, Shin Do Wang." Jang Il-ryong shouted angrily, "Damn it! You used internal energy. I didn't think you'd cheat like that." Accused of cheating by his opponent, Paeng Guak's face went blank, knowing any explanation wouldn't work. Those around Paeng Guak immediately asked, "Really, did you really do that, young master?" "Oh, so disappointing, truly." Paeng Guak, embarrassed, stammered, Can we have another round?" Though a man, Jang Il-ryong, immediately sulked, refusing to look at the other guy, replying, "No way." Johui thought, "I can't believe he beat the Shindu Wang. Is he even real?" After being silent for a while, Guillaume Shin Cheon suddenly spoke up. "Thinking about it, that guy must be a descendant of Doje Ro Mang. The righteous factions in the martial world rarely value external skills over internal skills. They are one of the few." Johui asked, "Why would external skills be more important than internal skills?" Jeomshin explained, "Train the body before cultivating internal energy to achieve extraordinary physical strength, or cultivate internal energy to clear all meridians before strengthening the body." There's no single correct answer to these questions, but that debate has existed since the dawn of martial arts. What's important is maintaining balance, not which one comes first. Being too attached to one side will narrow one's mind and make it rigid. That's why they can't surpass Shaolin, because although Shaolin's external skills are top tier in the martial world, they don't neglect internal cultivation. However, their biggest problem is feeling that wielding a sword is inferior, so they've developed an unusual obsession with the saber. With such a flawed mindset, it's difficult to completely master any type of martial art. Hearing the series of things Guillaume Shin Cheon said, Johoi's face showed some helplessness as he thought, does this mean 100 days to learn the spear, 1,000 days for the saber, and 10,000 days for the sword is just nonsense? Old Cheon said, "You think learning the spear only takes 100 days? Jiang Bi lived his whole life facing all hardships and trials. With his serpent spear. Even if Jiang Bi used a sword, do you think his enemies could have crossed the Changban Bridge? It's shallow to think only the sword can become the king of all weapons. The reason there are so many sword sects in the martial world is also because fist and foot techniques haven't been fully developed in the Central Plains yet. A saber cannot be combined with fist and foot techniques. Only the sword is suitable for all types of fist and foot techniques. As soon as Cheon finished speaking, Jo Hui asked via mental transmission, "What didn't? What you just said imply the sword is the best Geomshin?" Cheon questioned like that. Bai Jo Hui also laughed foolishly and asked, "Does it sound like that?" Jo Hui was also helpless against old Geomshin. Well, it's not surprising. It would be strange if Geomshin didn't believe the sword is the best. He said, "In the blood jade." Geomshin Cheon shook his head and said, "It's not just because in the early days of martial arts there were many fist and foot techniques because people imitated animal movements. Without the development of those techniques, we would still all be using bows and arrows now. After all, the bow was the most powerful fighting method when fist and foot techniques first appeared. Why do you think Jiang Sampong, the founder of the Wudang sect, transformed the Tai Chi Chuan he created into sword techniques, the Tai Chi Gai Mayong sword art? It's because he couldn't do it with a Tai Chi Gai Mayong saber art. Using a saber, there's no way to combine it with Tai Chi Chuan. Although it's not just the sword that can become the king of weapons, that title is naturally given to it due to the cultural history of Central Plains martial arts. Although Jo Hui hadn't explicitly said the sword was the king of weapons, a sensitive guy like Paeng Guak imagined it himself. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger, and said, "You must also believe those weak swords are the best, huh?" Being peacefully targeted by someone aggressive made Jo Hui a bit scared. After all, one punch from him might break his teeth. Not knowing what to say, luckily Jiang Ho approached and said, "Please ignore what he says." Paeng Guak was so angry, his eyes seemed to shoot lightning. His muscles bulged and his voice was aggressive. "What reason is there to wait until Hua Mountain to compete? Let's settle the undecided battle from 3 years ago, right here." Jiang Ho calmly asked, "How dare someone who just lost to a newly joined soldier of our Namgung family challenge me?" These words were like rubbing salt in Paeng Guak's wounds, leaving him stunned. Zhuaguan appeared from nowhere, patted Paeng Guak's shoulder and said, "Life has its ups and downs, often quite uncertain. Cheer up." Paeng Guak pushed Zhuaguan's hand away, his voice filled with resentment. "Get lost, Demon Jigal. Last year I lost to your illusion techniques, got stuck in your 9 halls illusion demon formation for 3 whole days, which made me suffer so much discomfort. Just thinking about it now makes me want to break your neck." Zhuaguan turned his head back and asked Paeng Guak, "Come on, why isn't the Tang family here with you?" Paeng Guak said, "They already left. They said they'd stay at a different inn. The Summer family also said they wouldn't attend this time, so everyone must be gathered here now, right? Let's depart." Okay, and so Jo Hui's group set off towards Hua Mountain. They marched on an extremely narrow path, so small it was only wide enough for 2 people abreast. Jo Hui's face was sweating, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He thought, "Wow, how can they live in a place like this? Don't they care about trade or keeping in touch with others?" Jiang Ilryong turned to look down at Paeng. Guak saw him panting like a dying dog and asked with a provocative expression, "You look exhausted. Want me to carry you?" Immediately Paeng Guak beat his chest and shouted loudly, "I'm not tired at all, I'll carry you instead." Elsewhere not as tireless as the Iron Buffalo, Jiang Ilryong young lady. So was feeling tired. She panted as she spoke, huff huff. "I hope the 5 great families can host the next So Ryong Grand Assembly." Hua Seomyong, being extremely opportunistic, heard So and understood her intentions. He immediately turned around, his face full of confidence, and said, "Young lady So, let me carry you." But his request was flatly refused by So. Before he could feel happy, trouble came again. Zhuaguan jumped onto his back, making him feel extremely annoyed. Truly 2 immature guys. Watching the noisy group, Jiang Ho felt they were incredibly weak. Without saying more, he pushed off with his feet. With one leap, he jumped dozens of feet high and shot straight forward. Paeng Guak refused to be outdone, shouting loudly, "All right, want to compete in movement techniques with me?" Immediately Jiang Ilryong put him in his place by dashing ahead. After a while, a large structure appeared before them, but before reaching it, they had to climb hundreds of steps. This made Jo Hui, Zhuaguan and the people below feel not happy at all. An old man stood before the newcomers and said, "Welcome, everyone must be from the 5 great families. Thank you for traveling such a long distance to be here." The first to greet the old man respectfully was Jua Gu-un. This humble one is Jua Gu-un, paying respects to the elder of the Hua Mountain sect. The old man smiled and said, "You look familiar. As someone who attended the So Ryong Grand Assembly 3 years ago, how could I not recognize young Master Jagal? Come in quickly. Hua Mountain is a good place for everyone to relieve the fatigue from the journey here." "Yes, elder." Then the whole group proceeded forward. Young masters from other prominent families had also arrived from various places, exchanging polite greetings whenever they met. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui snuck off elsewhere, arriving at a place where cherry blossoms were falling. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhou Hui thought. Jeomshin Cheon also looked at the falling blossoms and said, "Cherry blossoms endured a harsh, cold winter. So when they start blooming, it's also the signal heralding spring's arrival. The fragrance of cherry blossoms this year is the same." While enjoying the serene scene, the rude Zhang Il-ryong suddenly appeared. He let out a whoa and said, "Look at this scenery. It would be wonderful to bring a gourd of wine, climb to the mountaintop, and get lost in the poetic landscape." Zhou Hui looked at his provoking expression and asked, "You're already addicted to alcohol at 17. Zhang Il-ryong grinned, showing his teeth, and said, "Aren't people supposed to drink strong liquor and laugh at the age of 17? His words made Zhou Hui think this guy was truly hopeless as a mountain bandit. Zhang Il-ryong asked Zhou Hui, "But who are you? The people from the Namgung family said they were protecting you, so I thought you were part of the Namgung family, but you don't look like them." Zhou Hui replied, "I'm just a merchant." Hearing this, Zhang Il-ryong was a bit surprised, his face looking like a large child's, as he said, "A merchant? You mean a trader? What do you sell? Does that mean you have a lot of money?" "Ugh, climbing the mountain all day made me so hungry. It'll probably be a while before they serve food, huh? Why is cooking in the martial world so complicated? First, grilling, then stir-frying, and even deep-frying." Zhou Hui explained, "Well, they can't just serve any carelessly prepared food to the esteemed guests from the 5 great families." Zhang Il-ryong's saliva dripped. Wiping his mouth with one hand, he said, "Tesh, back in the old days, food should just be a piece of meat, still on the bone, grilled over fire, and eaten directly. I don't understand why they have to complicate matters." Zhou Hui sighed in relief, hearing his words, thinking to himself, "He really is a casual mountain bandit." Then a thought suddenly popped into Zhou Hui's mind. Wait, why didn't I think of this? Thanks to the conversation with Zhang Il-ryong, Zhou Hui became lost in thought again and realized something important that would later become a stepping stone for the strong development of the merchant guild run by Zhou Hui. Speechless, really. What's the breakthrough of modern food technology? It's fast food, providing quite tasty food at reasonable prices without a long wait, and McDonald's is the king of such companies. Zhou Hui sighed, thinking, "I can't believe I forgot I'm a modern person. Even though I've memorized the best recipes, I only focused on improving the abysmal cooking of the Central Plains. Okay, let's think. I need flour and salt to make buns. Yeast nuruk will do. I can get tons of it from the brewery. Ground meat, very easy to get. Lettuce, ketchup, tomato sauce. Although there are no tomatoes, many other sauces can substitute. I think sugar is readily available." After thinking for a while, Zhou Hui made a decision that Zhou Hui would later not regret at all. Zhou Hui smiled at Zhang Il-ryong and said, "Do you want to do business with me?" Zhang Il-ryong replied coolly, "Business?" Really, Zhou Hui persuaded, "Well, it's nothing too grand. I'll tell you the details later. You definitely won't regret it." Zhang Il-ryong grinned smugly and contentedly replied, "Well, okay, I'm on the side of justice now too. Now I don't need to rob people to make money anymore. Ha ha ha." Zhou Hui's eyes glinted red, as if he had caught his prey, thinking sinisterly, "Naive bastard. It would be great if the world were full of simple-minded people like him." Zhou Hui took out a piece of paper from his clothes and said, "Here, this is called a trade contract." Zhang Il-ryong exclaimed curiously, "Ooh, a contract." Zhou Hui explained gently, "It's nothing special. The important part is the salary. 50 silver taels a month. What do you think? Jang Il-ryong was shocked hearing the large sum blurting out 50 silver taels. He thought to himself, if we're unlucky, the whole stronghold doesn't even make 30 silver taels a month, yet he wants to pay me a whole 50 silver taels. Jang Il-ryong asked awkwardly, will you really give me 50 silver taels every month? Jo Hui replied calmly, don't waste words. If I didn't intend to, I wouldn't have said anything. Jang Il-ryong said worriedly, I'm an honest, righteous martial artist now. You're not planning to tell me to kill people or anything like that, right? Jo Hui replied, you just need to stand in one place. Jang Il-ryong said in surprise, just stand there. That's called working. Jo Hui laughed and said, haha, just take it easy. I'll gradually explain it to you. Suddenly someone appeared from the mountain gate, gradually walking into the gathering courtyard. This person attracted the gazes of those gathered here, and someone shouted, the So Ryong of Hua Mountain, the newly famous strongest martial artist in Jianghu. This So Ryong was a slender person. His movements were graceful, yet he possessed an aura completely different from those around him. Entering gently, Jo Hui exclaimed inwardly, wow, the aura around him is truly special. Jeomshin Cheon heard Jo Hui's thoughts and explained, the peach blossom transformation art they possess is also known as the peach blossom life art, the only transformation arts that cultivate internal energy, also called a person's inner power, are the Taiking cultivation method and the peach blossom transformation art of the Wudang sect. That is truly a wonderful cultivation method. Jo Hui thought, is it even better than the great heaven sword cultivation method I learned? Jang Il-ryong said enthusiastically, let's go together now. The Hua Mountain So Ryong clasped his hands in salute to Jang Ho and said, thank you for traveling such a long distance to be here. Jang Ho also saluted in return. Indeed, the Hua Mountain So Ryong, you look even more dashing than before. The Hua Mountain So Ryong said with a mocking tone, actually you impress me more. Your meridians are truly extraordinary, improved quite a lot. Jang Ho thought uncomfortably, his way of speaking is what I hate the most, but he's human too, right? Such arrogance. He has fallen into the deep, arduous path of arrogance. The soul in the blood jade witnessed the situation and said, because he possesses special talent, he has now reached the peak. However, he is too immersed in his own sword techniques. Truly dangerous, Jeomshin Cheon said angrily. What the hell are the Hua Mountain Taoists doing? I'll crush that guy myself. Jo Hui quickly reacted to stop Jeomshin Cheon's agitation, replying, Senior, you can't crush anyone. This body is mine. Please stop right now, Jeomshin Cheon said angrily. If I don't straighten him out right now, he will bring disaster to the martial world in the future. The Hua Mountain Soryong Jungso-un spoke. I heard the rewards offered by each sect are quite substantial. I hope everyone performs well. Jwagu-un saluted and continued. Very pleased to meet you, Mr. Young So-un. It's been 3 years since we last had the chance to meet. Young So-un also saluted and said sarcastically, meeting you is always my honor, young master Jigal. I hope this time you will also live up to the title Treasure of Humanity, the supreme strategist of the Jigal family. Jwaguan sighed and said, I guess from the perspective of the Great Hua Mountain sect, the 5 great families are just insects, huh? The influence of the 9 great sects remains the same after all these years. Truly wonderful. Jungso-un, arrogant, again clasped his hands in salute and said with a disdainful tone, You misunderstand my meaning. How could I dare speak recklessly before the person renowned as the supreme strategist of the Jegal family? If my words offended you, please forgive me. Jwaguan thought uncomfortably. Even his apology is full of provocation. Paenguak laughed loudly and said, Bahaha, a weakling who only knows how to use flashy moves like you, is talking more now. Jung So-un didn't bother competing with the brainless guy, turning sharply away, giving Paenguak the cold shoulder. Namgung So-so spoke up, asking, Jung So-un, long time no see, but what are the wonderful rewards for this year's So-ryong Grand Assembly? Jung So-un said, You know about the 7 treasures pill and the divine wood set, right? Because our sect leader said those would be the rewards for the next So-ryong Grand Assembly, plus the divine sun sword and the 10,000-year ice silver. After hearing the rewards, the atmosphere at the gathering place became quite lively. The common martial artists chimed in. Aren't those all treasures that haven't been found since the Great Martial World Border War? Jung So-eun continued explaining, That's right. The Divine Sun Sword and 10,000-year Ice Silver are treasures of the Divine Sun Hall and the North Sea Ice Palace. Guan guessed blindly. Could it be? Jung So-eun arrogantly interrupted. That's right. The martial gods family brought them here as rewards for this assembly. The atmosphere became lively again. Zhou Hui thought, the martial gods family. Is he talking about the Sama family? A common martial artist said. Does that mean the Sama family will also participate in this assembly? Jung So-eun answered, No, they informed us they won't be able to attend as usual. Hearing this, the martial artists simultaneously sighed in relief and then chatted relaxedly. Jung So-eun, with eyes looking down on everyone around, laughed disdainfully and thought to himself, Are they that afraid of the Sama family? Do they think they can surpass the Hua mountain sector? Suddenly Zhou Hui spoke up. Now I understand. Jung So-eun looked behind him and saw Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui continued loudly, That narrow-mindedness and arrogance of yours should never appear in someone learning Taoist martial arts. The core martial art of the Hua mountain sect. A demon should never be allowed to grow strong on this sacred Taoist land. Jung So-eun glared daggers at Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui stood proudly but still thought worriedly, I didn't mean it like that. I couldn't resist Guillaume-shin's urge to intimidate, so I had to say it. Zhou Hui boldly continued, It seems the influence of the demon god has reached the Hua mountain sect. Jung So-eun and the other Hua mountain disciples looked at Zhou Hui with eyes full of malice. Jung So-eun's wide-open eyes conveyed intense hostility. The Zimming demon god. The first demon god to appear in Jianghu, he was the first leader of the heavenly demon cult, and also the symbol of ultimate evil. His martial art was called the Zimming demon art, and the righteous martial artists all cursed that technique, because his body was always covered in purple demonic flames whenever he appeared on the battlefield. But the sudden appearance of the Hua mountain sect's internal energy seemed similar to the Zimming demon art. The Zimming divine art overwhelming power that made people tremble, limitless internal energy, and even the purple demonic flames were too similar. Secret rumors spread everywhere, and indeed the Hua mountain sect went to other sects in Jianghu to verify what kind of martial art the Zimming divine art was. At that time, the most respected martial artist in Jianghu, the sage Il Yang, confidently declared in the Taiking Hall of the Wudang sect, the Zimming divine art of the Hua mountain sect is definitely righteous. There wasn't any demonic power in the Zimming divine art that he saw. Jung So-eun's eyes widened, radiating a fierce martial aura as he said, That's a matter we settled 100 years ago. I can't believe this is being brought up again. You've got some nerve. Guillaume-shin Cheon angrily said to Zhou Hui, Get lost. Zhou Hui replied confusedly, Why do you keep telling me to get lost? This is my body. If you offend everyone standing around here, how can I explain it to them? Zhua Guan suddenly stepped between the two to mediate ha. On such a grand occasion, why are you two behaving like this? There will be many opportunities later to determine who is superior, right? Jung So-eun, with eyes that wanted to eat Zhou Hui alive, said, State your name. Zhang Ho appeared and spoke up for him. He is Zhou Hui, a guest of the Namgung family. He is still very inexperienced, hence his behavior. Please understand this matter. Zhou Hui uncomfortably questioned Guillaume-shin Cheon. In the blink of an eye, I've become the inexperienced one, all thanks to you, Guillaume-shin. Please don't be angry anymore. I'll give you a chance to do what you want when no one is around. I don't like that guy either. Jung So-eun turned his back and left. Guillaume-shin also silently suppressed his anger. Zhua Guan spoke. All right, the greetings are done. Let's all go back to our rooms. Some time passed. Darkness enveloped all of Hua Mountain. In front of Zhou Hui's resting room, Zhou Hui stood in the courtyard. At this moment, Guillaume-shin Cheon had possessed and was controlling Zhou Hui. After testing control of the body, Guillaume-shin Cheon said, This body is more useful now. Jeomshin Cheon, controlling the body, glanced at the buildings on Hua Mountain and detected two purple inner cores. Jeomshin took a step, causing the ground to crack open. Johoi's body immediately flew into the air, looking like he was gliding through the air amidst the quiet night. The full moon illuminated an area of Hua Mountain. Johoi's figure gently flew to the courtyard of a villa. Jeomshin Cheon landed in the middle of the courtyard and released surging internal energy to attract Jung So-eun. Jung So-eun felt the overwhelming pressure of internal energy coming from right inside the courtyard. He immediately jumped straight out of his room and thought, "Who is emitting such a bloodthirsty aura?" Jung So-eun trembled before the aura Jeomshin emitted, saying fearfully, "You are..." Jeomshin, using only his gaze-controlled internal energy, to pull a random sword from the rack into his hand. Jung So-eun thought fearfully, mental telekinesis. Even a master couldn't do it from that distance. Jeomshin Cheon stood proudly in the courtyard, channeling internal energy into the sword, making it sparkle as if empowered by the stars, shining like nebulae in the universe. Jeomshin said fiercely, "Show me your techniques." Jung So-eun, arrogant and feeling mocked, angrily widened his eyes, utilizing his characteristic purple internal energy, like poisonous smoke, swirling around, converging at the sword tip, and said, "If you want to see it that badly, then I'll show you." Seeing the half-demon, half-human state of Jung So-eun, Johui, possessed by Jeomshin, said, "Just as expected. You used your spiritual power to hide your aura. No wonder you could deceive all things under heaven. Even if you can hide everything, it doesn't change your true nature, does it? Your previous battle must have been with a demon soul and the twin flame body." Jung So-eun's face was extremely ugly. Being accurately exposed by an unknown stranger made him grit his teeth and think, how does this guy know about the twin flame body technique? Johoi's sword tip pointed straight and said, "Ultimately, you still can't block my sword with just the twin flame body." As he finished speaking, blue starlights appeared around Johui, and instantly, images of swords simultaneously materialized from those starlights. Flowing Heaven Sword, meteor across the heavens. Just hearing this name is elegant enough, no different from 10,000 swords returned to origin. Instantly, as Johoi's eyes flashed, those swords also chose Jung So-eun as their target. Seeing the crazed swords rushing towards him made Jung So-eun unsteady. He knew if he didn't defend, death was the only path. Immediately, he executed the plum blossom sword art Heaven Proves condensing fragrance. True to its name, the sword technique he struck out formed a ribbon of plum blossoms, blocking Johoi's attack. But how could a mere Jung So-eun cause trouble for Jeomshin? The move he executed only served as a background for Johoi's sword tips to pierce through. Jung So-eun didn't even have time to process what just happened, as dozens of sword tips pierced through his body, making him groan in pain. After striking once, Johui said, "I've extinguished your twin flame. Now what will you do? Do you now have any reason to fight the true self hiding within you?" Jung So-eun looked extremely pitiful, currently resembling nothing more than a moving meat shield. Yet he still shouted loudly, "Ultimately, the sword of Hua Mountain is not an evil sword." "Is that so?" Johui asked these two words, then raised his sword. Blue starlights appeared again at the sword tip. Jung So-eun felt his body shattering and asked fearfully, "What are you doing to my body?" Inside his body, a sword and a silk ribbon were piercing through. Before he could understand, it was as if dozens of swords shot out from within him, making his screams louder and louder. He couldn't stop those swords tearing his body apart. Johui said, "Now you're truly going against the divine physician's will. Show me the truth about the divine body people praise." "Now you're truly going against the divine physician's will. Show me the truth about the divine body people praise." Jung So-eun looked at him now, nothing but screams and a bloodied body. Johui asked coldly, "How pitiful are you now?" Suddenly, Jung So-eun's eyes shot out purple energy. His body was subsequently enveloped by that energy. A state completely like demonic possession, shouting loudly, "Shut up! Don't talk nonsense! Shut up! Shut up, you bastard!" Johui held his sword forward and said, "So it's a heart demon. Taoists who should harbor desires for a peaceful departure are instead swallowed by such trivial aspirations. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hui's sword slashed. This one strike caused Yung So-eun's heart demon to dissipate into nothingness. Yung So-eun's body simply fell immediately, collapsing onto Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui supported him, his gaze turning towards a nearby room that also emitted the same energy as Yung So-eun. Instantly, Zhou Hui leaped also, causing the surrounding surface to crack. In the room, Zhou Hui had detected an old man was writing something. That old man was the 28th generation sect leader of Hua Mountain Zhejiang Yang Cheondan. The old man was leisurely working when suddenly the room he was in began to shake. This greatly startled Yang Cheondan, but he was even more shocked when a voice from outside echoed directly in his mind. "Show yourself!" Yang Cheondan's face showed fear. He looked at his own hand, which was trembling uncontrollably. The old man thought this aura mental communication, a vague state forcing me to go there. This person must be a wise master. I will go meet the wise master. Just as he opened the door, Yang Cheondan was instantly shocked because what he saw was the bloodied body of Yung So-eun sitting next to the young man he had met for the first time. Yang Cheondan ran over, shouting loudly, "What have you done? How could you act so cruelly?" Zhou Hui's face was extremely angry as he said, "Someone like you who desires power and has instilled evil things into his disciple dares to talk about cruelty with me." These words from Zhou Hui made the old man before him turn pale with fear. Zhou Hui extended his hand. An invisible thread of spiritual power appeared again, but naturally others couldn't see it. Zhou Hui said, "No matter how much you cultivate the Tao, you are still human. You can be swayed by ambitions contrary to morality, however." The sword Zhou Huiyu said earlier was caught by the spiritual thread and instantly pulled to where Zhou Hui was standing. Holding the sword in his hand, he spoke, "If you were truly a Tao cultivator, you should end your greed, desire, and suffering with death, yet you dare to corrupt even the succeeding generations." The tip of the sword Zhou Hui held began to glow. This light was not simple at all. Just being shone upon by it caused old Yang Cheondan to instantly vomit blood on the spot. The old man thought fearfully. Just the sword chi emanating from his sword severed my meridians. Peaceful sword chi, I can't possibly resist it. He's like a god. Someone like that cannot interfere in the mortal world. The old man didn't know he was facing Gyeomshin Cheon, so his heart was still full of doubts. Yang Cheondan's whole body was trembling. He asked, "This is a matter of our dynasty. Why is the immortal realm interfering in our affairs?" Zhou Hui's eyes suddenly radiated energy. He said, "I am not the wise master you think I am. I am merely someone bound by the blood jade. Interfering in your affairs is truly not a good idea. However, I will speak up for the sake of fellow martial artists. Moreover, I have possessed this body, so currently I am also human. In the name of a predecessor, I ask my junior again, can you abandon your ambition and heart demon?" Hearing this, Yang Cheondan immediately shouted, "Who are you to dare?" Before finishing the sentence, a wave of Zhou Hui's hand suddenly caused the surrounding matter to turn into nothingness. The house, even the land of Hua Mountain, was destroyed with just one wave of his hand. As everything dissolved into nothingness, old Yang Cheondan also awakened in fear. His eyes widened and his legs gave way as he couldn't stand firm. Zhou Hui approached and said, "If you dare continue pretending to be someone preaching morality for the Hua Mountain sect, do you think you can survive the wrath from my sword?" A thought jumped into Yang Cheondan's mind. In the history of the martial world, there is only one swordsman who possesses such immense power. The Heaven Swordsman, the perfect sword in the world, with no weakness, Gyeomshin. The old man's speculation was correct, but now he was facing an interrogation. Zhou Hui approached with the sword, his voice carrying immense weight. "Although I warned you, your obsession with the demonic path is too great, and it's almost impossible to return to the righteous path. The dark fragrance, plum blossom still smolders within your body. Show remorse just once. There is still a chance for you and the Hua Mountain sect. Instantly, Yang Cheondan's dantian suddenly revealed a golden light. The space around the old man suddenly filled with firefly-like lights, falling onto the treetops, then enveloping all of Hua Mountain. At this moment, the old man was sensing his surroundings, sensing his own Dao, and then his aura suddenly spread out powerfully. Jeomshin Cheon, inside Zhou Hui's body, smiled and said, "Finally, the dark fragrance plum blossom has bloomed." Suddenly, Cheondan's tears flowed, as if it was the first time the old man could cry. His voice choked with emotion. "This could it be? Could I possibly? Could I possibly?" Seeing the old man like this, Zhou Hui said, "This is like a new beginning for you, welcomed by creation itself. It congratulates you, sect leader." Old Cheondan looked up his heart, saying, "Immortal. The legend of Hua Mountain passed down for 300 years. The dark fragrance plum blossom has bloomed." The old man looked at the young man before him, smiling at him, and thought, "Now I finally see clearly. He has transcended the mortal realm and become an immortal." Yang Cheondan's eyes had 2 layers of golden qi dispersing. He asked, "Really, are you truly Jeomshin?" Zhou Hui didn't answer, but that silent attitude was enough for Yang Cheondan to find the answer in his heart. Immediately the old man respectfully clasped his hands in salute and said, "I offer my deepest gratitude for your guidance and salvation." As soon as Yang Cheondan finished speaking, when the old man looked up, Zhou Hui had vanished from his sight. Only then did the old man's gaze fall upon the unconscious Yung So-un sitting in the courtyard. The old man slowly approached, reached out and hugged Yung So-un. Behind the old man, light suddenly shone on the master and disciple embracing each other. The old man said, "I hope you can forgive me." Hua Mountain remained quiet. No one knew what Zhou Hui had done that night. Just returned to his room after Jeomshin Cheon returned his body. The previous memories made Zhou Hui feel scared. He thought to himself, "God, just one word carries immense weight. The one who defeated Hua Mountain in just one blow. Moreover, that Jeomshin defeated both Jung So-un and the Hua Mountain sect leader, the strongest of this era, with just sword Kikan soldiers. And does the emperor have enough strength to confront the Jeomshin, who has the power to level a sect with a single blow? I must persuade Jeomshin so he cannot interfere in the affairs of the mortal world anymore. If a demon named Ziha exists in Hua Mountain, it can only be the demon who signed a contract with Zhou Hui." The next morning at Hua Mountain, the elder met upon first entering stood in the center of the viewing platform. Raising his hand to the sky, he shouted loudly, "The tournament begins." The people below probably waited 3 years to participate, so everyone had passion in their hearts, each thinking they were the main character. Among the crowd, Jang Ho glanced left and right, thinking, "This time I will definitely, but where is Jung So-un?" At this time, Jang Il-ryong approached and greeted Jang Ho. Jang Ho, Gar older brother, "Figure, did you sleep well?" Just a greeting made Jang Ho angry. He said harshly, "I warned you," but thinking again about his junior sister being infatuated with this guy, he thought, "Don't call me Dae-gar with that face. It's so annoying." From behind, Zhou Hui and Zhua Gu-un were chatting. Zhou Hui asked, "I want to hear more about the 10,000-year ice crystal." Zhua Gu-un was happy to be asked, but Jang Ho interrupted, wanting to explain to Zhou Hui. "Don't you realize you're interrupting us?" Zhua Gu-un immediately glared at Jang Ho. However, Jang Ho was too thick-skinned, ignoring Zhua Gu-un's words, and facing Zhou Hui, saying, "The 10,000-year ice crystal is a treasure from the North Sea region. For those who cultivate ice techniques, it's like a heaven-sent treasure. It's also a very good medicine for women with incurable diseases. It can be said it's truly a priceless treasure." Zhou Hui asked, "What does it look like?" Jang Ho replied, "I've never seen it myself, but I heard it's shaped like an ice coffin, a very ideal place to cultivate ice techniques." Hearing this truth made Zhou Hui unable to contain his emotions, saying, "So it's like an endless source of ice essence." Zhua Gu-un told Zhou Hui more. There's information that it appeared after the war. According to legend, this North Sea ice crystal has existed for 1,000 years already. The number 1,000 years was enough to startle Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui's heart filled with anticipation. Immediately he asked, So what aspect does this competition test? Juaguan thought for a moment and replied, the organizers decide everything about that. I don't have any clues either. Jiang Ho, seeing the two asking back and forth without getting any useful information, stepped forward and said, "You're just treading water like that because you only know how to think but not act. Don't you know how to turn thoughts into actions?" Jiang Ho asked a nearby Hua Mountain participant, "Fellow Taoist, I am from the Namgung family. Could you explain the rewards for this competition to me?" This young man was a bit surprised at first, then smiled cheerfully, clasped his hands in salute and said, "I've heard a lot about you. Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. The reward for the overall winner is the treasure of Mokgong Wood Duke Artisan. The Blue Heaven Sun Sword will be awarded to the family that wins the group battle." Zhou Hui felt very lucky because he already had a sword, so he didn't need the Blue Heaven Sun Sword. Zhou Hui asked, "What about the 10,000-year ice crystal?" That young man replied, "It will be awarded to the winner of the academic section." Zhou Hui was stunned because he had never heard of this before. Juaguan stood behind his expression, showing great understanding as he said, "That's a debate competition on calligraphy or painting appreciation. Without real literary talent, one cannot win. In other words, it's the Achilles heel of martial artists and Taoists." As soon as Juaguan finished speaking, Zhou Hui's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He abruptly said, "How can I participate? When does it start?" Juaguan said, "Academics isn't like the other competition sections. Whenever the judges start debating, the academic competition begins." Zhou Hui asked, "Oh really? Then was last year's winner?" Before Zhou Hui finished asking, Juaguan chuckled and nodded, his face proud. "Yes, it was me." Zhou Hui thought of Man Sang-zhou in the Blood Jade and immediately put on a strange expression, thinking, ignoring my mediocre painting and writing skills. If I want to utilize Elder Zhou San's knowledge, I must aim for an ideological debate. I think it has started already. Juaguan's gaze fell upon a group of people gathering together. In the center of the noisy crowd was a young man with the appearance of a knowledgeable scholar holding a fan. Looking no different from Gongsun She, he said, "If anyone is confident enough to debate academics with me, please step forward." Juaguan also used his fan to cover half his face, his mind full of calculations, saying, "Well, should we give it a try?" Just then young lady So-So approached the young man and said, "I wish to challenge." Seeing a young lady dare to debate academic arts surprised the young scholar artist at first. He said, "Please choose the topic for the challenge." Young lady So-So said loudly, "I choose the 5 Vermin of Han Bijia." The 5 Vermin is the book about the 5 state-destroying pests by Han Bijia. As soon as So-So finished speaking, the young scholar artist flared up in anger and asked, "You dare defend that corrupt school of thought?" So-So calmly replied, "I just want to criticize the doctrines of Gongja Confucius. What better topic is there?" These words from So-So made the scholar grit his teeth and ask, "What did you say?" So-So continued, "I'm sure everyone here knows well that the utopianism of Confucianism has led to countless ruins. Among the people Zhou Hui stood near Juaguan was considered the most prominent. He now also spoke on So-So's topic. The Qin dynasty, formed on the basis of legalism, collapsed in just 20 years. Change the topic, young lady. You cannot win. At this moment, Zhou Hui suddenly took a breath, his feet slowly stepping closer to the center of the debate. Zhou Hui seemed to radiate an aura like famous scholars from ancient times. The reason the legalist school collapsed during the Qin dynasty was that the legal sanctions focused only on controlling and suppressing the people. If the legal system had been implemented fairly and uprightly, the Qin dynasty would not have collapsed so easily. Every word Zhou Hui spoke caused Juaguan to react strongly. He asked, unwavering before wealth and status, "Treating everyone fairly is the ideal of legalism. What do you mean? Who doesn't know that the problem here is that pursuing it is impossible? The Qin dynasty forbade adultery. If a man was caught having an illicit relationship with a married woman, he could be executed on the spot. But ironically, who knows how many ladies the emperor himself dallied with?" The young scholar seemed to disagree with that view, saying loudly, How can an emperor who holds the fate of the entire nation in his hands be punished like a commoner? Johoi sighed, his voice contemptuous. Another hero of justice. That scholar didn't know that Johai's words alluded to those who were foolish, yet liked to put on airs. Johai said, "What is the fundamental doctrine of Confucianism? Whether in heaven above or the world below, all people are equal. Whether the emperor of a nation or a farmer tilling the fields, there is an immutable truth that they are all human. Isn't that fundamental Confucianism? Yet you claim the emperor and commoners cannot be compared. Do you mean one is human and the other is an animal?" Johai's reasoning made Juaguun have many doubts. Guan said Confucianism once said the state is simply a family. The emperor is the father responsible for caring for and protecting everyone, and the subjects are the emperor's children. Returning to Johoi, he pointed a finger to the sky, his voice firm and asserting, "That is precisely why Confucianism deserves criticism. Swapping doctrinal concepts for one's own benefit is merely a form of offering privileges to the emperor. At least legalism is honest." The words Johoi uttered made the onlookers standing aside feel enlightened after hearing them. Faces sweating profusely, they said, "Confucianism, thinking of the people. Those are the teachings of Gongja Confucius." As for young lady So-So, her eyes closed tightly with joy. Johoi spoke loudly again. In other words, saying the emperor is the father of the nation is just a justification for the emperor's privileges, isn't it? Now I ask again, can you confidently refute that the Confucian teaching that all people are equal and the idea of the emperor being the father of the nation do not contradict each other? Do they truly not conflict, but complement each other? If you say all people are equal, then the emperor and commoners being two different classes is completely meaningless. Or do you mean the emperor is a non-human existence and thus deserves privileges? Everyone standing outside was buzzing with discussion. Most people found Johai's words perfectly accurate. I repeat once more, the reason the Qin dynasty collapsed was because the law was not applied fairly to everyone, regardless of status or position, and that is the consequence of enforcing legality with overly harsh punishments. That scholar, after hearing a barrage of words from Johai's mouth, looked blank, asking somewhat vaguely, "Do you mean there are other ways to enforce the emperor's orders besides applying punishment?" Johoi, thinking of people subjected to various forms of torture, replied, "Applying punishment isn't wrong, but the problem is those punishments are too harsh. Execution for adultery, interrogation by branding the face with hot iron, and even pulling out the tongue for lying. Do you really think those laws are fair and equal for everyone? It's not just the weak and powerless who have to bear those things. That's why the law must distinguish between major and minor crimes. Not only that, but it must also differentiate between punishments involving confiscation of property and physical punishments. Enforcing legality must prioritize effectiveness. If it's not effective, what use is the law?" Johai's words were like thunder in the ears. Even those with little learning or considered erudite were stunned by his arguments. Juaguun couldn't help but ask, "Then what are the criteria for distinguishing between major and minor crimes?" Johai replied, "That depends on each nation, but in my view, if someone endangers another's life in any way, that's a major crime. The rest are minor. That's how I distinguish." Juaguun, seeing such a perhaps unique distinction for the first time, thought he follows the legalist school. Yet his understanding of Confucianism is far from ordinary. Johoi was now the center of attention for everyone in Hua Mountain. Even martial arts fanatics were captivated by Johai's words. Minor crimes can include stealing others' property, mockery and ridicule, insulting others' honor. The former can be punished by fines and imprisonment, while the latter, After briefly explaining legal knowledge from the old world, Johoi reached a conclusion. Every citizen must have the freedom to vote, not controlled or bound by any law or person. The state must be responsible for implementing correct governance policies to protect the people. Wasting tons of saliva debating with the crowd here, Johoi thought to himself, "Damn, it seems I went a bit too far." Juaguun and the surrounding crowd took Johai's topic as the subject. Even strangers gathered to discuss. Juaguun, holding a card, thought and said, The people rule the nation. I agree with all that, but I still don't understand the last sentence. Putting such great power in the hands of commoners is too dangerous. Zhou Hui asked, "Why do you think so?" That scholar also suddenly realized and quickly said, "That's right. Ignoring that reasoning, how can you entrust the fate of the entire nation to the ignorant masses who can't even read? What do those people know about ruling a nation?" This arrogant bunch angered Zhou Hui. He spoke sharply to the scholar, "I respect your learning, but that doesn't mean you can regard everyone else as an ignorant, uneducated mob. A person's value does not depend on whether they can write or paint. A farmer who starts early and works late also knows filial piety towards parents. He knows enough about love to protect his wife and children. He knows enough about courage to fight off robbers, and he knows enough about kindness to share grain with neighbors after each harvest, yet you dare say they are just an uneducated and ignorant mob. The lowest viewpoint of an intellectual is to assume commoners are ignorant fools, always needing to be taught and enlightened." After scolding the guy, Zhou Hui's face was extremely satisfied. He felt he was very cool. Man Sangzhou appeared majestically and said, "Move aside." Zhou Hui sighed in relief and obediently replied, Yes, the path is yours." The first time yielding his body to his ancestor felt so comfortable for Zhou Hui. Man Sangzhou in Zhou Hui's body made Zhou Hui's aura surge. An indescribable calm confidence, then calmly said, "All right, how do you want to compete?" Zhua Gu'un also wanted to join the fun, fanning himself as he spoke. "I'll participate too. Let's discuss the first page of the Daya in the Book of Odes, the Decade of King Wen." Man Sangzhou closed his eyes and said, "The Decade of King Wen. May I borrow paper and brush?" Zhua Gu'un immediately ordered a servant, "Bring it here." The servant quickly replied, "Yes." Man Sangzhou in Zhou Hui's body said slowly, "Thank you," then gently knelt on the mat to grind ink. Just this action of grinding ink could indicate the opponent's understanding of calligraphy. Zhua Gu'un witnessed this and exclaimed, "Wow!" Zhou Hui gently lifted the brush. His hand was steady as a rock, yet produced flowing, flexible strokes. Just witnessing Zhou Hui write calligraphy, one could imagine how a masterpiece is born. Each character gradually appeared on the pristine white paper. Every character Zhou Hui wrote exuded the essence of calligraphy. Each stroke could be considered a work of art combined into a massive masterpiece. The onlookers' eyes widened, mouths agape, unable to close their mouths, seeing it only able to gasp, "Oh, what exquisite strokes!" At this moment, Zhua Gu'un, standing beside and witnessing it firsthand, trembled and exclaimed, "What is this?" he thought. How can someone barely in his 20s have such masterful handwriting? Impossible. Zhua Gu'un, knowing his place, bowed his head and said, "I lost." The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhua Gu'un admits defeat. Unexpectedly, he admits defeat without even touching his brush. The one who just boasted about wanting a calligraphy match with Zhou Hui accepted the outcome and said, "This humble one has lost. May I know your esteemed name, sir?" Just then, Man Sangzhou returned the body to Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui, excited, thinking about the reward he would receive, blurted out laughing, "Haha, refrigerator." Unexpectedly, the scholar heard it misunderstood and saluted, saying, "Sir Tu Lan, refrigerator." Today, this humble one has truly broadened his horizons, just as the predecessors often said. There are always higher mountains. Zhou Hui, blushing, beet red with embarrassment, waved his hands and reintroduced himself. "I'm not Tu Lan, I'm Zhou Hui." The scholar replied, "Ah, yes, sir, Zhou Hui." Sunset descended twilight-covered Hua Mountain that evening at Yung So-eun's villa. He had just woken up after being beaten to a pulp by Zhou Hui. Jajonggeom Yang Cheon-dan came to visit his disciple. Yang Cheon-dan asked, "You're awake, are you feeling better?" Yung So-eun replied wearily, "Master, yes." Suddenly tears streamed down Yung So-eun's face. Yung So-eun was surprised. "Ah." Yang Cheon-dan comforted, "No need to hold back." Yung So-eun grasped his master's hand. Bowing his head, trembling and crying like a child, "Hoo-hoo, master." Yang Cheon-dan hugged Yung So-eun, comforting him sympathetically. The feeling of a martial artist, losing all internal energy. How could I not understand? I will help you recover as before. Young Soan, crying bitterly and resentfully, said that wasn't the sword technique of the Namgung clan. Yang Cheondan compassionately told his disciple, "It's best you don't pursue the details anymore and let go of the hatred in your heart. I know this isn't easy, but you must learn to forget." Young Soan's heart filled with burning anger, hatred clouded his eyes, pupils wide as he said, "I will train with all my might no matter the cost." Yang Cheondan utilized his internal energy, revealing the two characteristic golden pupils of the Hua Mountain sect. From the void appeared a golden sword, its body adorned with brilliant peach blossoms. Young Soan asked in surprise, "This is Master, have you reached the realm of cultivating the heart sword?" Yang Cheondan replied, "That's right." Young Soan stopped crying and exclaimed, "The scent of peach blossoms." Yang Cheondan continued seriously, "Even though I have reached this realm, I am not confident I can deal with him." Young Soan was shocked, speechless, like being struck by lightning. Yang Cheondan continued, "The realm he has reached surpasses that of mortal flesh and blood. It's best you don't harbor malicious intent in your heart." The next morning, as sunlight brightly illuminated everything on Hua Mountain at a tea room in Hua Mountain, Jiang Ho slammed his hand hard on the table, saying uncomfortably, "Giving up." Jua Guan said calmly, "Yes." That Hua Mountain Soryong Jiang Ho was boiling with anger, saying he dares to tuck his tail and run like that. Zhou Hei, seeing Jiang Ho's anger, awkwardly thought Guillaume playing hardball like that. It would be strange if he wasn't shocked. Suddenly, Young So-eun walked in from outside towards the tea room. Zhou Hui recognized him and thought, "Oh, he recovered pretty quickly." Young So-eun walked straight towards Jiang Ho and Zhua Gu-eun, speaking, "I must withdraw from the battle for personal reasons. I hope you understand." Jiang Ho stood up angrily and said loudly, "Why must you give up the So-ryong High Assembly?" Young So-eun obediently pointed to himself and humbly admitted, "My martial arts encountered a problem." Jiang Ho replied in surprise, "You mean channeling internal energy?" Young So-eun looked listless, like someone who lost his soul, saying lethargically, "Not that bad," Jiang Ho exclaimed. Good, Young So-eun explained, "You don't know how long I've waited for this day. I am not avoiding you. Please calm down. Next time we meet, I certainly won't refuse a match with you. Farewell." Before finishing the sentence, a gentle hand rested on Young So-eun's shoulder. It was Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui spoke, "Anything can happen in this world, huh? You must have prepared everything." Young So-eun, still psychologically affected after the beating, like a father hitting a child. Young So-eun fearfully and hastily pushed Zhou Hui's hand away and said, "Stay away from me." Zhou Hui was confused. "I'm talking to you normally," but the psychological trauma hadn't recovered. Young So-eun knelt down shouting, "Go, don't come near me." Jiang Hojua Gu-eun Payanguak, standing nearby, saw this scene, only able to remain silent and curious about the situation. They all glanced towards Zhou Hui with confused faces, mixed with a bit of fear, making Zhou Hui feel unnatural. Zhua Gu-eun sharply spoke, "What did you do to make him react like that?" Zhou Hui loudly defended himself. "You mean I only know how to cause trouble all day? I'm sad now." Zhua Gu-eun, with a suspicious look, replied, "No, it's just that there must be something hidden about this." Payanguak guessed blindly. "You probably dragged him into some dark alley and beat him up properly, right?" Zhou Hui was speechless, only thinking, "It wasn't me, it was Guillaume." Jiang Ho also looked towards Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui immediately clarified, "I told you, it wasn't me." Jiang Ho thought back on all the events he knew about Zhou Hui. "I don't understand. A martial arts genius who can face the immortal heaven sword. A musical prodigy who can make the #1 beauty in Hefei. Namgung Soso amazed. A mathematical genius who can counter the great strategist of the Jeagle clan. A thinker who can change the worldview of martial artists. And also a prodigy who can put emotion into every character. Who is he really?" Zhou Hui sighed and said, "Goodness, now I will leave the mountain," Zhua Guan asked, surprised. "Right now," Jiang Ho said provokingly, "the match hasn't even started. Are you scared of me and running away?" Zhou Hui answered innocently, "You are the genius swordsman of the Namgung clan. Of course I have to avoid you. Am I crazy to fight you?" Jiang Ho froze, only able to blurt out, "Oh," he thought. Not quite what I imagined, then said, so you're just leaving like that, not staying any longer. Zhou Hui completely ignored Jiang Ho and turned away, slowly walking towards Jiang Il-ryong, who was sleeping face down at a tea table in the corner. Zhou Hui spoke, young hero Jiang. Jiang Il-ryong, still half awake, half asleep, replied, what young hero? Zhou Hui quickly said, didn't you agree to work with me? You must clearly understand the contract you signed, right? Jiang Il-ryong slowly took the contract paper out from his clothes, then said excitedly, "Oh, rank. Is that a position?" Zhou Hui replied, "Just understand it that way. If you do well, your rank will increase very quickly. The higher the rank, the higher the salary." Jiang Il-ryong, excited, grasped the contract as if holding a bright future, exclaiming, "Go wa." Little did he know Zhou Hui was laughing secretly. If he knew the things he'd have to do soon, I wonder if he'd still be laughing happily like this. Zhou Hui said seriously, "I don't know when I'll reach Hefei, so arrange things with the Namgung family first. I'll send you a letter. After receiving it, go to the place I request." Jiang Il-ryong laughed and said, "All right, HVK." Zhou Hui immediately corrected this junior Daiga. "Say it again," Jiang Il-ryong obediently said. Daiga Zhou Hui gave a thumbs up in agreement. Then Zhou Hui went to Jiang Ho and Zhuagu Un. Paeng Guok saluted and said, "Thank you for accompanying me. I have learned a lot." Jiang Ho waved goodbye and said, "Since you want to leave, there's no other way. See you in Hefei." Then Jiang Ho asked curiously, "What do you plan to do with that 10,000-year-old essence stone?" Zhou Hui suddenly realized the problem. Oops, carrying that burden. How can I get to the sword tomb? Zhou Hui had to ask for help. "Can I leave it with the Namgung family?" Jiang Ho replied happily. "Yes, but I need to hand it over to someone to receive your item." Zhuaguan, standing nearby, quickly replied, "I'll do it." Zhou Hui, having solved the problem, said happily, "Many thanks." At some towering mountain peak, Zhou Hui, on his way down Hua Mountain, was resting on a rock. Where Zhou Hui was is Ganquan Cliff Road, Shanxi. Zhou Ke worriedly asked the blood jade. Jiomshin Zhou Hai received no answer, put it back inside and thought, he hasn't said anything for 3 days. How do I know where the sword tomb is? Damn it! Suddenly a sound echoed. Someone intentionally stomped hard on the ground to get Zhou Hui's attention. Strangers with bloodshot eyes radiating malice looked at Zhou Hui and said, "Who do we have here?" Zhou Hui, startled, looked around and thought, these guys are the Crimson Rainbow Bandits, a group of mountain bandits. Surprised that Zhou Hui could recognize them, even though they were wearing masks. The bandits shouted in unison, "How do you know?" Zhou Hui sighed. "Your chest muscles are all showing. At least you should know to cover them up right." The old bandit shouted loudly, signaling the others, "This insolent brat, charge and capture him." Zhou Hui held out his hand to stop them, saying, "Wait!" The rough old bandit swung a heavy fist towards Zhou Hui, while saying, "Make him shut up first. If he says anything, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage." Zhou Hui was surprised and a bit scared. Why is everyone I meet so abrupt like this? The old bandit swung his powerful fist closer to Zhou Hui and cursed, "Shut your mouth, dog." Zhou Hui instinctively retreated and swung his fist towards the old bandit. The two fists collided, compressing the surrounding air. The pressure seemed capable of pushing away those nearby. The old bandit was surprised that Zhou Hui could block him, shouting angrily, "This bastard is not ordinary. Are you trying to act different? You've run into a wicked, evil faction like us, so you're finished." Zhou Hui, angered and losing composure, cursed, "Shit. Just dealing with me alone. How many of you are there in total, and you still dare call yourselves men? Truly uneducated mountain bandits are just like this, daring to fight. 10 against 1. Who does that? Just sit down calmly, drink tea, and talk for mutual benefit. You..." This sissy Kang Daeju's fierce voice rang out. Enough, he slowly approached with sharp eyes. Zhou Hui was surprised and said, "The leader of the Blood Ice Tyrants, Kang Daeju, wearing women's clothes and Neja-style hair buns, appeared fiercely and said, 'We meet again by fate.' What's with that expression?" Zhou Hui didn't know what to say, seeing the strong and fierce Kang Daeju appear in such an attire. Zhou Hui regained his composure and continued, "You're persistent like a leech. Now all of Shanxi is filled with all sorts of evil sects. Kang Daeju's eyes full of malice laughed coldly and said, "The martial arts competition assembly at Hua Mountain is about 25 miles from here, so no matter how loud you shout, no one will come to save you," Zhou Hui thought. Damn it, these pig-brained bandits, how did they not only not get smarter, but become even stupider? Zhou Hui explained, "Someone like me who has only been to Anhui once or twice has no reason to make enemies in Jianghu. I'm different from you." Zhou Hui confidently presented the Blue Heaven gold plaque saying, "See this, I am the esteemed guest invited to the Namgung residence, also the master of the heavenly sword. You bastards, please use those tiny pea-brains of yours and think. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, will the renowned Namgung family let it slide?" Kang Daeju's eyes widened, radiating killing intent as he said, "If I tear you apart and scatter your limbs throughout the mountains and forests, the mountain beasts will surely have a hearty meal." Zhou Hui thought worriedly, "Ugh, these wicked dark path bastards. How can they talk about tearing people apart so lightly?" Zhou Hui shouted loudly, "So you think killing me will get you guys what you want?" Kang Daeju was momentarily speechless. Zhou Hui seized the opportunity to continue talking. "Think a little and you'll understand. You're acting like this thanks to some ice master who offended the Namgung family, right? But using such primitive and barbaric methods will definitely not solve the problem." The old bandit next to Kang Daeju interrupted, "Boss, are you just going to let him spout nonsense like this? If we get led by the nose by his smooth talk." Zhou Hui intentionally threw out a silver coin. The coin rolled close to the old bandit beside Kang Daeju. The old bandit immediately saw it, bent down and picked it up in an instant. Zhou Hui laughed sinisterly, thinking they're the most effective bait for short-brained mobs like these is the sound of money. Another bandit drew his knife and said, "Damn bastard, what do you want?" Zhou Hui immediately threw another silver coin near him, and he instantly reacted by throwing his knife away and catching the coin. Kang Daeju angrily looked towards the bandits and shouted, "Useless bunch! You dare beat your chests and call yourselves members of the renowned Yuk Rim bandit alliance like this?" Suddenly Zhou Hui held a gold ingot in his hand and laughed sinisterly. Kang Daeju startled, thinking, "Is that a gold coin? You dare tempt the notorious leader of the Blood Ice Tyrants with just that gold coin? I want it." Kang Daeju thought this, but his body craved this money. Zhou Hui tossed the gold coin into Kang Daeju's hand. Kang Daeju instantly seemed tamed, smiling contentedly and saying, "What does your excellency want?" Zhou Hui made an offer. "I will leave all the silver I have, as long as you let me go." Kang Daeju and the bandits, blinded by money, immediately smiled brightly and said, "No problem. Does our boss get a share?" "Wow, how much is this fortune worth?" Is that kid that rich Zhou Hui's anger reached its peak, but he still thought Gongja taught, "For a gentleman 10 years is not too late for revenge." Zhou Hui sighed while thinking, "Only 3 days have passed since the day I went against Gongja's teachings. Why do the sage's teachings have to pop up at times like this? Is life really a repeating cycle of unpredictable events like this?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from the Blood Jade. "Do you really feel that way?" Zhou Hui was surprised. "Huh? What is the elder suddenly saying?" After speaking, the Blood Jade went dim again. No one answered. Zhou Hui thought curiously. What was that? Returning to the current situation, Zhou Hui asked the bandits, "So can I go now?" The bandits, mesmerized by the pile of gold and silver, waved their hands dismissively at Zhou Hui to just go, then laughed and said, Okay, go, hope to never see you again." Zhou Hui was so angry his eyes looked like they could eat these bandits alive. Leaving with a belly full of resentment, while they were still gloating over the pile of gold and silver, Zhou Hui thought to himself, "This shameless bunch, I will definitely meet them again." Then Zhou Hui continued on his way to the sword mound. One person, one path, one mountain, looking a bit lonely. At this time, Geomshin Cheon thought about something, then said confusedly, "I will never manifest before you again." Zhou Hui thought, look at this old man secretly scheming, becoming more and more unreasonable. If this were a game, he'd probably be a grandmaster already. Zhou Hui thought, surprised, Normally if I badmouthed him this much, he would have made a fuss long ago." Zhou Hui asked, "Could it be you're angry?" Geomshin Cheon said coldly, I should quickly get to Autumn Valley. Zhou Hui wondered. Autumn Valley? Where is that? Gyomshin Cheon replied. Just go straight towards that birch tree. Follow the mountain ridge all the way. You'll see the edge of the Dangshi forest. Climb that mountain. Zhou Hui heard, looked around, saw a birch tree and jumped, saying, "You want me to climb a mountain again, sir? I just repented for a great sin. This body of mine is at your disposal. If it were you, sir, you'd surely reach that Autumn Valley place in a heartbeat." Gyomshin angry waved his hand and shouted, "Stop nagging, the sun is about to set, hurry up and go." Zhou Hui bowing his head resignedly but worriedly replied, "Yes, sir." At the place Gyomshin indicated, towering mountains stood close together, a magnificent scene. Zhou Hui, however, was precariously perched on a ledge halfway up the mountain, looking down at the whistling wind and lamenting. "Ugh," Zhou Hui thought fearfully. "This is too much, too terrifying. Why make me climb this mountain?" Zhou Hui teetered midway up the mountain. Behind him was a height scary just to look at, accompanied by winds that seemed to want to blow Zhou Hui away. Ahead was a mountain with a slope so steep it was almost vertical. Gyomshin grumbled, "Sunset means big trouble for us. When it gets pitch black, you'll wish you had started earlier." Zhou Hui, struggling to cling to the ledge, thought, "This grudge must be repaid." Just badmouthed him a tiny bit, so stingy. This old man is definitely tormenting me, intentionally using a shortcut he knows. Gyomshin Cheon angrily shouted, "Silence! If your determination is only this much, what value is there for me to use? You talk about revenge all day long, but you don't even have the willpower to overcome one mountain." Zhou Hui, remembering the moment he had to hand over the entire pile of gold and silver to the bandits with both hands, just to survive and get here, felt angry. Zhou Hui gathered all his courage and strength, crawling step by step, quickly shouting, "Ah, but the ancients said haste makes waste." In this case it was luckier. Zhou Hui, while gathering momentum to grab hold, pushed off a bit too hard, causing a rock to crack and fall below. Zhou Hui immediately felt himself free-falling, desperately trying to use his hands to claw at the cliff face to reduce friction, shouting in panic. Zhou Hui was lucky to land on a ledge while free-falling. Zhou Hui panted, looking down worriedly, and said, "Phew, managed to land on a ledge." Zhou Hui, more careful this time, mustered his remaining strength and determination to crawl to the destination Gyomshin had mentioned. Finally, before darkness fell, as twilight illuminated the entire valley, Zhou Hui reached the steps outside the cave entrance. Zhou Hui, battered, looked like he could collapse at any moment. His hands were mangled from gripping sharp rock fragments. Zhou Hui panted and then exclaimed, "Ha! This place really is the tomb of the sword god." Gyomshin Cheon replied coldly, "That's right. Right now." Zhou Hui stood right before the entrance of a cave nearly as high as the clouds. People say the higher up, the thinner the air, so Zhou Hui kept panting and hadn't yet entered the cave. Gyomshin Cheon continued, "What you realize in this sacred place depends entirely on yourself. Don't bring dirty schemes. Just step forward frankly, with goodness in your heart." Zhou Hui wondered, "Are you telling me there's someone else in here?" Gyomshin Cheon replied, "There are still traces left behind." Zhou Hui took out the torch from the bundle he carried and replied, "Traces?" Gyomshin Cheon explained. "What I discovered in the sword statue tomb were saber imprints. Those very saber imprints hold the core value of this tomb." Zhou Hui, with a strained face, lit the torch and said, "Wait a minute, Elder. I don't even know the most basic martial arts. You want an ordinary person like me to become a supreme master just from those saber imprints?" Gyomshin Cheon shouted angrily, "Insolence! Even though I don't know which senior created the imprints, you are not allowed to regard them as a mere mortal." Zhou Hui, tiptoeing into the cave, asked curiously, "Not a mere mortal, then are they a god or something?" Gyomshin Cheon replied, "Exactly. And the saber imprints are the traces left behind by a true god. Although the Sword King is also considered a god, I never dared think of defeating them. In the martial world, the concept of perfection doesn't exist. That's what I was taught, however. Their sword art was truly perfect. How could the son of a mortal reach such a perfect state? Upon witnessing the saber imprint traces in the cave, Guillaume Shin Cheon's core beliefs were shaken unsure of what he knew and truly felt overwhelmed seeing them. Zhou Hui asked again, how skilled was that senior? Suddenly gusts of wind shot up from below. Zhou Hui moved the torch away to look and saw the entire cave filled with slash marks. From every possible angle and place, the mountain cave was densely covered with deep imprints on the walls. Zhou Hui stood frozen in surprise at the sight before him. Yenka Jeomshin Cheon, seeing Zhou Hui's state, couldn't help but ask, "Can you read those ancient texts? I tried copying hundreds of versions and showing them to countless scholars, but no one has ever deciphered that ancient language." Outside mentally, Zhou Hui couldn't believe what was before him. He was scared because these sites only appeared during his school days. Those were vector values, connecting points, instantaneous acceleration, free fall motion. This knowledge made Zhou Hui's brain reel again. He thought he calculated all the fundamental sword techniques using physics and divided by internal energy to achieve velocity, instantaneous free fall. Even created a formula to calculate gravity based on the saber's weight. Zhou Hui said in panic, "Wait, could the person who knew these formulas definitely be from the modern world and Korean too?" Jeomshin Cheon, startled, unable to restrain his mouth, asked, "What are you saying?" "The person who left these ancient writings is from your old world." Zhou Hui regained his calm expression and replied, "That's right. When was this cave discovered?" Old Cheon said, "At least over 1,000 years." Zhou Hui, holding the torch, walked all around the cave, observing every character, thinking a modern person came to the Central Plains over 1,000 years ago. But relying on just one person's strength, they could hone sword skills to this level. Did that person really leave a mark on history just thanks to these ruins? An image of a person holding a sword, only a cloth covering from the abdomen down hair, long like a woman's. Old Cheon said, "I've also wondered about this. The final sword trace they left behind is no longer the product of a human. Such a great realm of sword art, yet it wasn't passed down or famous in Jianghu at all, is a bit strange." Zhou Hui, hearing about the final sword trace, couldn't imagine what it was like. Cheon, his face horrified, asked, "Do you remember that the terrain in Autumn Valley is very strange?" Zhou Hui pondered the things he had seen on the journey, thinking back, it really is true. Normal valleys should wind and twist, but this valley has a straight path. Jeomshin Cheon's voice suddenly quieted. He said, "Autumn Valley is the final sword trace of that person." In Zhou Hui's imagination, the image of a mountain split in two, deep like a natural valley. He couldn't help but curse, "Holy crap, that terrifyingly deep valley gorge 4 kilometers long is the product of a human." Zhou Hui again slowly walked around the small cave, his gaze looking up to read the characters carved on the wall. "After 24 days and nights studying the wall, I noticed they removed sword techniques that cannot be analyzed by physics. For example, they ignored fields like culture demons and similar things, then categorized techniques that can apply the first directional vector product variation, techniques needing substitution coefficients due to the second variation, and finally the most complex techniques capable of causing optical illusions. And after compiling all the formulas, 100 days had also passed." Through these 100 days, Zhou Hui's mind worked non-stop. His face also showed fatigue. Zhou Hui thought, "This man is truly persistent. We came from the same world, but not the same time. What a pity." He continued reading the content on the wall. After 120 days studying the wall, the fundamental sword techniques of various sects have all reached a higher level of perfection compared to the final technique. However, there are exceptions, and the opening twin consciousness C technique of the shaman sect is one of them. Opening twin consciousness C is a technique that maximizes the value of a function containing variables, dividing the divine consciousness into two parts to use two types of sword skills simultaneously. According to mathematical interpretation, it means more than one variable can appear simultaneously, with the constant function being the given technique. This technique needs more thorough research. After 139 days of studying the wall, The only things left in my head are points, lines, and planes. Why do straight lines bend at a specific point in the technique? To minimize deviation at the point of contact instead of the curved center of mass, I must use a linear transformation. Just change it. I tried, but my body couldn't withstand it. The method of using chi is also gradually reaching a dead end. Am I that ignorant? I just realized the reason it bends is because of the limit of movement representable by the human body. After 180 days of studying the wall according to physics theory, it can be represented at the speed of light. But the problem is that a mortal body cannot regenerate during the execution of the formula. No matter how perfect the formula created, if the body cannot withstand it, everything will be in vain. Why didn't I realize this simple truth? In the end, I still have to train the body first, forge a body capable of surviving and regenerating after undergoing that formula. After 487 days of studying the wall, I once again realized how fragile the human body is. I set an arbitrary point of motion around the wall and tried to see how many sword thrusts it would take to hit that exact point. It took a total of 720, 642, 20 attempts. It took me 2 years to replicate a simple motion vector connecting 2 points A and B. So are those formulas feasible for an imperfect mortal body? This isn't something that can be achieved just by diligent physical training. I need another method. Zhou Hui was truly impressed by this man from the same hometown. Simply practicing one sword strike over 700 million times made Zhou Hui wonder if he was really human anymore. There was still a lot of content, so Zhou Hui diligently read every word. After 4,685 days of studying the wall, I realized that trying to compensate for factors that cannot be eliminated by physics is foolish. It's not by chance that Taoism and Buddhism exist. It's because if one diligently cultivates the body, but not the mind, one cannot completely master the body. Ironically, the only way to refine the body to the level of gods is through cultivating the mind and nurturing one's nature. Using the self-imagined hellish mortal world, I was able to smoothly observe my entire sea of consciousness. From deep within my mind, I could truly separate myself into tiny atoms or transform myself into an entity larger than the universe. And finally, in my imagination, all the movements of points, lines, and planes recreated themselves into a complete whole. Unbeknownst when the boundary between the imaginary world and my real world blurred, because even when I didn't eat, drink, or even breathe, I didn't die. After 6932 days of studying the wall, my body now has the ability to perfectly replicate and demonstrate all the formulas. Still, that wasn't enough. I could see through the essence of all phenomena, like Neo in the movie The Matrix. The laws of Mother Nature have all been fully integrated into my abilities. Can I still be considered human? I can feel the gazes of the Supreme Saints watching me. Suddenly reading these words, Zhou Hui's body reacted strangely. His body flared with aura. In his eyes he saw a man in red clothes, white hair, unleashing cold sword lights. This one sword strike could split mountains and rivers. Severing the Long River was no exaggeration. Sword God. Zhou Cheon couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, truly impressive. It took me 7 years to see the stars with my own eyes, yet you have already seen that starlight." Zhou Hui's body was hazy, his voice murmuring heaven and earth meteor sword. "Sword God." Zhou Cheon immediately replied, "Correct." In his mind now he thought with astonishment and shock. Too impressive comprehending so much in just 15 minutes, furthermore, feeling both the heaven and earth meteor sword and the stars simultaneously. This is the highest realm of enlightenment of the heaven and earth meteor sword. It has completely merged into this boy's soul. A genius. That sword wasn't strong enough to reveal everything. Fate, huh? So the heavenly Tao preordained this kid's destiny, and I am the bridge to that door of fate. Inside the blood jade, what the sword god was thinking was unknown, but perhaps he was greatly looking forward to Zhou Hui's future. Outside, Zhou Hui was reveling in the tiny lights surrounding his body. Zhou Hui had fallen into the sea of consciousness for 3 years without realizing it. That was the birth of the genius sword god. The next day, in Happy, it was no longer the Happy of that year. Instead, it was incredibly magnificent. Beneath that splendid path, a very distinguished-looking man, clothes neat. He was the young master of the Kim family head, Kim Juk-san. In front of Kim Juk-san was a man leading a horse carriage approaching. Seeing this scene, Kim Juk-san was a bit annoyed and quickly said, Hey, I told you to go slowly." He snatched the reins, shouting, "Do you know how much this Cheon-un carriage is worth, huh? Handle it gently." The slave resentfully bowed. "Sorry, young master. This lowly one will get the reins right away. Shut up." Young master Kim Juk-san cursed him, then dusted off the dirt on his shoes and directly drove the Cheon-un carriage himself. Traveling on the crowded market road, Kim Juk-san felt very happy because since buying this carriage, this was his first time going to Gyeharu. Then passing a stretch of road, Kim Juk-san suddenly noticed a sign carved with 5 characters. Joe Family Benevolent Heart Brightness. A beautiful girl suddenly stood beside Kim Juk-san, smiling and asking, "Hello, esteemed guest. Welcome to the Joe family's tavern. What would you like?" Out of nowhere, a pretty girl appeared, making Kim Juk-san unable to refuse. He had to order a meat sandwich and cooling black tea. The girl beamed and replied, "Understood, sir. Please wait a moment." Kim Juk-san watched her figure leave and chuckled to himself. Soon the 2 items Kim Juk-san ordered were ready. It was still the same girl. She carried 2 plates of food with both hands and said, "Here is your order, sir. Total 99 kwan coins." Kim Juk-san gave the girl a silver coin, and the girl also wished him a good meal. In his mind, Kim Juk-san thought 99 kwan coins. Why not just take 1 silver coin? But having 1 kwan coin left over, I still feel like I got a bargain, huh? Holding this meat sandwich, just taking 1 bite, the flavor of the grilled meat blended with the bread crust, accompanied by some vegetables, was enough to make Kim Juk-san feel enchanted. Then he took a sip of black tea. Cooling down, he immediately felt his whole body as if immersed in the sea, unable to hold back from exclaiming, "Truly wonderful, so delicious, and not even 1 silver coin too cheap, truly flawless, eating and drinking with great enjoyment." On a road where both sides were lined with lamps, the light at the entrance was blinding. This is Gyeharu. The magnificent, noisy and bustling Gyeharu appeared imposingly before Kim Juk-san, while Kim Juk-san was still looking around in surprise. He noticed the carriage beside him. That carriage. It's even a limited edition. The number of this type of carriage produced per year can be counted on one hand. Getting out of the carriage was Seo Tai Mayong. The attendant immediately recognized him and greeted the customer. "Welcome, young master Seo. Today I, Il Ryong, will serve you." Seo Tai Myong asked, "How are the flowers today?" Flower is short for flower lady slang, referring to courtesans of ancient times. The attendant immediately smiled brightly and replied, "Don't worry, sir, the flowers today are excellent." Kim Juk-san, standing behind, saw the attendant's name tag and thought Lee So-ryong. Then this Lee So-ryong must be very good at fighting, huh? Kim Juk-san also slowly stepped down from his carriage. Immediately an attendant came out to introduce himself. "Young master, today I shall serve you. My name is Hong Geum-bo. Have you chosen your own Nguyet Lao matchmaker?" Yet Kim Juk-san innocently replied, "Which Nguyet Lao?" Hong Geum-bo smiled with knowing eyes and said, "This must be your first time here. Sir Nguyet Lao is the one who arranges fate, tasked with pairing you with a beauty." Kim Juk-san hadn't said anything, but his face clearly showed eager anticipation. Hong Geum-bo quickly continued, "If that's the case, sir, just trust me. Please follow me." Hong Geum-bo showed off to the horsekeeper, speaking loudly, "This is the young master's carriage. Watch it carefully." The horsekeeper replied, "Yes." Suddenly the sound of a noisy argument arose. "Huh, why can that silk pants guy get in, but I can't?" In front of a building, guards stood watch. In the dense queue, one person was angry with the guard. Kim Juk-san thought to himself, "Oh, so this is the rumored mysterious forbidden place of Gyeharu. There must be a commotion because Tajia Chow of the Peng family from Hatbi isn't allowed in." The guard gently said, "No entry please, forgive me, sir. Please come back later." The guest, who had just scolded the guard looking drunk, continued speaking. "Hey you punk, do you even know who I am?" The guard's eyes sharpened as he spoke. "So you're making things a bit difficult for me." Then the guard cracked his knuckles, his gaze fierce and intimidating. "If you're drunk, you should go home before you cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll break your back right here," the drunken guest replied. "What?" Suddenly, Jang Il-ryong arrived with his naturally fierce face and said, "Is something wrong, Jong-gu?" The guard named Jong-gu replied, "It's nothing, sorry to trouble you. Manager Jang. Ah, no, it should be Tower. Master Jang now, right?" The drunken guest saw Jang Il-ryong turned pale with fear, his mouth agape. Kim Juk-san watched from afar, impressed. Jang Il-ryong's eyes glared as he spoke. "I just got promoted yesterday, so while I'm still in a good mood, you better get your ass home." The drunken guest saw Jang Il-ryong's appearance and trembled as he replied, Yes." Then he ran away quickly. Jang Il-ryong calmly watched him leave, then said loudly, "Everyone attention, it's past the hour of the dog, Taverna 7:09 p.m. No more free entry for guests." The workers here quickly replied, "Understood." Kim Juk-san curiously asked, "Hongyeumbo free? So arriving before the hour of the dog means it's free?" Hongyeumbo raised his hand and said, "This rule doesn't apply to male guests, young master." Kim Juk-san asked, "Only for women," Hongyeumbo explained. "Yes, sir. All female customers who arrive before the hour of the dog will receive 3 jars of wine and snacks for free." Jang Il-ryong glanced at Kim Juk-san and Hongyeumbo, then sighed and called out, "Gyumbo," and gestured with his hand for Gyumbo to come over. Gyumbo quickly responded. "Yes," Jang Il-ryong indifferently asked quietly, "Aren't you being a bit too welcoming?" Hongyeumbo's eyes like a capitalist about to fleece a fat sheep said, "He arrived by carriage, sir." After hearing this, Jang Il-ryong froze and immediately changed his attitude, happily shouting loudly, "Someone prepare to welcome a distinguished guest." The space inside was overwhelming. Lights of all 7 rainbow colors sparkled. People were dancing and swaying on the first floor in the central courtyard. Standing guests were on the balconies of the 2nd and 3rd floors. The lively and noisy atmosphere was no different from a bar. To be precise, this was an ancient-style bar created by Zhou Hui. Here there was also a stage, private tables depending on location, lighting and singing and dancing beauties. Kim Juk-san, encountering these things for the first time, was covering his ears because it was a bit too noisy. Hongyeumbo continued his introduction. "So would you like me to take you to a private room? If you want beauties to serve you to your heart's content, you need to use a private room, sir." Kim Juk-san replied, "No, just choose a table for me." Hongyeumbo quickly replied, "The price depends on the location of each table, sir." Kim Juk-san, hearing this for the first time, was surprised. "Really?" Hongyeumbo continued, "Do you see the closest spot facing the stage over there? That table is the most expensive, but it's worth the money. Would you like to choose that spot, sir?" Kim Juk-san saw the beauties, his eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Excellent." Hongyeumbo continued to demonstrate his sales ability. "What kind of wine would you like, sir?" Kim Juk-san innocently replied, "Give me a bottle of Cheongju." Hongyeumbo frowned unpleasantly and replied, "You're joking too much, sir. Do you think beauties will follow someone who can only drink Cheongju? Sitting in a position like this, you should at least order 2 jars of hambanguk." Right? Kim Juk-san looked at the menu with the slightly dizzying price and said, "Really, I think 2 jars? That's a whole 20 taels of silver." Suddenly, bright, prominent lights shone on the stage. A staff member stood on stage and announced loudly, "Today, our young master SEO has ordered Seolwa Sinju music up." Kim Juk-san was curious. Snowflake wine. The flower ladies on stage descended amidst the awe of the surrounding guests. 3 people respectfully carried a wine jar, smiling and asking, "Excuse me, which one is young master SEO?" The eye-catching ceramic wine jar was placed on a platter that enhanced its beauty. Kim Juk-san looked towards Seo Tae-mayong's table and thought to himself, "Who is that guy?" The flower ladies, smiling brightly like flowers, competed to speak. Young Master Seo ordered Seolwa Sinju. "What are you doing here? Ho ho ho!" "Oh, sir, you are too handsome." Seo Tae-myong sat at the table, looking prideful, then noticed Kim Juk-san, looked scornful, smirked and waved dismissively. Kim Juk-san noticed his action and cursed irritably, "Arrogant dog." Kim Juk-san felt insulted and spoke loudly. "Give me 1 bottle." "No, 2 bottles of Seolhwa Sinju Hongyeombo said. "That's 100 taels of gold per bottle, young master, and you have to pay up front." Kim Juk-san said loudly. "No worries, bring the wine here." Hongyeombo smiled and said, "Yes, yes, please. Wait a moment, sir. I'll bring it right up." Jang Il-ryong saw the conflict just now. He called over a female staff member who seemed to also be a flower lady. This person paid attention to Jang Il-ryong and said, "What is it, Tower Master? I'm busy." Jang Il-ryong sharply said, "Do you see that person over there? Serve that person attentively." This flower lady looked and then said, "What's the payment?" Jang Il-ryong replied, 200 taels per bottle. This flower lady smiled and said, "Ho ho ho, deal closed." And after that, this flower lady went to Kim Juk-san's table and served him enthusiastically and attentively. Thus, Kim Juk-san from the Kim family, less than a month after arriving here, was left penniless. And one evening at the Jo family business headquarters, the general manager said, "The key figure has arrived." Jo-hoi slowly walked into the room and said, "Everyone sit down. No need for excessive formalities." At the long table in the meeting room were all Jo-hoi's trusted subordinates. Jo-hoi sternly said, "What is the progress on rebuilding the ice houses?" The person in charge of the ice houses replied, "About that, I think it's failed." Jo-hoi said seriously, "Failed? How much did we invest in it?" "Explain," that person replied. "It seems that the larger the area of the ice house, the lower the efficiency. We tried to create ice in one of the renovated ice houses, and the efficiency didn't increase much compared to the original." Jo-hoi asked further, "You mean it needs more time to freeze?" This person sighed and replied, "That's right. Before it only took half a day, now it takes a whole day. It seems at this rate we can only make about 750 jin approx. 375 kilo of ice." Jo-hoi covered his face with his hand, blaming himself and thinking, "Damn it, the first law of thermodynamics. The total energy in a system remains constant, although it can be converted from one form to another. A modern person could actually forget this. The mass of ice we are using is increasing. Damn it." Jo-hoi sighed and asked further, "So what about Coca-Cola?" The head chef in charge flinched, then tremblingly presented a trial product bottle. "This, sir." Jo-hoi calmly took a sip, then angrily slammed the table. "What is this? It's even worse than last time. You went through all the hot springs just to collect this pathetic carbonated water." The head chef bowed his head, apologizing continuously. "Yes, I know my mistake." Jo-hoi sternly said, "Go write 20 self-criticism reports." The head chef cried inwardly, a few tears welling up, sighing. Jo-hoi continued the meeting. "So what about Gyeha-ru?" Jang Il-ryong happily replied. "Our profits have doubled, big brother." Jo-hoi exclaimed, "Whoa," thinking to himself. "Initially, I only intended to use this guy as a doorman. But it turns out he's a business genius who learns 10 things when taught 1. He has the real ability to attract customers day after day like this. He deserves his current position." Jo-hoi pondered again. "But making Coca-Cola is certainly not easy, right?" Jang Il-ryong said, "Big brother, I have something to say." Jo-hoi replied, "Speak." Jang Il-ryong continued, "The 10,000-year ice crystal is the treasure of the Bukai Bingung, and this thing is extremely useful for creating ice and benefits martial artists practicing ice techniques." Jo-hoi didn't understand, so Jang Il-ryong continued, "Therefore, Big Brother can invite any expert who is already a master in this field. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone from the Bukai Bingung. I don't understand why you have such an obsession with the ice houses." Jo-hoi's jaw dropped, momentarily speechless. Jang Il-ryong presented further, "There's no need to pour money monthly into these useless things. Instead, if you obtain the 10,000-year ice crystal, they will automatically flock to work for you. Besides, aren't all martial artists the same? Make a deal with them, they practice their skills, and in return, they must create ice for us. Isn't that better?" Jo-hoi, as if realizing a new horizon, thought to himself, "Truly a genius." Jo-hoi felt ashamed of himself and thought, "What have I been doing all this time with the 1,000-year freezers of the Bukai?" So ashamed of myself, I can't believe I bullied him by saying he has no brain. Having reached this point, I can no longer deny the rumor that he is a genius. Johei stood up and ordered, "Does anyone want to go to the bukai?" The surrounding atmosphere fell silent. It quieted down because everyone found it difficult upon hearing bukai. Bukai, a very, very distant place in the north. From here the round trip takes a full year. This place once belonged only to the indigenous people throughout the medieval period and the First World War. After that, the Talma family brutally swept through the Bukai Bingung. They captured and escorted the Bukai king out for public humiliation before the masses tied him up and starved him to death. With the difficulty of travelling up to the Bukai, Zhou Hui made an offer 1,000 taels of gold. That will be the reward for the person who finds the ice-making technique. Zhang Ilryong heard the amount and immediately raised his hand eagerly. "Big brother, let me go." Johei shook his head and replied, "Not you," thinking I need him to stabilize the twin halls first. "Then who can it be?" Suddenly Johei turned to ask the general manager, "What are those bastards doing now?" The general manager was surprised. "Bastards? Who are you talking about, sir?" Johei replied, "Those muscular guys with red bear tattoos all over them." The general manager remembered, "Aha, you said they must be locked up to eliminate harm to the people, so we imprisoned them in the jail of this house." Johei asked further, "How long has it been? Have they recovered yet?" The general manager replied, "It's been half a year already." Johei ordered, "That long? Bring them here." The general manager stood up, clasped his hands, nodded and replied, "Understood, after a short period." The general manager reported, "Subordinate has brought them, sir. They are waiting in the outer room." Johei ordered, "Only let the leader in here." The general manager replied, "Yes." Step by step, Kang Dae-ju entered. The tall, muscular six-pack man from before was no longer there. Instead, it was a gaunt, frail figure, his hollow face showing he hadn't eaten properly for a long time. Zhang Ilryong saw him and was so surprised he couldn't speak. Then young Ilryong stood up still with a surprised expression and said loudly, "Brother Kang, is that you, Brother Kang?" Kang Dae-ju knelt down, trembling, crying and stammering, "Ho ho ho, sir!" Zhang Ilryong worriedly ran over and asked, "What is this, Brother Kang? What happened to you?" Kang Dae-ju wailed. Johei showed annoyance, his eyes sharp, saying, "Enough. Don't put on a tearful act in front of me. Stop crying and come here right now." Zhang Ilryong, perceptive, immediately realized, if Big Brother treats him like this, there's only one reason: someone must have harmed him before. Brother Kang must have done something wrong. Kang Dae-ju struggled step by step to stand up. His tall figure from back then was now just like a candle in the wind. Johei sternly said, "I order you to go to the bukai." Kang Dae-ju fearfully replied, "But the bukai is—" Johei put his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful, and said, "It seems you still want to eat prison steamed buns, huh?" Kang Dae-ju immediately grimaced upon hearing Johei's words like a thunderclap. He recalled the situation of being imprisoned with his mountain bandit brothers. Why do they feed us steamed buns every day? Kang Dae-ju said, "If we complete this mission, will you grant us freedom?" Johei calmly replied, "Of course." Kang Dae-ju used his remaining strength to reply, "All right then, we accept." Johei smiled coldly, his eyes emitting threatening, killing intent. "If you dare to run away halfway, you know the consequences for yourselves." Kang Dae-ju clenched his fists, trembling with anger, thinking, "If we could have escaped, we would have escaped long ago. You deceitful bastard, vicious, inhuman monster." He replied angrily, "That won't happen." Time passed just like that. In the inner court of the Namgung family, Namgung Baek was reading a report while having a headache, thinking about something, saying, "Again." Namgung Baek got angry thinking about Zhou Hui. 3 years ago, when I had the chance, I should have destroyed that 1,000-year ice platform. Whenever that kid is involved, nothing good ever happens. The merchant who sold that cold-brewed stomachache tea to us, and even that delivery guy, can arbitrarily bring them into our manor. Because of their fame, even local officials and powerful figures lost business and came here to complain. It didn't stop there. The guests receiving food gave something back to the delivery person, then the delivery person delivered it to the recipient, causing their influence to spread even wider. Because of that, even the escort agency suffered losses. That's not all. They also created a new type of carriage called automobile, which has completely changed the current carriage buying and making industry. He also created the Joe family brewery and dominated the entire beer market in Hatby with just a glass bottle. He even built an entire tavern selling rice cakes. Coca and the 6-layer pancake have overwhelmed the entire food production and food business industry. The problem is, every time he starts a new form of business, he waves that command token everywhere. Therefore, many people have flocked to the Namgung Manor. We have tried to stabilize the public sentiment, tried every possible way over the past 3 years. But the thing that annoys me the most is, suddenly a servant arrived, interrupting Namgung Bayek's train of thought. This servant said, "Sir, the food from the Joe family shop has arrived. Would you like to eat it now while it's hot?" Namgung Bayek immediately replied, "Yes, bring it here." Namgung Bayek immediately picked up the drink bottle, took a strong sip, and exclaimed, "Ah!" A refreshing coolness filled Namgung Bayek's mouth and mind, as if all anger had vanished. Namgung Bayek thought to himself, "I'm completely addicted to the taste of the food from the Joe family shop." Suddenly, a disciple of the Namgung family ran in to report, "Sir, I have something urgent to report. Another group of people has come looking for you." Namgung Bayek, not having finished enjoying his drink, replied, "Why right at this moment?" The disciple replied, "Subordinate thinks it's about the tavern matter." Namgung Bayek's stomach growling, because he hadn't had time to enjoy his meal, said irritably, "Tsk, I almost forgot. Those damn taverns," the disciple continued. "Also, Namgung Bayek cut him off. What else?" The disciple worriedly said, "The sect master of Hwasan Sword Sect has come again, sir." Namgung Bayek held his forehead to maintain composure, sighing, "Ah, damn it, that Joe Hui." Again he thought to himself, "What did we do to Hwasan Sword Sect? Why do they keep wanting to cause trouble with us?" The disciple continued, and Namgung Bayek snapped loudly, "What now? What is it this time?" The disciple replied, "Young Master Jagal has also come to visit, sir." Namgung Bayek angrily said, "If he's here to meet friends, just let him in. Why bother reporting back to me?" The disciple continued, "He didn't come here as a friend." Namgung Bayek asked sternly, "Then as what?" The disciple's face darkened, worriedly replying, "He came here as an intermediate inspector of the Murim Maeng." Namgung Bayek jolted up and said, "What? I'll go meet him right now." The disciple bowed and said, "Understood, subordinate will have someone bring him here immediately." Namgung Bayek thought confusedly, "What is all this about afterwards?" When the bright sunlight shone upon the entire Namgung Manor. In a certain room, the disciple had led Juagu-un to meet Namgung Bayek and said, "Sir Inspector, sir, has arrived." Juagu-un entered the room step by step. Namgung Bayek stood up to receive him, saying, "Welcome." Juagu-un politely bowed and said, "Lord Beck, it's been a while, hasn't it? Are you still well?" Namgung Bayek gestured for Juagu-un to sit down at the tea table, saying, "I am very well. By the way, you've already risen to the rank of Inspector T. His young master is truly wonderful. Please come sit here." Juagu-un sat down and replied, "Many thanks. I will get straight to the main point. Please feel free, but may I venture to ask one question first?" Juagu-un replied, "Please do." Namgung Bayek perceptively said, 3 months ago, an inspector came here. Logically, the next visit shouldn't be for another 2 years. What is this about?" Juagu-un smiled faintly and said, "A few days ago, the chief inspector visited Hatby, and he has some suspicions." Namgung Bayek asked about what. Juagu-un said with a serious face, "He suspects that the powerful business of the Zhou family is under the control of the Namgung family." Namgung Bayek said loudly in surprise, "Aren't you his friend? You know better than anyone that the Zhou family's business is a completely independent organization. How can you say such a thing?" Juagu-un sharply said, "Do you still not understand the alliance's intentions?" Namgung Bayek perceptively realized something and said, "Could it be?" Juagu-un coldly said, "Habi's population has doubled in just 2 years and will soon be equal to, no, perhaps even surpass Namkin. Therefore, the alliance's intention is..." Namgung Bak realized something and said, I understand, but we are just a small branch. Juagu Un continued, Hook Cheon Wall's movements are extremely suspicious. Namgung Baek exclaimed in surprise, Hook Cheon Wall. Juagu Un explained, because of them, Habi has now become a battlefield where people are ready to sacrifice their own lives. As long as we can possess the powerful businesses of the Zhou family and Habi with that enormous fortune, we will be number one in the 300 heavens. But the Zhou family business is currently still very ambiguous. They lie between the two boundaries of righteous and evil. This is an extremely dangerous act. The alliance wants to obtain their treasury. You should lend a hand for the benefit of both sides. Namgung Baek frowned and sighed. Juagu Un continued, the man holding the power to control the strongest merchant group in Habi is someone not belonging to the alliance. So how can he receive the alliance's support? In the worst-case scenario, the Namgung family might have to face Hook Cheon Wul alone. I know it's very difficult, but you are forced to make a choice. Namgung Baek tried to maintain composure and said, how much time do we have? Juagu Un said, the Shadow Guard team has been eliminated. Currently, the Alliance temporarily has no eyes or ears. We don't have much time left. Namgung Baek angrily slammed the table, sighing, thinking, the situation where both sides obviously shared intelligence is ruined. This is no different from a declaration of war. Namgung Baek said, I will call Zhou Hui here to discuss immediately. The Alliance has also sent a message to him. He should arrive quickly. Namgung Baek replied with a serious expression, all right. After some time passed at the Namgung family manor, Chief Pai Chin Tien was guiding Zhou Hui arriving. A guard disciple of the Namgung family warmly pointed the way, saying, we were ordered to waive the identity check for you, sir. Please go this way. Zhou Hui replied, okay. Chief Pai Chin Tien bowed and said, I hope you will act wisely and properly. Zhou Hui bowed back and replied, take care. Zhou Hui thought to himself, properly, what does that mean? In the main hall of the Namgung family, here a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire room. As soon as Zhou Hui stepped into the room, he saw all familiar faces and thought, looks like everyone has gathered here. Namgung family head Namgung Su, young master Zheng Ho, Namgung Seongjeon inner court head, Namgung Baek, Namgung Mu, Je Gab Un. As soon as Zhou Hui sat down, Juagu Un took out a report, opened it and read, Representative of Merchant Zhou. The Alliance has a few words they wish to convey to you first, that is all. Zhou Hui thought with a serious expression. It sounds very complicated, but actually what they want is very simple. What they want is just to place the merchant house under the authority of the Namgung family. They want me to accept the supervision and control of the Murim Mayeng. Naturally, our monthly income will also be whatever number they desire. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Alliance to protect us. This Murim Mayeng, which considers itself righteous, is no different from a street corner gang. Zhou Hui with bloodshot sharp eyes growled, it seems the Alliance elders are misunderstanding something. Juagu Un said in surprise, what do you mean misunderstanding? Zhou Hui replied indignantly, are you judging us based on the current situation in the Jianghu? Do you think I cannot turn Namshong into Habi Juagu? And was stunned by Zhou Hui's attitude, saying, what? Zhou Hui tapped his fingers on his thigh while explaining further, I am a merchant. Accepting risks in exchange for profit is common sense. However, there are too many who want to peel off the little wealth I built with sweat and blood. In this situation, any merchant would think just like me. Which side will yield more profit? Namgung Baek lost his composure and said loudly, what are you talking about? Are you perhaps willing to become the money-making dog at Hook Cheon Wall's feet? Zhou Hui coldly replied, then what else can I do when everyone wants to profit from me? Human greed is bottomless, sir. Have I done anything to affect the Namgung family's business? Namgung Baek angrily said, what are you joking with me? If you had ever seen one of our businesses? Zhou Hui sharply interrupted, no. From 3 years ago, Habi's population was around 86,000 people. Currently, it has risen to 170,000. I will ask you again, have I done anything to affect the Namgung family's business? Namgung Baek was speechless, only uttering, Jo Hui continued, if the elders in the family have spoken, wanting to concede, I am very willing. Even if I have a different surname, I am truly still a member of the Namgung family. Not of the alliance. Go back and tell your alliance leader that. I have no intention of leaning entirely towards one righteous or evil faction. Namgung Su added, standing neutral. Throughout the history of Jianghu, the number of people who could do that can be counted on one hand. Those figures all had a few common points. Jo Hui explained further, you are right. An acquaintance also told me the same. Jo Hui quoted the words of sword god Jo Cheon. Those who fall into the mud of compromise will always be the ones standing on the edge of weakness, risking one's life to protect one's own values and those beside oneself is the only way to become stronger. Jo Hui's eyes turned silver, entering a completely different state. His aura oppressed everyone around. Clenching his fist and slamming it hard on his thigh, he said, I will follow that path to become the strongest. Jo Hui's aura made the mountain where the Namgung family was located tremble. From afar, the mountain could be seen shuddering before Jo Hui's martial power, and right in the room, pressure weighed heavily on those around. The room was filled with bewilderment. Tension only allowed them to gasp. This is Jo, Hui thought. The entire world I see is equivalent to a diagram. This has deeply ingrained itself into my brain. Although I wasn't used to this at first, entranced, the period immersed in the pleasure of enlightenment. It felt as if it had only happened in an instant, but when I woke up my clothes were all old and tattered, and the sword god told me that 3 years had passed. He was extremely happy for me calling my transformed body the omnipotent body of the Sword King, although initially I had some problems with my ghostly white eyes. Namgung Su exclaimed, that... Under the pressure emanating from Jo Hui's eyes shone as if seeing through everything. Namgung Su thought, but that is precisely the state when the soul and vital energy completely merge into the martial artist's eyes. Except for special martial techniques like the peach blossom eyes. This phenomenon is proof of having reached the supreme level. How could such a young man reach that state so early? Namgung Seongjeon thought to himself, ho, 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 he calls himself that person's disciple, even if he is the direct disciple of Wu Jinyang. This is truly insane. Namgung Seongjeon said, Inspector Sir, can you feel it? Jua Gu-un, confused by the situation before him, awkwardly replied, Feel what Namgung Seongjeon explained. That person is at the supreme level. Jua Gu-un was surprised. Supreme level. Even among the 9 great sects, only 4 people have reached this level. Namgung Seongjeon calmly continued, You must try to persuade the alliance leader or vice leader to change their minds. Jua Gu-un turned his head and left. I will return to the alliance. After Jua Gu-un stepped out of the room, Namgung Su gently asked, In your heart, what is Namgung? Jo Hui stopped. His entranced state returned to normal and replied, Like my uncles. Jo Hui thought, An uncle who would willingly protect me when I cause trouble, for whom I am extremely grateful. An idiot. I mean someone who will give me everything I want if I'm facing a deadlock. Namgung Su said with satisfaction, Like family. What do you think about adding this kid to our family tree? Namgung Baek frowned thought, then replied, If you want to add someone not belonging to the direct lineage into the family tree, one condition must be met first. Family head. Namgung Su asked, What condition? Namgung Baek answered, It's marriage. This will be approved if this kid agrees to marry a daughter of our family. Namgung Su glanced at Jang Ho, then replied, Jang Ho understood his father's intention, then shook his head and replied, Impossible, father. So is already completely caught in the net of love with Jang Il-ryong, to the point where she cooks for him every day. Namgung Su stroked his beard, pondering deeply, saying, we still have Seo Mi, right? Jang Ho awkwardly started, family head. That kid over there just turned 19 springs old. Jo Hui heard this, startled quickly, raised his hand to refuse. What the? These old men, are you trying to pair me up with someone I don't want to become a doormat? Literal translation likely means taken advantage of, or similar low status. Namgung Su didn't understand the confusing modern language and asked again. Doormat Jo Hui, embarrassed, firmly said, Anyway, Jo Hui, embarrassed, firmly said. Anyway, Namgung Seongjeon said angrily, if you don't want to accept the position we offer you, then it's best you return the sword God command token. Jo Hui replied in surprise. Are you kidding me, Jo Hui thought. It sounds very nice, but you old men just want to tie me down beside you, right? Namgung Seongjeon retorted. Didn't you just say you consider the Namgung family as your own flesh and blood? Jo Hui sighed. Ha! Namgung Seongjeon continued to persuade. You can still continue to run that huge merchant house of yours. Our family will not interfere even a little bit. Therefore, living and dying together like this, if not family, then what is Jo Hui accepted? Reality sighed and replied, yes, yes. This family is truly great. How great. Thinking can't escape now. Jo Hui conceded, fine, I agree, but I do not accept the matter of marriage. Namgung Su pondered, then ordered, gather all the elders and other members of the family here, urgent meeting. Namgung Mu wondered why and what for. Namgung Su calmly said, to change the family rules. What else? Namgung Baek exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Jo Hui smiled while standing up and said, can I leave now? Jo Hui gently glided near the door. Namgung Baek immediately moved forward, grabbed Jo Hui's shoulder and said angrily, not so fast. Jo Hui replied awkwardly, what is it this time? Namgung Baek said loudly, don't you see, we have distinguished guests. Jo Hui replied confusedly, because I came here in a hurry, I didn't pay attention to them. Is there a problem? Namgung Baek angrily said loudly, all the influential people in Anhui province have gathered here. It's all because of your tavern. Jo Hui wondered what? What's wrong with my tavern? Namgung Baek lost his composure and continued loudly. Extremely problematic, most descendants of prestigious families in the Jianghu are currently burning money at your tavern, you know. They no longer focus on studying classics and history, but now prefer debauchery. You think before marriage, what do men and women often do? Organize bachelorette parties. Do you know how many marriage arrangements of various families have gone up in smoke thanks to that tavern of yours? Jo Hui felt guilty, then straightened his back and boldly justified. But I didn't force them to spend money on those expensive foods and drinks.